perfectly coordinated and answers the S&D questions we might have for this series. Heretics, they might have had the game plan, but he's right now just looking like the better squad. First Blood's been on point. The 2v4 clutch they had also on point, and Ghosty right now stepping it up on a 6 spree so far on this map.
And we talked about how much hard work that Thieves have put into their search and destroy to improve it, and obviously it's there, but it did seem to come at a cost right now on land.
Let's see.
The hard point has not been perfect. Ghosty spree continues. Hellstorm on the cards, on the way towards B.
And this is Real versus the world. Everybody's coming.
Here we go. How many can he get? Quick reposition. I love this. I love this. I love it. Can he get the next man? Identifies the bomb. The pistol. What an advantage for the Heretics. Scrapped down as well. Last man Hydra.
Dude, how about that? Another clean play coming from Real, even with the door, punch him in the face. Hydra, though, might be able to catch an errant player on the flank, but no, the timing not going to go his way, and he gets dropped. Heretics, the lifeline, still active. They're still fighting on this map.
Now, Real is having one hell of a series. Highlight play after highlight play. Metals also gets himself on the board as well, so again, it's that little thing, man. It's 1 or 2 moments that can change the face of a map. Look at the replay here. This is Real on that reposition. He gets hit by the nade, the martyrdom there.
I think the nade explodes the door and it like shoves him back, but it doesn't matter because he can dive like Phelps to go and get that final kill that he needed. Impressive stuff, and for Metals, as you pointed out, gets his first kill. He's now off the donut cam, and players have talked about this consistently in COD. Once you get one in S&D, you feel so much more comfortable. Now we got a 4v4.
No connect. Ghosty's RCXD is in play towards the middle of the map. You have to still play safely, though, if you're the Heretics. You do not want to fall to that.
Hydra's there for the kill. You got a one-shot call out. Hydra was nearby, but Thieves playing it safe. They're backing down. They have stacked up the B site appropriately so. That's exactly where Heretics are pushing.
I love this from Metals. That nade does not catch Envoy, but a little bit more information gained now. Oh my word. Almost catches the head of Hydra. Bang the door. Try to send it. Lucky finds the first. The trade's now taking place on the side. Envoy finds another one. Real through the side door once again. Oh my word! It's back to back for the Heretics.
Lucky by name, lucky by nature. Just get the final 2 kills there from a difficult spot to pull it off. Metals basically just sends him to death. They say, hey, figure out where every single player is at and let Lucky line them up. Another moment of just discoordination coming in from the LA Thieves camp. They still have a pretty big cushion of a lead so far, but Heretics maybe building their confidence in the game mode. Real's at double-digit kills already. Metals is on the board, Lucky's picking up pieces, and the First Bloods have almost all been going the way of Miami. Thieves are playing a dangerous game.
I still think we have an RCXD in the hands of the Heretics to play with. Real will have one of those from his earlier round efforts. Not that likely to see it, but 2 rounds in a row right now for the Heretics. And Ghosty on the prowl towards A.
Another spot coming in finals. That can almost be a one and done sort of situation. He does not have a lot of support in this moment. He gets the first blood, and he gets out.
He gets out. Oh, and he did not spot the bomb, I don't believe. You have seen it there. That's a big win from Real. His 4th kill now in a row.
Wow, this ain't looking good for them.
Great positioning from Ghosty now. Gets rid of Metals, gets the bomb back in the hands of the Thieves, and it's on the move.
Oh, yeah, be careful. Keep the gun up.
Uh-oh. Damn! What a win from Lucky now. Last man, Ghosty. And that's 3 rounds in a row for the Miami Heretics.
Looking good.
God, the reaction time from Lucky on point. Hits him with the Omni movement. Lucky, one of the oldest players in the league, moving like a young gun, and that's just the setup for Real to continue to get extra kills. 48 he had on map number 1, 12 here on map number 2. There's no doubts about the MVP right now on the main stage, but still plenty of Call of Duty left to be played. LA Thieves, the cushion they once had on this map, it's nearly gone. Still have a 5-4 lead. Yeah, still 1 round away, and Heretics on the attack.
The stitching's a little loose. There's some down all over the place. Still providing some level of comfort, but that comfort is on its way out. Hydra dancing through the middle of the map. Such confidence now, providing intel.
And I mean, he got over to the ambulance. That might be the call. that Thieves have taken all that space. He might be forced to go to the B site. Envoy's here with the door open, but Metals has been able to creep up as well.
Wait a minute.
Envoy could get overwhelmed. It's all about the timing. Well, here's that for that first blood.
And finally, Real on the other side of the play there. Bell spotted out. What a shot from Envoy. Looking for the next. And it's a nice slow play here from Lucky. Still has the bomb. He and Rencor, the last remaining members. And Rencor is all alone now, dealing with 2 members of Thieves. Lucky with 2 of his own. Oh dear. Hydra, lovely work. Scrap should be able to send him for this one, but wait, Rencor, he springs to life, 2v2. Scrap lines him up. Oh! Ghosty for the
Nice
as
clutch.
the
Let's go,
Thieves
boys.
survive.
Not clutch. Nice.
And it was quite
Nice,
literally
nice.
a scrappy round
That was
and a
a scrappy
scrappy
round.
finish. But they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The 3 rounds in a row that looked so good for the Heretics get stopped. And we find ourselves at 1-1 going into the break.
And a mixy one in the end, but I think the most important round that we saw was the 2v4 clutch coming in from Scrap and Ghosty. How quickly that round collapsed and how on point they had to be with their teamwork. Everybody winning their ones, grouping up together at the wrong time, or the correct time, making sure you protect your boy. Get a little bit of advantage in the 5-1 lead that started to collapse. Yes, it got a little bit spooky, but at the end of the day, 1-1 tied up now in this series. These 2 teams, I mean, they have come to play.
And this is the best situation to be right now for the Thieves. You managed to walk away with a red card win. Of course, control has been the absolute given in every series. After that Hussey and a hard point, Vault, Search and Destroy for Game 5. We'll see if we go there. Who knows the way this series feels right now. 2 Titans certainly going at it over the desk.
Fantastic cast coming in there for Miles and Chance, and we are barely halfway through this match. Maven, Heretics, they come out swinging in a game 1, 48 from Real.
I'm out of breath for a few reasons. 1, Real is disgusting. 2, I totally forgot I had to be up here for this segment. And Joe's like, don't you have to get out there? I sprinted.
I saw you
You were galloping.
like a little kid. Just
I was
jumping over,
galloping, bro.
hurdling
You got a
people.
long stride.
Somebody yelled for a photo. I was like, I gotta go.
No time for that.
No, this has been a wild one, dude. Real is in him mode right now. It's
Let's take a look, Allie.
Yeah,
Some of the
let's
best
take a look.
moments from this game, too. It was mostly LA Thieves, though, in the search and destroy. So walk me through the first half here, because LA goes up big.
They do go a bit. I will say I was off the back of a lot of first bloods, but low key, like they are so lucky Miami sucks at converting because Real started just going on a tear and started getting some of these open picks on LA Thieves and kind of opening up the middle of this map. But they're bottom 2 in the league in converting. So shout out LA Thieves and winning some of these 3v4s. But it's just the aggression. I think the retakes from the side of LA Thieves were really important early on, and sending that player through middle all the way to the backside of stage and just kind of constantly creating this pinch to put in the back of Miami Heretics' mind because so many players got caught looking for that one in the behind.
Nicholas, do you give credit to LA Thieves for being scrappy after a first blood from your opponent, or is that Miami that needs to clean up their play? Because it was 5-2 in first bloods at one point, but the scoreboard was 5-2 the opposite way.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with Miami needing to clean up their gameplay. I mean, I think they just kind of dissected like the defensive setup from Thieves a little bit too late. You saw bomb carry get picked early on. Some of their offensive rounds sort of like stagnant, waiting like, do we want to flank? What bomb do we want to commit to? Once they figured it out later, like, okay, we're going to commit Real to mid to ticket, then we're going to try to get over towards being find Envoy. They had a little bit more success. I think for Heretics, that's just been the problem throughout the year is like they're search and destroy. The decision making just isn't fast enough.
Can I ask you a question, Dan? Like we've watched a lot of these matches, and like we got that listing in map 1. We talked so much about how calm Thieves' listenings have been. Did they seem a little more panicked?
And that's what we're about to talk about in the drawing conclusions. So
Great setup, co-host.
So if we can pull that up, yes. So the entire stage, we spent every single match talking about Thieves and just how on point they are in all these tough situations. When it gets down to the wire, they just make the right decision. And right here, we're going to talk about the very end of the game where Heretics run away with it. So we're on P1, and you see usually what teams try to do here is they want to flip, get spawns for next, and also sort of like contest or break P1. So let's talk about what they're doing here. You got Ghosty, he's going into bottom vault, right? Sometimes you'll see a player maybe go around here and pinch because you have a player trying to go around. This is Hydra, 2 to get this kill on the player that's playing on the hallway, right? So he wants to kill that guy, flip out to here for new, and then have the last 2 players off spawn push through here and break, right? So that's the idea. But the problem is you have Ghosty down low, so he has a different objective, right? So you see number 6 on your mini map, that's Hydra. He's going all the way around right now. Rancor's in Hill watching the front. It's like, all right, what are they trying to do here? Okay, they're sending a couple people through front, right? They find the kills. Lucky gets a big 2. And now what happens here is Ghosty was down low. He has to disengage, right? You lost the trade battle and you didn't flip the spawn. So he has to disengage and try to wrap out and try to make a big play. And now you're just kind of staggered on rotation towards P2. And this is something we did not see from Thieves. They were so on point. In that situation where Hydra gets the first blood, a player would have flowed down hallway on the online stages, find a follow-up kill, they would have flipped these spawns, and they would have been in position to close this game out. But right here, you can see different objectives in these players' minds right now. Thieves, a little discombobulated.
Well, I think this is why, like, you know, when Joe and I cast our last match, Joe said, sometimes when a team is not tested, it shows on land, right?
Yep.
You're not tested in the qualifier. And I think from like a calm standpoint, you really heard that. They were so calm, so chill. Everything was coming so easy to them. Then when you really are tested, it just felt like it didn't feel like frantic like some teams
That's
do,
weird,
but-
though, because they were, like, perfect on all of those situations.
No, you're right,
online.
you're right.
Yeah.
I can see you're ready to...
That was
to go.
literally what I was gonna say. I was just gonna be like, during the online split, like we're so used to LA Thieves playing around each other and playing that timing
the
of
same time.
waiting for that push, but we just did not see it throughout the entirety of this weekend. So hoping they can put it together here soon.
I think it comes down to something even more simple. If Metals is frying, Miami is going to win because you are getting Real at the top of his game in this series. We got game 3 ready to go. Who is going to win this swing one? We send back to Miles.
Well, I think the swing one, Chris, is pretty obvious, right? It seems to
Yes.
be the Thieves.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Heretics, it has been sort of their year-long struggle in control. They are electric on Vault, but that has been pretty much it. So yeah, Hacienda is the one that's going to be in the mix. LA Thieves have feasted on this map and this game mode. Now, obviously, the way the map has gone, the way the series has gone, very close battle. 6-4 in the S&D, a 20-point game there in the hard point that came down to the game clock. So it is down to the wire. The expectation is this is the map where Thieves have the biggest advantage in the series, and certainly they need it just so they can actually go up.
Right, and they should go up again. Yesterday versus their Major 2 qualifiers. Look, it's fine, right? It's not that bad, Chance.
I mean, listen, it's just they're on the struggle bus, right? Slow starts as well. Maybe that could be the name of the game. They just have to sort of get the ball rolling. Now they're being impacted just a little bit, as the Deaths touched on, forced to work just a little bit harder, and they got to sort of settle in the same way. You practice how you play. For these teams, like at least this squad, LA Thieves, major qualifiers is just practice for these moments. So they got to kick up and get the ball rolling for a potential losers bracket run. Because Heretics are no stranger to it. Heretics went on a very nice run through the bracket at their, not home major, but a major that was home for them. Ended up getting 3rd overall, and it was Thieves that ended up being the team that beat them down. There's no better revenge than revenge on land.
11-1, first overall rank for the LA Thieves in control. And again, the way this series is shaping up, the way the two teams are sitting form-wise, it does absolutely stink of a game 5. We'll see, though, how this goes. Heretics steal this away now. This could be very interesting indeed. 2-6, though, the record here on control.
And I really do feel like for Heretics at this point, like you're going to have to know the game plan. It's about individual production, and Real needs to continue to be at his very best for there to be a hope for Heretics to win. Like where Puckett's head was at, you need Metals to be there to match them. As Hydra kicking things off on the flank, but ends up in a pinch, and that is extra man advantage there from Heretics. They win the opening break.
Yeah, trying to do that a little bit of extra fancy, and it doesn't work out. A scrap, furthest man forward right now for the Thieves. He gets cut down as well. Another 3 dead as the Heretics start to fight forward again.
And that's 3-0 for Metals. That is the sign you want to see if you're Miami, and that boy is feeling it. He is challenging. But him and Lucky going to get dished out into death, but that's because number 2 as well. Real has Lambo under control, so they're at least able to calm and figure out where all these players are. Freebie pickups there. Only 2 players have gotten through, but Heretics know exactly where they are, and Rancor drops them.
26-19. Oh my, what a win from Envoy. Stays alive against Metals. Less than 30 seconds on the attacking run right now from the LA Thieves. And they've got to make something happen quick. On towards B we go. Rancor slow and steady on the approach. Keeps the clock flowing.
This is just calculated. Now Hydra is the one behind enemy lines. Do you play for the kills or do you play for the time? Well, the kill just falls into your lap, but his teammates right now don't really have an avenue to get through. He's going to stop the clock on the B zone with only 12 seconds. If you're Heretics, you fight for your life on this B zone.
Yeah, he's still trying to get it done. He's getting it done very slowly. Lucky the man now, the Chow, gets the win. 10 seconds to go. As this opening round is starting to fall apart, the Thieves have not necessarily shown up. Scrap now trying to make a desperation play, but it was time. Can't get it done. Envoy finally saves it. 4.8 seconds.
In a 1v1 gunfight, maybe to win it. He's actually, well, he's got a little bit of support coming out of fences. So LA Thieves, this is it. You have to execute.
That's a big win. Reinforcements on the way, and Envoy shooting real hot. Damaging on the second map. Here's reinforcements to the bomber. Ghosty now. Second segment gone. And we're going to go from 4.5 to a minute 4.5. Ghosty now. Last man. Here comes Scrap now reinforcing again. Another 1v1 fight, and that's it. Over the way. Envoy down. What a desperation attempt. They walk away with 2 segments.
Wow, that was quick.
The Heretics strike first.
I mean, and that was
Heretics
just a
came to play, man.
slaughter as well. Even if you're able to pull off that B zone, I feel like on the life count, you're just not going to have enough. 4 and 7 start there from Scrap, 3 and 5 from Hydra, 4 and 7 Envoy, and 3 and 6 in Ghosty. They're just not matching in the slaying category. We saw the stat at the start of the series. These teams played each other twice at Major 1, and the slaying difference was a plus 88 for LA Thieves. Look at what's happening now when Heretics just match it.
16 to 5, the final life count in the opening round. So Heretics
I think
came out
Heretics
hot on
are more of a
Hacienda.
land team.
Hacienda Hardpoint will be the next map
Better
as well. Thieves now. Defense has been so strong for them as well. In control, they have been running it in the league so far. We'll see that old LA magic here in this round.
Another opening break to set the tone. Always fighting for Dark Hall, and Metals is the one looking for it. Got this stick and just did not need it. Another opening break there. 1 for Miami.
He's got eyes on Hydra, at least the awareness that Hydra's coming. Oh, timing there on the Ghosty as well. No Hydra to be found.
And this is such a good setup. You get a player bottom fire. You had a guy on time looking over towards the connector cut. That's going to be Rancor at 9 and 3. They had the perfect setup, and now they've executed. 1 tick already rolling through. Metals does get caught. But you can still play for these spawners and keep them away from the point. 2 ticks on A is golden.
That's unbelievable.
Wow.
Next man on time, Hydra gunned. Rancor is absolutely rocking right now. 11 and 4. They don't manage to finish the time. Metals now getting involved. Lots of damage there in a Ghosty. No one else from his team in position to catch this, but look at this positioning.
He needs to go big.
No
he
way.
needs to get these
No
2.
way.
He needs to get the 2, and he can only take down 1. So his team are going to be forced to funnel through the rock side of the map, and they're not getting out of their spawn. Envoy's putting on the pressure. Ghosty's there for the spawners, and Lucky praying for some kills to fall into their lap. And you get dished out the goods. Everyone stuffed back into your spawn. The life count's even, but only 40 seconds left on the game clock, and being forced to go to the A zone is not ideal.
No, still 2 segments. You're at least tied up. So the Thieves put up in their attacking round. Envoy wins a big one. Trade's perfect. Now straight on towards the A zone we go. 2 members of the Thieves though in the spawn right now. So it's a perfect pinch. Renkor's going to do what he can to try to catch this zone. Can't get it done. Still not able to make their way out of spawn either. Heretics. This round should come to a close in 20 seconds.
And it might be disjointed. They're forced to go over towards B, but I mean, Envoy's dialed in. He's got the cut, and he's got his teammates there for support. Everybody stacked up for Thieves in the right spot.
Wait a minute.
Did not win the initial gunfight.
Wait a minute. Can they win the next one? No, it's 3 dead. Last man left alive. Ghosty. Less than 10 seconds to go. Can he catch these players out on the transition towards B? That's right. They're on the capture. There's more men there than he thought. Big win. Hydra now for the front line. Trying to get the contest going. A massive kill. The second not there. Rancor keeps the play going. Oh my! Another 3 down.
Rancor's keeping you alive. This is a 2-stack, but keep in mind, if Thieves ever get the break on B, that's going to be the round.
It's going to be indeed. Second segment complete. 4 now in total. Ghosty trying to pick up the pinch. Nice work in the middle of the map. Can they finish the capture? Envoy from up high. Last man Real. They can't get it done. Quick transition over towards A, and what an effort. And there it is. 1-1 in the round count.
And that is a huge round from LA Thieves. Heretics are trying to cook up something special. The strat they had off the opening break in the setup on the minimap, 1 guy down on fire, Rancor on the time, 1 person watching the connector, Meckles up top watching the Dark Hall. I mean, it was coordinated perfectly. They got all the extra kills and got the progress on the A zone. If they successfully captured B, eventually they're likely to win that round. You need to, and it's Ghosty showing off how they did it in the best play. Overwhelming force towards the end, but a nail-biter round.
Yeah, it's real strong resolve out of the Thieves. They are down by 2 segments in the long run. Something that may bite them in the long run. something that may bite them in the end. Defense for round 5 currently going towards the Heretics. Let's see how this round goes for the Thieves.
Well, every single opening break, all 2 of them have been going towards the Heretics. Thieves looking for a little bit extra, and they are flooding this B zone.
Nades up. It doesn't connect. Lucky managing to walk away with a kill there on his Ghosty's teammate. So Envoy out of the play for now. We'll deal with him in a moment. Over to Hydra now, making his way forward. Nice snap on a Lucky. Can he get the next man as well? No, he cannot. Trades continue, and the Heretics with the advantage.
And I mean, that was a perfect opening break. Hydra was the solo man to get the top dark control. He gives you 2 and then something extra. And in spite of everything falling into place perfectly, Thieves finally winning an opening break off of it. They get a single tick of progress on B and now a very scattered minimap.
Whoa, Real, what a win, man. Hydra, what a win. Back and forth we're going. Slightly less aim assist at close range in Black Ops 6. Only slightly, but still enough to make a difference. Hydra finally brought down as Real tagged up in a big way as Scrap continues to capture on B. Now all tied up in the segments department. Rencor on a 4 comes to a close, and we might see the B zone complete here.
Well, Rencor is the reason why Scrap doesn't have any support, and while the more Heretics players are going to be in the mix, the trophy putting in overtime, Scrap finally has the backup for the B zone. How close we're going to be on the gunfight. Heretics winning the first one. Hydra here on a bench. Everybody one shot. The cleanup through Hydra.
Yeah.
And the B zone may be secured. One fight against Real.
Real v Hydra for the zone. Stays alive for now. Ghosty from upstairs. What a foul. It continues. Oh, perfect stun. As a big flank now, Scrap is trying to deal the death blow here to the B zone. They are draining the progress over by B while capturing A at the same time.
I mean, he gives you 2. You feel like the B zone eventually should fall, but in the meantime, Thieves working the A zone as well. You'll take the extra tick, so nice progress on A as well. I mean, good stuff from LA long term. The time on the clock, though, a little bit concerning. Less than 40 seconds on it. You still got to be careful.
Especially when the Heretics are fighting forward, finding kills all over the place like this. Ghosty back over to B. 30 seconds on the game clock. We're going to stop that right now on the capture. Here comes Real, the Guardian once again, but no, Scrap with the perfect coverage. Defends Ghosty on the capture. Lucky now with the damage. Envoy should hunt him down. That is that, folks. Last minute contest. Wait a minute. Metals has managed to stay alive, and they save B again.
Yeah, Lucky gave you 2 in that moment. I don't know how he pulled it off, but now LA Thieves, again, the game clock is their biggest enemy. It costed them in map number 1, and it could cost them here in this round.
This is unbelievable. Final 15 seconds. Here we go. Thieves. How many more attacks? How many more attempts are you going to be able to get out of this? Scrap onto the time, onto the zone, getting the capture on B. Can he get medals? Yes, he can. Counter again from Real. Another 1v1 win. Can they get it done? Contest. Scrap wins another big one.
13, 12, 11, 10. It's so delicate. Now you're fighting top office and everybody dies in an 8v3. The defensive shootout continues. And the game clock right now from LA Thieves is punishing.
What's going to happen here?
Heretics take the lead. They're down by what, 1 segment?
Yes, in so many little moments, by the way, rolling through, where Lucky gets the kill on the pinch, the guy on point, Ghosty, is making sure he's letting his teammates get the trade, but Lucky somehow gives you an extra 2. This is the opening break from Hydra, which was in fact the best play. And off the back of it, they only were able to get a single tick. It feels like different Heretics players are just taking turns, giving you a little bit extra. Lucky's has had his moments. Metals has had his moments. Rencor, I mean, he's had the moment of the map. He's been on point the entire time. Heretics bringing out the goods. And for a squad that has had no success on control except for Vault, here they are around away from taking down the best control team in the game.
This is a major upset if they walk away with this attacking round. Real. That's a big win. It's a pinstripe kill through back and forth we go. The detonate there is going to keep Ghosty out of the play for just a moment as you start to get things going here on A. Rencor getting that done alone for the time being. Here come the rest of the Heretics on the attack.
He's on first again.
Slammed.
Atypical. Rencor clearly knows what he's doing, but he does get traded. His teammates lose the rock hall control as well, and Envoy with the kill down low means Real is the only one alive for his team. Wants to find a freebie and wants to find the opening, but the timing not going his way. Just trying to finesse.
How much of an impact can he have by staying alive right now? Again, he's got Lucky making the flank over towards Office as well. So lots of Heretics players in position now. If they can spring at the same time, they are going to be able to make something happen. Lucky now, his presence still unknown. He can't make too much happen though without teammates to back him up. They're being taken care of in the middle of the map.
I was about to say, you have to jump on the zone, though. You have to be some sort of a distraction because your teammates are getting picked apart in spawn. And Lucky doesn't have any help right now in these moments, and he's going to be overwhelmed. So Heretics, that is a minute off the game clock, and they have achieved nothing.
Up and they're on A, and they're trying to make something happen here, but Scrap has picked up 2. He's managed to take that part of the map absolutely safe, but a single segment going the way of the Heretics for now with 20 seconds to go, Chance, and this has been a very, very good defensive hold out of the Thieves. They're looking to force the final round.
And the defensive shootout might end up being what we have, so every single tick of progress is going to matter. Heretics, a little bit of pressure on the A zone, but a difficult one to get to, and Ghosty's shooting like that. Real, though, for 2, keeping things active. Heretics, they are flooding through the A.
Flooding through. Hydra is up next. He manages to pick up 1. Now the guessing game begins. Mel's taken down as well. Hydra, what a play this is. Can he find the 3rd man as well? Second segment, turned on a Scrap. Not enough. 10 seconds to go. And no in position to get near one of these zones.
Let's go,
Defense
boys.
absolutely secured.
Go!
Thieves,
Woo!
they survive another round.
And again, a defensive slaughter. They
Wow,
did
let's
just
go,
enough
boys.
in the end to pull that one through. Now the question is, will it be an advantage? I do not know. The round 5 cheese has always been available. Certainly in a map like Hacienda. You wouldn't know it if you've only seen this map, but you can absolutely string together some offensive wins, but these two teams struggling for it. The defenses have just been on point.
One final round. You're in control. Here we go. Thieves on the attack. And the pressure here is immense. This is their game mode. They have run it all stage long. Heretics looking for the upset. Thieves, a confidence boost when they sorely need it. Here's the opening gunfight.
Yeah, no, it's here. It doesn't matter. Hydra always on point. Dark Hall, he keeps it under control. Doesn't give you 2 this time, though. That's not as good as LA Thieves once had it before. Envoy, though, nice little 2-piece. The pressure on B zone is now finally available, and they got the trophies. Envoy gives you something extra. The most comfortable Thieves have been.
Yeah, straight into the spawners as well now. So Hydra deals the damage. He goes for the jugular. Ghosty from upstairs. Nice shots, not enough to get any kills, but that should be the zone. Captured. Over towards A we go.
Finally, and it's Envoy stepping up for the team as well. His value so consistent right now for this squad, especially on land. That just means you got 2 minutes to work with the capture rate. You're looking at the kill feed, and it's a little bit better from Heretics. You're vying for control and Scrap, getting tags in everybody, but you don't have a ton of space just yet.
Hydra from spawn trying to get you that space. A couple of stuns now, clearing out as many positions as possible. Envoy winning another ridiculous gunfight. What a round he is having. Life lead now for the Thieves. Over towards spawn we now go. Envoy doing everything he can to pull advantages for his boys.
So 2 players down, taking one to the grave. Got the jump on Real and drops him. Finally, the trades are rolling through, but he's opened up the map, and look at how much more control LA Thieves actually have. Now it could be Hydra's turn.
Renko so hurt. Another big win. Real, he fights his way out of spawn for the very least. Over towards A now we go, and it's a stack. It's a big stack. Scrap with a pistol upstairs, finds it. First segment gone. The second on its way out.
And it's
Go,
16-11
come
as
on.
well.
Woo!
Thieves could win this one of 2 ways, but with 2 ticks sorting through, this is gonna be it.
Last chance now for the Heretics.
Yeah!
Down trades.
Yeah!
Over the top. Hydra now.
Come on,
Hydra.
Let's go,
What a
Phenom.
win from Envoy again.
Phenom.
Last man on the
Now
point, Lucky.
Dill.
And he's damaged.
Dill.
Envoy now
Come on,
trying to
Dill.
save it.
Yeah, Dale got it.
Capture continues. Envoy finds the kill. Another chance here at redemption.
Let's go.
Nades are there. Over the top,
Woo!
Envoy.
They're
One man
heating
left
up.
alive on the point, and that is
They
it
heated
done.
up. Look.
Thieves have finally closed it out.
Yes.
The battle for Hacienda will continue. Hard point coming up next.
And tip it to the Dark Prince for winning you that round. He's gonna finish with 19 kills on the attack, leading his team, and I think he might have thrown up double digits there for the final one. You only pay attention to the 26-30 in stat line at the end, you miss this story of it. Popped off there in round 5.
Nice. Fucking win, boys.
Hacienda, you give yourself the chance to battle towards A with what, a single segment remaining. The odds are in your favor. The odds are in your favor to just be able to bang it out and find those kills, get on the time and get the job done. And that's exactly what the Thieves had. 2 attempts there on the attack. They get it done in the end. They take the lead here in this elimination matchup. First game of the day, by the way. First game of the day. Heretics now staring down the barrel of an early exit from Major 2.
You can just feel the pressure from Heretics too, right? Fighting tooth and nail in every single moment. Thieves with all the pressure they had in the world. I mean, the first full round of highlights is just a back and forth battle. The ideas rolling through. Heretics are trying to cook up over towards the A zone. The first 2 rounds being the delicate battle of the game clock, making the impact, and just the desperation effort trying to fly onto these zones. I mean, spawn killing left and right. Rencor felt like he was just dominating Thieves for the first few. But all of it was just to set us up for the final round. And as much as Miami Heretics staves off the control pressure rolling through, continues to be a thorn in their side. And Envoy, again, ultimately gets the most important pop-offs in the game. Once we see him in the final round, we'll see exactly why they won the game.
Oh yeah, insane opener. He sort of took the place of Hydra in that conga line. This is the start of it. Picks up 2 here on plat, unbelievable. Keeps the play going on the capture. Hydra's 2-piece here, again, sensational. Couple of headshots there, and a Rencor gives him just enough of an advantage. The hop check gets it. Hydra had a nice run towards the end here again. 2 on point there was so helpful. Ghosties in the top corridor here again, providing nothing but damage in the way in an Envoy. Last man alive on time. He and Hydra get the capture. Thieves seal it, and they're feeling good now. That's the confidence they were looking for.
Yeah, and if you blink, you'd have missed it. At the start of that round, Envoy was 16 and 27. He finishes 26 and 30. 10 kills in the final round. 10 and 3 on the attack. Envoy there on point. Even for map number 1, when the team was struggling, it felt like Envoy was the leader in the comms, the one pushing the traffic through, popping the 4 pieces. He was getting on the P1, fighting for his life, because elimination right now. In desperate times come for desperate measures, and unfortunately for Heretics, they find themselves in a spot where they are required to win 2 hard points against LA Thieves on land just to force a map 5. LA Thieves, look, might not be comfortable. They're not going to be happy about the situation they find themselves in. But in terms of a loser's bracket run, a win here gets the ball rolling, and we know how heavy this team can be.
Yeah, they're a heavyweight team. Grand finals of Major 1, Game 7, Round 11. They went all the way. And for the Heretics now, again, immense pressure for them. They've got to have the belief in themselves. They've seen how the Thieves have played the hard points so far. They had a great run against them in the first map. And now we stay on Hacienda as well. This has been a good map for the Heretics.
We'll see if they can pull it off, but right now they might just be having flashbacks throughout their stage 2 qualifiers of like, what do we do to end up in a situation like this? We have to take down LA. Like, this is the start and maybe only match they get the entire tournament. Brutal stuff coming through in the CDL, but Rancor has certainly been fighting. The whole squad has had sizably good moments. They need to hear from Apple.
And you know what? They probably game planned for Boston. They were fully prepared for Boston. They were not ready for the Thieves coming down the lowers, but hey, that's the way it goes, folks. Once again, map 4, here we go. A little deeper into this incredible series. Hacienda has not been bad for either team whatsoever. Thieves obviously 5 and 5. The ranks, though, are much better for them.
Yeah, and the problem for the 5v5 is LA Thieves notoriously on this map started slow when it first came out. Scrap's first performance, he got 6 kills.
Let's get it. What is up?
Horrific performance that they had on this map, but once they started to dial it in, figure it out, they've been going on a tear. So the fact that they have the 2nd best hold and 5th best rotations after performances like that means LA Thieves, they have the goods.
Here we go. Match point, LA. One more hard point, lads, is all you need. That sounds so easy, right? What a star Envoy with a big stick there on the left.
No, we can take that. Scrap able to trade out and get the top hallways control. Metals does what he can. He starts off with 2, but ultimately it was Envoy the Hilt Kitten that gets those first 11 seconds. But Heretics do stabilize, take it right back, get the hallway control, and that's a freebie there from Rencor. Maybe set up for a nice little 2.
Goes in a position here to try to contest. Nice work from Real in this at a time. Gets 1 before being brought down, and now the awkward battle for P2. 20 seconds away. And you've driven a nice line down the middle of the map, and the Heretics are trading their lives for it. You've got control for now. You've got spawns for now. Lead still in the hands of the Thieves.
I love that route from Envoy, too. He gets towards Secret. Rencor wants to wrap back. His teammates pick up Spiral, but Envoy just wraps back through the Secret steps. Always making an impact right now, but we're testing the brakes of LA Thieves in the hold right now of Heretics. And so far on the hold, so far so good.
Yeah, so far, great work from Real. as he roars his way into lobby. Another would be up, but how did he get that kill? I'll never know. Beautiful tags.
Oh, they
Change
still-
right now. Heretic still back in control. Attack through the back line now from the Thieves.
And if you got the back spawns on this hill, you feel like eventually you're going to be able to break through. But can he break through the ARs right now? All the trades rolling out. It's Heretics that come out on top, and the only player that spawned in the back is Scrap. And he is getting flown at. Takes care of Real, but they are not getting this time.
It's funny. Lots of damage again. No time. Front door though, Envoy. 1v1 on time. Loses it. So that's still Heretics in firm control, and Scrap still behind enemy lines alive.
I mean, he's been neutralized. He gets back on all these kills, though. What is it going to get you? Absolutely nothing. All of the time still went towards Heretics, and that is without the back spawn pressure. Now going into a P3. I mean, Thieves will be here first. They have the extra men, but Rancor's got the corners. You are picking LA Thieves apart.
Another rotation won by the Heretics with a man in the corner, finds these opening kills over Scrap in time now, trying to find anything he can. And he gets one, and again, it is the Heretics on top of the kills department. Another 3 down.
And gone to make it all 4. Hydra 0-8 off the break as well. He has not found any bit of momentum. And this might be 3 hills in a row where Heretics at the end
This
of it,
ain't good
come
for
out
the
with
Thieves,
revenge.
man. This ain't good for the
Nels. Oh, another big win. Turns it. Oh, one more bullet into the next man again. Time going the way of the Thieves. You have still got a sweet setup though. On the pressure right now from the Heretics, it is relentless. Metals, hot and cold. Right now, we're looking at melting point. Another 6 in a row. Hellstorm on the horizon.
Oh, and he might be able to get this as well. And the best thing they could do, if Lucky wins this gunfight and you win this rotation, you don't have to invest the Hellstorm early. Right now, though, you might have to make a decision. If Metal's got it, does he want to call it in? Or maybe he didn't get it at all. Real looking for the entry kills. They're trying to break this with their guns.
You're letting Real get it done. Huge damage there. The next man in. Metal's now trying to find one. Gets it. Gets the Hellstorm as well. And the break contention, though, is still on. Who's this line up to the front? Wrinkle with the damage. And that's the last man for the Thieves. Fighting tooth and nail. Envoy keeping the hard point in the hands for his boys.
And Real back down. He didn't feel like he was going to get the kill. So now you're going to invest the Hellstorm early. This is 30 seconds that you're going to be fighting for.
Yeah, it's a big one. 30 seconds you want to take. Connects. Gets 2 out of it. Pressure on the time. That's the break.
I mean, hey, huge moment, and there's the hot and cold moment. You have 3 and 12 from Hydra, 14 and 5 from Metals, and the Hellstorm in that level of performance. I mean, honestly, might not be as much as you want. It's only a 50-point lead, which is nice, but you still got a lot of call duty left to be played on this match.
Not letting the Thieves get anything going, right? I mean, that was what the Hellstorm was.
That's what they got to do.
20 seconds.
Gotta shut the Thieves down, especially Hydra.
Heretics got their feet first into P1. Real. Oh my, that's the Phenom who just got done, and Metals all dead. Heretics are roaring.
Wow.
16 and 5 from Metals, and LA Thieves maybe just not shooting back.
Oh, this is ugly. Once they want to climb it. Envoy fighting his way out of spawn alongside Ghosty. The man on time still soaking away, but not for too much longer. And with the Heretics in such a commanding lead, let's go for a listen in with Miami.
We're jinxing them.
Yeah, big time.
The 4-man live LA Thieves got the spawns, and now we just gotta listen to them.
Wow, this ain't right. Over. Going game 5. Would have thought. Things get fucking rounded. Oh. Still lots of COD left though, guys. Lots of COD left. Lots of COD left. Nice hold, guys. Nice hold. Come on, Hydra. Let's go, Hydra. Come on. Come on. There we go, Hydra. Heat up, Hydra. Heat up. Come on, Phenom. There we go, there we go, let's go. Come on. Let's go. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, Hydra, yes, yes, there we go. There we go, right back in it, boys, let's go. Wow. Wow. Having a hard time breaking this. Wow. Yeah, there we go. Woo! Nice, nice, nice. Nice.
Okay, what
Beautiful.
a hard point, folks. Heritage
Wow.
has a slight lead now as an unbelievable second set comes to a close for the Thieves.
I'm worried for them, man. This might be their tournament. They're outslain by 20, and they have just lost the lead. You're having generationally bad performances out of some of the players on LA Thieves, and as bad as Hydra's been, he's popping 3 pieces like that on Rock Hill to keep his team in it. I mean, it is a tied-up game on P1. It's going to be down to the wire again.
Found another corner, here we go. And you shot a little early, and there's 3 members of the Thieves now. Renko, will you go for the reach out? You might as well, mate. You've got the Jackal in hand now. Up close and personal, the one boy cleans up. That should be the point now taken care of. There we go. A break there for the Thieves. And once again, fighting tooth and nail here in the Elim bracket.
Wow, yep.
Thieves have the spawns they want as well. There's no time for Heretics to play for these long routes. They got to play for the time. Real there for 2. Nice way to kick things off, and that is all 4 off the board. And the
Wow.
spawns
Can't be
flip
doing
as
that,
well.
Thieves.
A moment where Heretics strike.
Oh, and Real finds himself a sweet 4 screen before being going down, and that's going to be 10 seconds to go on P1. P2's looking all good. Lucky has planted himself on the inside of the lobby, now looking towards the back spawn. A 1v1 on time, but he turns. Wait a minute. If Scrap wins this, that could be huge. There's so many Thieves now around him. He's down and out. To the front line, we now go. It'll be Real.
Yes. Yes.
Down, Miami.
And this is it. This could be a full 60. Honestly, this could be your game if Thieves lock this down.
Let's
They
go.
walk
Come on.
away from it.
Come on,
Yeah,
Scrappy.
Scrappy.
Come on, Hydra.
Everybody else squared over
Come on,
towards
Ghosty.
Berlin lobby. They got everything under control.
This is it. This is the setup. Hold it down. Can Hydra get any more? Yeah, he can. It's
Yeah!
23 now. Fences are clear. It's all eyes front. And this is it. 25 for the win.
And we're swimming to Heretics. It is a desperation.
Yeah, just back up, back up.
This break.
Metals with the water out. Here comes the attack.
Nice.
Frees him like a book written in crayon.
Woo! Yeah!
Laps continue. 26
There it is.
point, and a perfect 60 it may well be. Last chance for the Heretics. A perfect wall of defense now from the Thieves. You get the kills.
Oh.
Trades are there. Any magic
Yeah,
left
it's
there?
over.
Heretics
They
fighting
threw it.
no.
Woo!
And that is
Woo!
it.
Yeah!
Thieves
Yeah! Let's
live.
fucking go. Yeah, talk shit, Daniel. Talk your shit. Bye-bye. Woo!
Yet so far. It's about time the Thieves remembered how to play hardpoint. And boy, did they need that one.
Woo! They got it. That was a fucking exciter.
See you later to the Heretics here at Major 2 and how close they came to forcing that Game 5. But the LA Thieves, by the hairs on their chinny chin chins, and thanks to their aims, they stay alive here in the tournament.
And we just witnessed a murder on the main stage, and Ghosty, I mean, he is elevating the mood. Electric there for the pop-off. And that was a fun hard point as well. You could just feel that tide
There's
turning.
Blaze.
At a moment where Heretics were up plus 20 in the slaying column, and it was nearly a tied game. Thieves just did a much better
Wow.
job, especially on the P3, able to collect so much of that errant time. And I think Heretics eventually just slowed down a little bit to let that lead sort of creep back away from their favor.
Let it go.
Pressure, I mean, it makes diamonds and it makes champions. That's what LA Thieves are
lucky.
looking to be in the long term. But on that map, I mean, tip it for the comeback. Hydra had a very slow start. 0-8 at one point, 4-13 at one point, and then we're seeing popping 3 pieces on the rock hill and bringing it all
Hydra lit up,
to
man.
dead even. Consistent plays the whole way through. I mean, Envoy and Scrap and Ghosty living on top of the time.
Wow.
They dealt with Heretics, I would say, at their very best and walked away with a victory. Close but no cigar. Their run continues.
Wow.
P3 to P1 there. My goodness,
Yep.
what a hard point. Well, thanks again to the Heretics. Their campaign here at Major 2 ends. They started the series strong, but well played from the Thieves. La La Land in the end. 250-207, the final score there on the Hacienda closeout. No need for the Vault Game 5. I mean, we were close, man. We were real close to that one, but that is that, folks. It's over there now. Blaze on the stage talking to the Thieves.
Thank you so much, Miles. Texas, show some love to the LA Thieves as they have waken up here in Major 2, getting a win. Envoy, the series, it started off kind of difficult for you guys, all right? But you managed to pull out the hard point in the end, lock up this in a 3-1 victory. Talk to me about what was the game plan in those final few moments at a hard point for you guys not to go to that game 5?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's really just bouncing back from yesterday. I think we had a really lackluster series versus Boston, but props to them for coming out, winning it. And yeah, it's a loser run for us. I think our hard point is just a little overthinking it a bit, I guess.
Okay.
And for that last map right there, I mean, we just stuck to the fundamentals, held the P2, and got a full 60 and 1.
Definitely did play together very well at the end of that one. And then right before that, even in control, you guys having to win a very difficult offensive round there, so you guys didn't go down 2-1. Talk to me about the final round in control, and what was the game plan going into that attacking side?
Yeah, I mean, we played Miami a lot this year, and they always set, like, unreal pace. I mean, even Real had, like, 70 Ikias in the first map.
In that first map, yeah.
Yeah, you know they're just going to run at you, and they made it really hard the first couple offenses, just keeping us trapped in our spawn. But once we got out of our spawn, stacked the point, it was an easy round 5 win.
Easy round 5 going into that map number 4 to close it out. Now, lastly, you still got a lot of Call of Duty here to play this weekend, but what do you want to tell these fans that's watching the watch parties, watching the venue, that's came to support the Thieves this weekend?
Yeah, thank you guys all for showing up. I know we had a bad day yesterday, but today we're making the run.
All right, that's going to do it for me and Envoy on the stage. Make some more noise for the LA Thieves. And Puckett, take us away.
Awesome stuff from Envoy, as always, on the microphone. LA Thieves confident in their play tonight, and good news, if you're an LA Thieves fan, you could see them again at the end of the night. They'll play either Vegas or Carolina.
Yeah, you got through that one.
You did.
I think I was stressed. The fans were stressed. Nate was stressed. Their parents were stressed. It was not
yeah.
the cleanest thing. It was not the prettiest thing. The Scrap and Hydra you saw online has not been here so far. And maybe Heretics, we kind of doubted. They're playing in Miami? Like, it's tough for them maybe online. They've been one of the worst online teams. They're playing a bit better on land, but we still haven't seen the Thieves we expected.
Metals saved his spot on the roster with his play today.
The man
was
was
on
looking
fire.
like
But
Hydra.
let's take a look at some
Hydra
of the
looking like
highlights
him.
here from game number 4. Allie, you were hooting, hollering,
I was.
squealing, screaming at the LA Thieves players, and they can't hear you. What was going
I
on?
was so mad back in the green room watching this map 4 from the Los Angeles Thieves, just because obviously the expectations during stage 2 were set incredibly high from this team when it came to respawn, and it was the easiest problem to pinpoint, and even Envoy touched on it on stage. Miami Heretics set a very fast pace in respawns, and the response to that should be to hold your irons and play your fundamentals. What did LA Thieves do? Their ARs started playing like SMGs throughout the entirety of this Hacienda until the very end, and it was extremely frustrating to watch. I was watching them fly out of bottom mid like they were running with a sub. So for LA Thieves, cool, calm, collected, slow it down. You know how to play the game. I think maybe they just got a little too amped up, a little too wrapped up in the pace that was set. That P2 was beautiful from the LA Thieves. That is what we expect, and that is hopefully what we see for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, what a tough draw if you're Miami. I mean, that was a good performance that they just had, right?
It was.
They beat a lot of other teams. Yeah.
They beat a lot of other teams in that situation. I mean, Real was absolutely popping off, so we got to show them their flowers. They have delivered a lot of good performances on land, but in terms of LA Thieves, that's just not the same team that we saw online. It really isn't, right? So they had to do some soul searching throughout. You heard Envoy as in the control, we just had to get out of our spot and stack the point.
Yeah.
Every single series versus these teams, they've had a different approach in how they want to play the maps and beat them. In this one, they had it in that control, finally get out. It's those are the decisions and the uniqueness that this team had in each match online. We hadn't seen it. glad they can find it in the
Hit me with it, Clint. I know you've been waiting.
I just think like you kind of heard Envoy say it on the stage, like we're overthinking things, and I think that's what you heard from like Optic when they started to struggle. The second, like when you're like a good team and then you're suddenly not a good team, you overthink every single situation. It's just hard to probably get out of that funk when you're on
And
land
also,
and don't have much time to do it.
Like one player being different, like can just throw you off. Like you saw how slow Hydra started, Scrap as well. Like Scrap had the most damage in the lobby, and that's crazy because of what Real was doing. But Scrap wasn't finishing a lot of his kills in the hard points, right? So it got tough. He ended up getting comfortable as we went on. I'm excited to see how Thieves like.
It's just the online to land, man.
You guys want to talk more about Scrap and Friends? Here, we can do it in our Scuff play of the game. Take a look at this bad boy. It's the final round of Control Swing Game 3. This is where LA started to gain that confidence, Allie.
Yeah, and again, Envoy touched on it. Like they started playing as a team once again. They started slowing down, letting their SMGs do their jobs. Envoy, in so many situations during these respawns, saved LA Thieves. Even in that Hacienda, you talk about that fences play when he started to rotate early and play his life. Even now, when you talk about the control, he's the guy playing top flat in these hallways and holding this control. So for LA Thieves, I'm glad they were able to make the adjustments in the middle of this games and not lose an unfortunate series and get sent out day 2.
LA Thieves, you've heard Hydra say, I was only playing at 75%. I was playing at 85%. I felt like we only saw 75% of LA Thieves so far in this tournament.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That's probably been the most shocking thing, especially like Hydra for me. Like he's finally gotten back to like that godlike form, or so we thought, at least through the qualifier. To see him seemingly reverting. Yeah, no, and we were looking there like, what the hell? Like,
but he did win them the map. I mean, the Rock 3-piece
up.
solidified it for them.
Yeah.
Like, that was
Remind everybody, we have 3 of our top 4 seeds in the elimination bracket today. LA Thieves survived their first test. They will battle against the winner of Royal Ravens or Falcons. That'll be match number 2 on the day. We got Rocker versus Optic, and of course, LAG taking on Toronto. But when we come back from break, it's a battle of the birds.
What is up?
Vegas
What
with
is
their
up?
first match win of the season.
What's up?
They're taking on a struggling Carolina.
Don't know it's Carolina though. No. Life.
Into it. The player, or you can get the player to us, or
$13,000.
I'll go top and give ball checks. Hey, what's up? Make sure somebody gets ball checks. I'll get ball checks. He can go third. He's talking. Back on. He said, he said. What was that?
Took out Toronto last year, right? Yep.
One tractor for sure, okay?
Oh, Hydra's
one shot. Heard you. Nice, good job. Bomb, one shot. Do you want bang? Nice. One square. Draws on bomb. Give me a sec. One shot. Nice. Last guy broken. Bring me. I'm gonna hop. He's still broken. Broken weak on you guys. Nice. Is everyone nice? Go A. Yo, next time go A, guys. Yeah, they're gonna get whopping day. Yeah, nah, this is insane.
We're gonna be really good.
I like your trophies. Which one's your favorite?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know. This one seems like insane. Look at this one too. Like this is crazy. Like
The golden nut, baby. The diamond nut. Excuse me.
you know what I'm saying? How could I not be like? How could I not feel like I'm not gonna lose? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you. Is like, Sib, you're coming into a winning culture. These guys won champs. We obviously
In the corner.
They didn't. They won one major last. High.
Nice, bro. I would have killed him. I just ammo.
This is ugly, bro. What are they doing on the map?
He's in the close left, close.
What, pool?
Nice. Yeah, that's it. Tap push freezer.
Cool, that's
Tap push
fucking.
freezer. I'm trying
Oh, whenever I decide to go play in a tournament. Oh, it's not.
I was side door and it killed me. I was like right inside a side door.
Can't wait.
Welcome to the eSports Report. On this week's show, we cover the current COD League standings.
We're front side. There's two. Give me this one. Nice. Last one there, son. I'll block. Oh my god.
Alright, hey chat, watch this. Alright, let's go play the game and let's take a look at this bad.
Obviously having a big performance there over at that Trade Hill. This guy is looking to finally really pick it up. He's had a few slower maps, but I guess
major right now, COD major.
Now 16 and 9 and forces
I wanna go to fucking. Hoping soon we get this team might do a couple games. COD games.
Hardpoint located.
Fucking nade.
Did I just get killed by a fucking door?
Hardpoint located.
I just jumped back.
Did I just get killed by a fucking door?
Standing will get green from under assault. Quickly finds the kill. No. Oh! He's gone for the assassination! Didn't hold the button now. The 2025 Vegas Falcons team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to let them know who was here. It was a Falcon. Next time you boot up, sue up at the in-game shop.
I know that voice. Welcome to the desk, Master Miles Ross. We have a battle of the birds. Falcons versus Ravens. Carolina coming in with about 8 spots higher on the leaderboard. The bird ball.
Bird Bowl, last time they met, Ravens came out on top. TJ Haley still, though, fear in his heart. Doesn't want to be the first team to fall to the Falcons. This could be it.
Not even one. He said, like, I know that we're going to be the first team to fall. So, like, he's manifested this moment.
I had a chance to run into some of the Falcons players backstage. King he's just vibing. He's got a huge smile. He's loving the energy of Texas. We'll see how he handles Slashers Ravens. Before we get to that, though, we have things heating up in Texas, and it's time to play a little game, Miles. We call it burgers.
I love both of those things.
You ready?
And I love the game. I'm ready. Slasher.
Burger or fry? Guess now.
Oh, it's definitely a burger.
Oh.
No, it's a burger for sure.
Oh.
Yes. It was on the way out. It was definitely a burger.
That's a stinky burger
He gets
right
the
there.
puns. It's got to be a burger. He just has to be. Absolutely.
Testing on those bad boys. Here's Sib going to work. Final
this is attached
quad feed. That's got to be frying.
Oh, man.
Ding, ding, ding. How many quad feeds will we see this weekend?
That might be the only one. There's no way.
No, we'll see a couple more. We might see some in this match. TJ Halley's about maybe.
That's
Gotta get ready for it.
disrespectful.
That could happen.
Sib fired up after that performance. They went on to 3-0. Here's a look at a fry. No. Burger move.
Want some
Dan
food?
Ghosty off the map. Boston Breach
No,
takes
it
game
was 5
4.
headless, and Giggle was on a 6, and so he was like, I'm not trying to give him a 7. You know what I'm saying?
Smart.
Yeah.
Don't
Not
feed
feeding
them
the
streets.
streets.
Okay, let's
This is
go over
Fry
here to
Man.
Cloud9. This is game 3 against Toronto.
This is Mackenzie Mounts. This is the schmoove
Mac
man.
has never had a burger clip. It's always a fry clip.
It's always a fry.
I couldn't go back to MW.
2 years ago.
All right, we're going to different
Cruise missile.
games.
I can get you a
I'm
couple.
talking about our segments.
He took
okay?
a season off after
We always
that
give them
score streak.
fry segments.
All right, incredible stuff here from Beans Frijoles. No, hitting the shoulder, the grenades land, and the stun slow you down. Sorry, guys.
Ow.
Trophies win again.
Trophy hurts quite a lot. That's a decent amount of damage. That's a weighty thing to throw at your friends.
Have you ever paid attention? How much damage does it do?
Like 25. Yeah.
I wish I could
If
throw
you're
a trophy
throwing it
at
on a
you guys.
teammate? 9
Sorry,
damage.
9 damage.
Shout
Why
out
not?
to our mathematicians on production. By the way, production's been on point this week, Miles.
Yeah, no, they have thrown me under the bus with incredible pace there. It's really good.
Are you ready for this one?
Yes.
We got Carolina Royal Ravens. It's TJ Haley's team. Take a look at the best squad to represent North and South Carolina. Nameless, talk to me about the powder blue.
Yeah, I mean, well, so far this year, I mean, top 4 in every single tournament that we've had. Even when they did lose their first match at Major 1, they were able to bounce back and make an incredible run. And even in our minors, just consistently under pressure, they have been able to deliver. We thought Gwyn was taking a big step this stage. I mean, in stage 1, it was really TJ. Slasher had some really good performances, and now it was like Gwyn's world. This is your team to take over. In their first match here on land, Gwyn was nowhere to be found. Lowest damage in the lobby. Like, you need that guy to be a star if you're to get to that next step. That is the story, and that's what we're focused on.
In his third game, the man was up in the 30s. Is that not good enough? What do you need to see from Gwyn for you to be happy?
I need to see him have in a tournament, prolonged excellence like he does online, right? Taking over games for them in the clutch moments, like delivering consistently. That's what we see. Hydra starts off with a bad map. What happens? Wins them the game with a huge 3-piece at Rock when it matters most. Those are the type of plays that Gwyn does online. It has to happen on that stage.
I expect him to get back to his normal self in this fight. He's
He
playing
should.
against the Vegas Falcons. They are at the bottom of the leaderboard in almost every category. They have won a few search and destroys, a handful of controls, but they're still looking for that first match victory. Their weakness, definitely hard point. They're winless in a game mode at this point in the season.
You're right, but there's no better situation for Falcons right now than this one. To pull Carolina Royal Ravens, you just took a map off of them in control, which has been their worst game mode, and then you kept the hard points within 20 points. So if anything, this is the ideal situation of setting yourself up to possibly get your first win in hardpoint and get your first win on land. And Exted, I mean, he's been unreal this split. I mean, across the board, the slate's been pretty okay for the side of Falcons. It's just closing out some of these maps they have severely struggled with.
Yeah, I mean, they've been not bad at control this split. I mean, you're talking, they're 3 and 5 in it, and they've won 1 versus Carolina. And when they did play Carolina, it was Exted who was frying them, right? So extremely comfortable. You know, they recently just watched their VOD, so just a little buffer on that. Approach to veto is different here, and you feel like you have a shot.
Miles, for the Falcons, you're not just holding an L. You have an arm overflowing with them right now to stop the bleeding. Can you stop this man? He goes by the name of TJ Haley.
That's not easy to do, Chris.
Crumble cookie.
Have succeeded, many have tried. TJ is a difficult player to deal with. Madrid was one of the most impressive runs we saw him have individually, an incredibly consistent play. Super clutch and search destroy, very destructive in the hard points. He's a player to deal with, man. I mean, that's the bottom line. He's got a lot of fans in the menu. And
on the other side,
he's single and ready to mingle, Chris.
Dropping good numbers as well, Ali.
Yeah, he's done well in the search and destroys, and honestly, he's done fairly well in the respawns as well. He's been kind of average across the board, rocking up 0.9 when it comes to control and hardpoint. I don't think S&D is going to be the win path here for Vegas Falcons. I think they kind of have to write off that map too, and they have to go for the full respawns.
Whoa,
wait, did you say not S&D? You haven't won a hard point all season now.
They've kept it within 20.
That's the problem.
Listen.
That's the problem with this matchup, though. They got 6-0 by Carolina in search.
That's what I'm saying,
though. It was TJ with chopsticks,
Do
right?
not expect to win that search and
you have
destroy.
to find a way to do it, though.
If they're going to, it has to be in the respawn.
Production, you don't have to.
You're right there, Rosalie. You guys are right.
We got 5 coming your way.
This is the worst team in the CDL.
And we'll close it out on protocol
Falcons.
if we get to a
Vegas.
search and destroy. Can Falcons take us to a game 5?
No.
I mean, potentially, yes, Chris.
I can't even win a hard
They
point.
feel comfortable there. Their offenses are actually phenomenal when they played them there. And that vault, I mean, we've seen them get so close on vault, right? We've seen Exit extremely comfortable on that map. It has to start with the game 3.
Quick picks coming in here. It's our Scuff Pick'ems. Ali is
Thank
leading
you for the
everyone
like,
to
fucker.
answer online, and I think most people see the 12th seed exiting. I got Carolina. Miles?
If the Falcons win it, I'm getting a face tattoo, so in that case...
Yo, you been playing lots of COD?
I'm going to have fun today. I'm going to go with Vegas Falcons.
Whoa!
Alley Cat's going Vegas Falcons.
Awesome. I'm going to go with Carolina.
Feeling it. I don't know. Awesome. I get 11 behind. Don't
Find
start
Ali
with me right
on
now.
Twitter for now. We go to the stage. Let's get this party started, Blaze.
Thank you so much, Puckett. And don't worry, Allie. I think we got a lot of Las Vegas fans in the building today in this matchup of the Birds. But who's going to strike first? It's time to find out, because the first team flying to the stage without further delay is going to be the Las Vegas Falcons. some noise for Wixel, Xnid, King, and The Falcons looking to level up here in Major 2. Can they get it done? We've seen crazier things this weekend. One more time, Texas, as they spread their wings to the stage, the Las Vegas Falcons.
Listen, man, at some point, you gotta get one across the line. There is no better situation for
Give it to him, man. They're sticking it out. I like to see I like to see new Saudi teams come in, man. It's awesome. I love it.
Keep the consistency through the ends of these maps. We've got to sell the dream, and they're looking for at least one, and there's no better place to do it than on land. I see smiles, I see confidence, and I think I can believe in this Vegas Falcons team. It's time to bring out the other ones. Let's go, Blaze.
Let's bring out their opponents, and you call them Royal Ravens for a reason. Get ready, Texas, because here comes Carolina.
Can't have that as copyright. DJ, Teach, Vivid, Reese, Gwen, Slasher coming up. Oh, let it go.
The Carolina Royal Ravens. Coming out, we got Vivid, Gwen, Slasher, and TJ Halley. They don't care about the booze, because the vibes are high, and the Ravens are ready to fly higher. Make some noise in the chat, because the Ravens are ready to throw down.
Surprisingly, the fans are against him. You can see the bewilderness on Slasher's face. They have to establish dominance in this matchup, and it has to start early. You cannot be the team to lose a hard point to the Falcons. It can't happen, and it's going to be a banger. Who knows what will happen next, Blaze, but I'm ready to get it going.
I'm ready to get it going. And Texas, you guys ready to get it going? That's what we talking about. Shift study. Let's fly.
Ooh, there's a little electricity in the air, a certain mystique, a certain energy starting to fill up the credit union of Texas here in Allen, Texas. This is going to be fun. I mean, tight series last time they played.
Oh, yeah, it went at least 4 maps. It didn't go all the way to the distance, but Vegas played really tight besides that search and destroy. So you got to be feeling super confident that this is the team that you draw, because this is the last match that you ended the qualifiers with.
Indeed the case, but double red card to get us started. That kind of throws things in a bit of limbo, I think.
Yeah.
When you look at Carolina, you have to come out. You got to start off 2-0. You just have to, based on the fact that you've really been a solid search and destroy team on the map. Hardpoint, they're getting reps on it. There's been a couple of mismatched results, a couple that have gone, I think maybe one to the game time, but this is the thing about this Vegas team is you could get onto a mixy map like red card, get lost, try to cause some chaos. Maybe the game clock comes into play, kind of adds a 5th man element to the map.
Yeah, now red card is one of those freaky maps where you find yourself playing a lot of white time.
Okay,
like you're put in situations where you need to find kill after kill.
Wishing he's on that stage, man.
But
Did it for so many years.
Vegas, we have seen improvements every single time throughout this qualifiers. They've had a lot tighter hard points, been taking some search and destroys. The same thing could be said for some controls. They have been starting to understand the game more, but I think if you're Carolina, and the last time we interviewed TJ, he was saying that these guys can shoot. You can't have that today because this series is way too tight for comfort.
And here's a look back at when they last played. Again, it was just a couple of days ago, it feels like at this point. Again, I think the thing about this Vegas team is we've seen a number of results where they've come out hot. They've been up 70-20, 90-30s, things like that. But they can't close out those hard point maps. And we've kind of had a chance to talk to Clayster a little bit while we were on the way in on Wednesday for our rehearsal. It's just like the guys just get so antsy. They get a little bit like blacked out where they're just not taking the max macro focused, you're not taking the breath to just chill and play good Call of Duty in those final moments, you're going to have that here.
Oh, yeah, it's just hard to have that in this moment because he's talking about experience. You don't really learn that day to day. That comes over time.
Yeah.
So if you are Vegas, it's about trying to speed up that timing process, trying to figure out things a lot quicker than you need to. But I don't know, man. I just have this feeling. The true underdog story. You even heard as soon as they walked onto the stage, the crowd wants these guys to win. So they know that they have the audience on their side. And the vibes are definitely high because, you know, Exton is always smiling from cheek to cheek.
And that's kind of the thing about this Vegas squad. Like, whenever we talk about teams that are not successful, just largely speaking, you see like a total lack of confidence.
Yeah.
These guys don't have that. It's just straight energy all the time, even in the tight moments where you can see them getting dejected because it's a 250 to 233 loss. They feel like they can win those games, but they never really feel like their confidence gets shaken. On the other side of things, they're talking about the Carolina Royal Ravens squad. You know, Major 1 at Madrid was a little bit of a different story. David has, you know, a little bit of an illness issue with the eye and all that stuff, but he comes back in, plays really solid. It's just something about day one for this Carolina team. And I think in particular, you got to look at Gwyn because he's been under a lot of our scrutiny when it comes to how he played on land.
Oh, yeah. Without question, online, he is their MVP. He's putting up double digits in Search and Destroy, consistent as hell in the respawns, but so far on land, at a .9 hardpoint record, we don't want that to be the case.
Correct.
You are their main slayer. You have to be able to find your comfortability on the map. And in this series, he might just be able to do that because you're going up against Vegas. Like, no one's expecting you guys to lose
he has
this
to
series.
put on a
Everybody in the world
good
is thinking
showing.
Carolina should be able to get past the 12
For sure,
seed with ease. But it's
Very
just like
good
when
showing.
nobody's
Put on
expecting
a
you to
very
win,
good
when you have no
showing.
pressure,
Honest.
Vegas can come out different.
And for Carolina, the pressure could not be higher, and especially in this matchup.
Good
They were
stats
before. You don't
online,
want to be
and
the
they
first
kept
team to
playing
lose a
it.
hard point.
That-
And that would really, I think,
Some people do it.
rattle the cages, so to speak. But it is the Bird Bowl, as Miles has coined it. Hard point, of course. Well, you see how numbers speak louder than words can in that instance. But there's something in the air. This feels that way. I don't know if it's just because the green wall finds itself wanting to root for the David story, this David and Goliath, or it's just because the narrative continues to build for when is it going to happen, and maybe that time is now. We've got the Vegas Falcons,
Hopefully.
we've got the Carolina Ravens on red card hard point. Let's get it on.
I think if you're Vegas, the
You
only way you
going
take this
out,
series is by taking
going
this
mid.
match number one. So you got to come out.
Out is big key on the
starting off on the preferred side. Carolina putting a lot of focus over towards Hedge, and Gwyn off to a perfect start. 2-0, 3 go down, instantly off an L.
I think the thing about Gwyn is talking about his individual performance, especially kind of reflecting on yesterday, he just is getting in the mix too often. Take a little bit of time, set up your team, work with your team. Don't just go running looking for engagements. And so far, so good. Good patience to the middle of the map. TJ looking to try to shut down any rotations in the backside of this play. Has DeHoom in his sights, and that'll be enough for an elimination, allowing Carolina to continue to control the outside of the map.
And you can already see on your mini-map, Vegas are understanding what they need to prioritize going over towards P2. We have to work our way out towards stage. We have one player in King who's taking a sweet time on that approach, but now he knows we can't give up all this time here. He's going to give him his positioning, try to go for the turn and burn, but Gwyn is able to take care of him. So technically, Vegas win the rotation, but Carolina have them trapped.
Yeah, every elimination going to be a big one here on the opening.
They are. We need Gwyn to show up. Gwyn shows up, we're good.
Find the first elimination. A little trouble there for Slasher. Gwyn able to at least follow up for one trade. Looking for more on the outside of the goal. Pistol out, but Crossfire setups are decent. Vegas holding pretty solidly from the front here.
Oh, this is fantastic because you're not expecting them to set up these crossfires, hold down this P2 from the back end. But they're at least making Carolina work a lot more harder to find this break. They eventually get it done with Slasher finding 2. Still 30 seconds left to fight for here, and Vegas needs to start hitting some routes because you don't want to get trapped in.
Yeah, it looks like they still want to try to commit for this whole time. Whistle seen at range, and that's 3 dead for Carolina. To whom seen over the middle of the map. No route's going to be hit here for Vegas, so Carolina will have to be able to just kind of walk backwards into this new hard point. Nice shutdown from King. Puts a little bit more pressure over towards TJ, especially considering the last 2 Raven members are still playing on the old time.
Yeah, and this is where you have to make this play count if you're Vegas, because you send all 4 players off the rotation, effective on the trade onto TJ. So you win the rotation again, this time over towards P3. Carolina are now trying to find a couple kills in C. You get info on the first player over towards the ticket side, but Wixel finds that kill, and an unfortunate teammate is still going to allow Vegas to have the numbers and hold on.
Yeah, it's going to slow down Carolina completely. And good follow-up here from Vegas.
Nice shots, Vegas. There we go. Let's see the hard.
Carolina. Do Vegas get a read on this?
Oh, they got 2 behind spawns. What? Spawn behind them.
Able to get back in for almost 2. Only gets the first though. And now all of a sudden the Ravens can do the exact same thing. Push out, get some good control here at P3.
Yeah, they got all 4 deads, and now spawns flip. Vegas are trapped towards the back, and now Exit's going to hit through the elevator. Try to jump out of the window to flip those spawns right on back. But Slasher's watching that angle. You're going to dance around the pillar. Let me invest the stun. Go back for the challenge.
Nice shot.
At least a 3 dead. Carolina now spawning towards the back end. This is ideal if you're Vegas.
Need some stuns, trying to hold back this Carolina rotation. Vegas just need to hold on to hedges here. Don't get too over aggressive. Just lock down your lanes, have someone back into the hard point, and you can turn this into not just maybe a tie game, you could possibly flip the lead back to your direction. Carolina's still stuck over towards P3, slow to make their way out. King in a really good position to watch the crossfire, and there it is, 3 down. Vegas starting to cook.
Okay.
Ooh, you almost got
change on the horizon here. Vegas have the crosses being watched. Maybe if you're Exodus or King, pull out that 30-yard and make those crossfires a little bit easier, but second attempt here for Carolina on the break. They find the initial kill. They find the kill on the pinch. They find 3 dead, and they leave him alive. Towards the top window, you can stay up there, buddy. We're going to soak this time.
Yeah, just a little bit too passive for Vegas in terms of the angles.
Yeah. Way too passive. Way too passive.
Carolina capitalize, and now the scrap 20 seconds are looking really solid for the Ravens. Nice shots from TJ on 4 in a row.
Very nice.
Does he get information on the player over through tickets? Seems like Wixel may have taken a couple of shots. Slasher's also trying to hunt him down, and ooh, nice win from Wixel. But TJ on 5. Now building towards potentially a Hellstorm pending. He could find a couple more eliminations over the top of the new hill. Over through ticket, another contestant. Just rocking with the AR though, and good teamwork for Vegas to isolate.
Yeah, beautiful teamwork there from Vegas. That's now 4 hard points that they technically have won the rotation to.
They can run rotations and they can do the hard points, but they have a hard time holding.
They're staying in that same exact setup. Carolina just checks the same spots, identifying that second wave of kills, but you got Exnid, who can flip the switch instantly on 5 in a row, make it number 6, and he's going to continue to be aggressive.
He's got, how about Exnid? 7 in a row. 1 off of a Hellstorm. We're going to stay inside the hard point. He's able to earn that. Big moment here from Vegas. Lots of time being earned on bleachers. Carolina trying to set up a pinch in the middle of the map. Wasn't able to shut down Exnid inside the hill. Follow-up eliminations are good, and the Ravens will at least neutralize the time for now.
Yeah, and that's communication right there, not hitting for Vegas, because they have every single angle covered. Just no one watching over towards ticket. Thankfully, Carolina take the long route, find that opening kill, which leads to the break. Still allows them to have this 20-point lead at the end of our first set of hard points. The battle for hedge is going down. To whom lines up a double. Now you just camp over towards stage. Tell your teammates hop in the hard point.
Yeah, it's been solid for a first hill set of rotations for Vegas. We've said that a lot, though. Yeah. That they can go 50-50 with teams through the first set. It's when things start to get tense, when things start to get tight. They don't lock down on the macro gameplay. Just often just falls apart. We start to see them get very isolated, very individualistic. Can that change here? Exit trying to win back some space at mid-map, slips by a couple of Ravens, then turns his focus over towards Slasher, but the kill doesn't come through, leaving King by himself.
There's still a lot of time to work with, so I don't think this game is going to come down to white clock. Trying to set up this pinch is going to be Wixel.
Woo, Wixel!
So now Vegas only down by 10. Still want to put a lot of focus over towards hedge. You find the trade onto TJ.
Nice shot.
Have the spawns over towards Eskies. Let's just soak up as much hill time as we possibly can, because we can trap Carolina towards the back side of P2.
That's what the attempt is at the moment. 12 seconds with the time left. Looking like it's large, going to go to game clock. King on 4 in a row, holding his position, looking for the rotation to 2, but just not able to track down where the Ravens are. And these are, again, one of those moments that you start to look at for Vegas. They're scattered, they're split spawned. How do they get together to try to set up a break?
Yeah, this is a big situation because the Hum was staying alive over towards stage, but before that hill pops, King actually spawns on in. Exit at the same time has an Hellstorm, so they have the power spots. They're trying to find a break. Let's step aside and go to elicit it with Vegas.
Wow. Come on, guys. Come on, I'd like to see Vegas pull something here. But it's not looking yet.
انا اشوف المتكافئ زين انا اشوف التري حقتك ما في احد يفلك بيسوي اللي منه عادي عادي ما قلب انا بيتو انا بفلك اشوف مين انا ما حد يمين
Ooh! King slot. Wow, that was a good shot on Slash.
Yeah, another one of those moments on that last hard
Nice
point
shots,
where Vegas could not get themselves together to find any sort of a break or even really a look at the hill. And now this game really resorts to Vegas having to hold down stage completely.
Yeah, and it all
That's
started
not
at
happening.
P2, man, with TJ just hits the heads up route. He goes all the way around backside ticket. Vegas think that they still have them trapped with the backside of P2, but then he plays it patient, waits for a couple kills to go down. Then when the players are already off the respawn, he pops a double instantly and flip Vegas, and then they chain that over towards P3. Still a 50-point difference here. Wow. Trying to find the break in towards P4, essentially for the final 25 seconds and keep the lead the way that they have. But Vegas had that moment in this game where if they just made a play on TJ, they would still be in this one.
Yeah, another one of those moments too where we talk about this a lot when we've watched this Vegas squad where they're trying to make the right play, but then they just get doubled up when you need to be able to secure trades or a 1v1 that they just aren't able to quite capitalize on. So now we go back over to bleachers again. 170 to 232. Vegas have done well when it comes to managing time on this relatively 50-50 hill, but this has not been the same start as they were here last time. King shut down, and that will be enough for Carolina to control space.
Yeah, that's the second time now that we see Vegas win the rotation, but not put any focus in towards kitchen. So Carolina hit that same exact route, find the
It's like most of their hills, they get all the rotations
in their favor. Not only need 10 seconds to close out this map, number one Vegas is so damn far. Don't think they're going to be able to touch.
If it does get shut down, Gwyn, front line, first kill is good, second, oh, there it is, and that should be enough. Carolina will take map number one. Again, another one of those maps, though, where it's like, it's so close until it isn't for Vegas.
And it's always like just one moment. Just one moment happens to them, and it's just the difference in the entire game. You were going blow for blow until we got to the second P2. You were initially holding down the first push. You have an understanding of where those players are going to hit those routes. But this time, TJ, instead of going through ticket and cutting it early over towards hedge, he takes his sweet time to work all the way around the stadium, come up behind them off the respawn. And then, because you heard it in their comps, they were looking for Gwyn, they were looking for TJ, but by the time they found TJ, he already found a couple kills and made the impactful play to win them the map to also chain it over towards P3. But Vegas, they were fighting. They were fighting until, obviously, the situation where TJ did what he did.
Yeah, 28 and 16 from Gwyn. 25 of those eliminations are non-traded. So we're going to talk about him stepping up from yesterday. That's an immediate reflection of that. Same thing for Slash, 26 and 16, 23 of those non-traded. Both of those two players over a minute in the hard point with a number of objective kills as well. And I think that's another part of it. You talk about the fact that Vegas finding an opportunity to get themselves rotated correctly, but then Carolina just on the hill, winning the gunfights that matter the most, getting their secured breaks, I think especially a lot in that second rotation of hills.
Yeah, and if you also think about both P5s that they had, first one, like they were perfect. You had Xnet go on 7 in a row, and at that point, you know it's a clean 4 dead. Someone has to try to hit a route. They're not just going to bombard their way through the bottom side of Eskies or through the top side of God Hetty. Someone's going to try to go for a pinch play, but unfortunately, no one's watching towards ticket. So that's 2 times now where Vegas could have got a lot of time here. This is specifically what I'm talking about. When TJ just walks his way through ticket, finds the opening, and then everything just breaks on down after that. It's just those plays right there. Once Vegas starts to understand, like, okay, there's a default way to play it. There's multiple different ways to play it. Oh, this guy has an advanced route that he just caught me off guard with. Still learning.
Yeah. And this P3 was where the game got out of hand. I mean, we were dealing with a 120 to 117 point game, and then all of a sudden you look at the scoreboard, and it's 200 plus to 130. It's just that's the way red card can be sometimes. I think especially, like, again, that awareness you're talking about around the map, making sure we know who's responsible for what, and more importantly, how are we trying to scout out that information? Are we staying and playing around each other looking for trades, or are we trying to scout that through? And yeah, you can see that big jump between B2 to B3 as everything was tight again until it wasn't. So Carolina looking solid, I think, just generally speaking. Other side, Vegas still looking to kind of get that next layer put together, but we'll stay on red card as we go to the search and destroy. At one point in time, Carolina, this was like a bread and butter map selection for them. Not as strong lately, still definitely one that they like to see in a series. Just comes down to how convincing can they be, because last time they played, the Search and Destroy was a wash.
Yeah, it was a clean 6-0, which was that map number 5 on protocol. The red card, though, for Carolina, they played it in the series yesterday versus Vancouver.
Yeah.
They lost the first blood fights, couldn't really find a lot of success in their post plants as well, as Vancouver were just finding the initial gunfight, always having the numbers, so they always have the numbers off the retake. Exactly. If you're Carolina today, just play for your picks, because on the opposite side of Vegas, believe it or not, this is probably their best Search and Destroy map.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we look at the search, we look at the control. Obviously, with no hardpoint wins, that's where you have to build the storyline for the series for Vegas. So, not that this is a must-win map, but
no, it is.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, no, it's a must-win.
I mean, it's just one of those things. Like, how do you start to even frame up the ability for them to win a hardpoint, let alone a reverse sweep? Difficult to put that together because we haven't seen them win a hardpoint yet. But I don't know. It's just one of those situations that you feel like maybe that little bit of extra energy you get from being in person with a crowd that's supporting you, maybe that can help you get over that hurdle, but tough pretense to be sure.
Oh, yeah. Especially now that you're going in versus one of the top S&D teams that we have in the game. Obviously, they got caught slipping yesterday versus Vancouver, but so far throughout stage 2, third overall record, opening duel win percentage, their majority of the rounds finding first blood, turning that into great conversions on the rounds, and their defenses, they're outstanding. They're one of the best teams in the game at just simply not allowing the bomb plant to go down.
I kind of want to reflect a little bit on that Vancouver series while we have a second. Did you feel like Carolina was like feeling a little bit of the tempo issue, and that's maybe why Gwyn was trying to play so quick, so fast, and just try to keep up with the Neptunes and stuff like that? Because I wouldn't say that they played poor yesterday, it just didn't feel like their game.
No, absolutely right, because the way that Vancouver play is very fast-paced, but they are able to control all of that chaos.
Yeah.
That's why they're one of the top hardpoint teams that we have in the game. They have the playmakers who are not afraid to make plays or hit certain routes in Search and Destroy between 0-4 and Neptune. So it was just, like you said, a lot of movement caught them off guard yesterday. But you know the way that Vegas is going to play. Real slow and steady wins the race. You got one team who's really good at getting bombs down and winning those rounds in Vegas. But then on the opposite side, you got Carolina, who don't allow the bomb to get correct.
Yeah.
And even when you do, they're also phenomenal at retake.
Yeah, the OBJ pressure from Vegas has been a staple of their Search and Destroy gameplay. So things to kind of keep in mind as we jump on in towards this red card. Stuns over the top. I don't think that actually lands on the exit or not, so he may be able to find some freedom to move forward here. Carolina going to allow some of this to happen as they're mostly focused on mid-map.
Double doors are cracked, though. So you are going to have Gwyn in a position heading towards mid, taking, watching that cross and exit, able to dodge death. Gwyn trying to reposition himself, but he's going to be put the one shot. King can't find that kill, still 4v4, but you know the plays at A.
Nades are being cooked up, tossed. Exit does get tagged by one, but he gets the bomb down and slips away. 4v4 for the retake now. Keep your eye on TJ Halley all the way around the back, number 4 in blue. How does he set up the timing on this pinch? First and foremost, you find the guy up top. That's a big first win. Whoa! Wow. The AR swap TJ Halley. That's on second for him. And now you focus over towards the bomb in particular. Already the start for the defuse pushed off as King and Exeter will find a couple of eliminations. Vivid on now for the hop. And King is just simply put too far away to do anything to stop this.
Yeah, easy round there on the retake for Carolina, especially when TJ opens up that first kill and then the snap for the second. Instantly puts them in a numbers advantage. Even though X did 5-1 through bottom stage, that was the most important kill that you needed to find on the round. I thought Vivid right there was also going to commit on that defuse, but once that car bomb blows up, he knows I'm a little weak. Don't want to go timing or get timing in the wrong way. So finds that one-on-one. King not in a situation or in a position to even contest that defuse. Carolina good on the first.
Yeah, the first blood conversion success rate for Carolina has been stellar across the year. So that's also something to kind of keep in mind, you know, when you talk about the objective focus for Vegas versus the first blood focus for Carolina. You really want to lean into the monitors. That's the two things you're looking for. Carolina's first offense. Looking to kind of put a little bit of pressure over the middle of the map, maybe leaning towards B. Slashers, nades just over towards Hedge. Wixel's been seen on rotation by Vivid. That may give Carolina some sort of an insight towards what they want to do.
Yeah, once you watch Wixel back from top trips, you can take a little bit of space over towards stage. Now Wixel putting down shots, you still know he's in that position. Nade is now forced to reposition. The nade good enough to get Vivid to win 29 HP, but yeah, I'm gonna just sit nice and tight in this corner. You can't kill me.
Yeah, but now he doesn't know where Wixel's gone off to, so that information gets countered. Carolina still making the move now as they make their way forward towards the A site. Seems to be the destination that they want. 40 seconds on the clock. Wixel and King are the two defenders that are here. Doom's nearby. Opening shots, they see the commitment.
Oh, big gunfight win there from TJ to strike for the first blood. This is where you're going to start to send Gwyn on his aggressive route, but Wixel and Dahum, they make up for it. Numbers advantage still in favor of Vegas. Slasher finds it, makes it a 2v2, but Xnid with 20 seconds left, just be patient.
Yeah, because he only has the SMG though. Does he trust his line of sight onto the bomb? Yep, he finds Slasher. That was the one trying to plant, and then outside the windows.
Nice.
Jumps into mid-map, finds the second, and that gets the crowd a little riled up.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where, in my opinion, Gwyn has to play a little bit quicker because your teammates are all on the front side of that A bomb. Yeah. You already worked your way through B to work on that late pinch. But by the time you get into the play, you're already in a man disadvantage after you found that first kill. And then Xnid, who runs right by you, makes the impactful closing out play there to find 2. Able to tie the game. So Carolina did everything right. It's just Gwyn has to be a little bit more active on that pinch there.
Absolutely. Well, chess game between these two early. And we've seen Vegas when they play this map, they love to try to find these set nades over towards stage, win some pressure on the low side at mid, then make their move. Oh, TJ's been seen. Can they find an isolation? They know there's someone on the cross. Exit gets caught. King able to find the trade. That's your bomb carrier down, though, and TJ's still tucked in the corner.
Yeah, they still know that TJ's here, so Wixel's going to try to find a different angle of approach. Has him down to 29 HP. Sets up King for that kill. So numbers in favor of Vegas. Starting to hit that rotation over towards B. You have Gwyn playing it safe over towards A, and now it's all on Slash.
Yeah, I love this call from Vegas. You know, you've got the defense leaning over towards the A site. You've got a 3v1 matter where you go. Slasher finds the first, though. Timing was not exactly ideal as King was still making his way over towards the outside of the double doors. And now all of a sudden, Carolina can take the map back away from them.
Yeah, this is perfect because Gwyn might be getting too aggressive there, but wins the gunfight versus Wixel. And now Vegas left in a 1v2. King knows that Slasher was nearby. You didn't get any info after Gwyn picks up that kill as well if he's still nearby him, but 20 seconds to go, we're going over towards A.
Yeah, that's another one of those 1v1s. It's just, gosh, you wish that you would have had. Hard scoped on the angle, that's your one job. Gwyn smokes you. King for the plant. Carolina, they're gonna not allow him an exit here. Yep, easy peasy, no problems. Carolina gonna go 2-on.
It's another one of those rounds where Vegas, obviously you have the numbers. You go 2 for 3 in the trades. You're trying to isolate the player on towards B. It's just the first guy gets a little too aggressive at the wrong time. Not everyone's there to at least trap Slasher in towards that site. Then once you turn it into a 2v2, you start to pick up pinches, you start to watch mid-ticket, try to play the timings, and the fact that Gwyn is able to win that one-on-one gunfight.
Yeah.
Basically secures the round there for Carolina. So all our defenses so far in this S&D, Carolina again on the offense.
Bomb's gonna pull towards mid here for Carolina. Well, 3-1 split off with Slasher, the one responsible for watching outside towards stage. Seen this before where, yep, TJ's gonna try to get as far forward as possible and then try to set something up to see if he can maybe follow up on nades that his teammates throw in towards the side. Slasher has lost his 1v1 though outside. Big win from TJ inside the bomb site. Xnid also reveals himself though over towards the tight side of mid. TJ for the push through. Oh, big win from TJ. That's now 2 in a row. You don't have to commit to this if you're Carolina, but they're going to, and Vegas are here.
Are they going to contest it instantly while this bomb is still getting planted? No, so now it's instantly a duel of 2v2 in towards Cafe.
Yeah, stuns will exchange. Nade will push Carolina back just a touch. Divot over a real tough heady, though. This is a very difficult site to break on into. One more nade still to be cooked up. The King dives forward, doesn't find the win. Leaves it to the 1v1 with Wixel. What a push through. Wixel caught before he could even reset himself to take the 1v1. That'll be now 3-1 for Carolina. And they've taken, again, just so much convincing control so early.
That's all on TJ there. He's been their standout S&D player ever since he joined this lineup. He always is making plays. But TJ, once his teammates get taken down first, he instantly makes up for it, finds that trade onto Dahum. Then you know you have Xnid trapped in towards Closet.
Yeah.
Make it a 2v2, instantly commit on the bomb plant. And then in a 1v1, you know you still have the advantage. Carolina starting to pull away, up by 2. First attacking round secured of the map. Now if you are Vegas, I think it's just like a pace change. Let's just all 4 go at the same time.
And that's what you're getting here, Jay. Problem is, Carolina's doing the same thing through B. Initial exchange is decent. Slasher backing up. Gwyn following behind that will take it now just to Dahum immediately to a 1v3. And he'll be seen. Yeah, Gwyn wants that one. He's feeling good today, you could tell. Wow. Just blind counter.
And that's so tough that blind counter comes in that moment when you make that change for the pacing, because now you're thinking, all right, we can't do that. Like, they were just prepared for it. We got to try to slow down every other round after this. But Carolina matched the aggression. Got a couple creepy crawlers, caterpillars working their way through that B site. Just trying to be sneaky. So they go 3 for 1, leave the Whom last one alive, and now Carolina, firm grip of this SMD.
Yeah, Carolina's looking really comfortable in this search.
Played it yesterday, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Played it a lot, just generally speaking. Let's be honest.
It's like their 10th time playing this match.
Exactly. Right back over to TJ at mid. Slasher watching over him. Slasher's the one carrying the bomb here, so assume this round's going to be pretty slow. Trust the SMGs to go try to search out information. Hedges will go their direction, and now Vegas are kind of just tucked playing corners. And this double SMG hit through sidewalk could be deadly.
We have the cross being watched, though, from Wixel, so he's going to get information. They're right above you, and King has yet to react.
Yeah.
They're literally
right next to each other.
friend.
Finally, King turns, finds the kill, and we'll get out of there. So first blood for Vegas turned into a 4v3. And they've got Carolina completely trapped right here. I mean, with 38 seconds on the clock, you're going to have to rotate back. Exit there to watch that rotation happen, and he finds another elimination, turn to 4v2.
Yeah, it's the biggest kill right there of the round so far. Finding that kill off the rotation, you're instantly putting Carolina into a trap situation where they know we got a gun up or shut up. Slash is the only one able to find one, able to find a double. Now with 20 seconds left, you already have info onto the third, so you can clutch this one.
13 years later, Slasher's still doing it. 1v1 over the top. Oh my goodness, nearly. But a big round for them. Had to have it.
Took a little time there, but once they found that first kill onto TJ, still held firm control of that A site. And Slasher left in a 1v4, last man standing. Almost makes something out of nothing, but I guess Wixel must have got a commio. He's right behind you. Just turn around and start shooting. Able to win the one-on-one. Stop the bleeding in this search and destroy. I'm just waiting for Vegas to show me what they're good at on this map. It's usually these attacking rounds.
Yeah.
They get the bomb down. They are unbelievable in their post plants. They've only planted once.
Correct. And I think a lot of that is Carolina have gotten really good reads on what Vegas are trying to do. I mean, they haven't really found success toward Hedges. We're going to go right back into this ticket push once again. Gwyn finds first blood, and you know he wants more. Easy follow-up with TJ. Double team through ticket, works out perfectly. Now we've got an early 4v2.
Wixel is going to get spotted, but he's able to find a kill. TJ gets a little bit too aggressive there. Gives up his life for free, but that bomb still being down in towards ticket. It's going to force Vegas to waste a lot of time to try to recover it. They're all the way back into their base.
Yeah, and Carolina's in spots to watch this rotation happen. The only way they get surprised is if they take a super long route around stage, but like 45 seconds left, that's not going to feel good. So you're going to have to try to mad dash your way through these doors and maybe catch timing. Peek push. That works. Okay, good timing. That works exactly as intended. Also, you see Gwyn. Shots are decent from Wixel. Gwyn still backing up, and now you're down to 30 seconds. Have to win this 2v2 outright.
Got to win the 2v2 or at least put ourselves in a position to recover the bomb and plant it. Wixel with the movement. Able to get out of dodge, but time is still ticking. To Whom we got to do something.
We got to go. This is taking too long. Carolina has backed off. Yeah, sure are. 12 seconds on the clock. Slasher reveals himself over towards Eskies. Okay. And yep, Twitch is going to run away. I mean, this is another one of those rounds. It takes too long to develop.
It's like you get all the info, like especially when you find that timing with the kill through double doors. Like your spot as well, Gwyn in towards ticket, you could potentially try to isolate onto that gunfight, but Whom just taking his sweet time, trying to get himself back into the play, allows Carolina to regroup, to push out something together. They still have the info that the bomb is going to be down. And by the time you find that trade of your to Whom, just run away if you're Gwyn. Game point now, Carolina.
Yeah, it's just another in a long line of talking about the fact that, like, Vegas, from their initial game plan, talk about hardpoint breakoffs, control breakoffs, search and destroy breakoffs. Everything's been fine. It's as the round starts to divulge, as the hardpoints start to get to second rotations, it's just like the extra layering is just not there. Protocols are not there. Tags into Gwyn, pushes him off as Carolina, I think, are throwing this the hold down the left stick and see if we can just outright win these gunfights. Exton holding in a corner. Help nearby as Vegas are set up for this appropriately.
Yeah, X is just waiting for the right time to strike and predicted it to perfection. Give me number 2. Numbers advantage in favor of Vegas, but instantly responded with Slasher finding that kill. 2v2 with 50 seconds. Vivid is going to have his hands full here.
He's still kind of tucked in a corner here. He's fine. Slasher getting some tags over to Wixel. That separates this Vegas approach just a touch.
Isolate.
Exactly. And now here comes the play forward. Vivid giving himself some cover to work with, and he finds one. Does Vivid get the second? No, Slasher I think was there, and the Ravens will find a 6-2 win. My duo was frustrated. Not a lot of things there that you like, I think, Jay.
Hey, man. When I talk about Call of Duty all the time, it's always about playing to your advantage. You're realizing, okay, there's a guy that just shot me in towards V. All right, he's there. The other guy just shot me from the middle of the map. There's two of us here. We can isolate this guy over towards B. It's just when they go for that play, you can even see it there on that final kill cam. The last guy fully didn't commit on that trade to Vivid. He was thinking, are my teammates going to clutch up in that one-on-one gunfight? Then I can put my focus onto Slasher. But that has been like the story of Vegas the entire season so far. It's just like we make good decisions initially. We fumble towards the back end, and now you're down 2-0 again.
Yeah, those low number situations, the 2v2 moments, not particularly great. It's the same thing, like we keep talking about. First rotation to Hills, things look good in hardpoint. They fall apart near the end. 4v4 breakoffs to Search look good until they're in a 2v2. It's just that next level of gameplay has not quite come to the forefront yet for Vegas. And this is a stark, drastic difference from when the last time these two teams have played. Carolina have been in the driving seat the entire time through. Protocol Control is a run back from when these two teams had played. And like Ant was talking about on the desk, Vegas did look pretty solid, especially on their offense. Good game plan, good decision making, good execution. There's just something in the air where I feel like Carolina are not going to allow that to happen again.
Yeah, especially on land. Like the way that TJ shooting, Slasher has his moments. Even Gwynnis came alive in this series. They're all playing fantastic, but it's versus Vegas. Like Vegas need to be able to figure it out quick, or they're going to end another major with 0 CDL points.
We'll see. We're going to head back to the desk to give us their thoughts, see if Allie's still hanging after her Vegas prediction.
So many points.
Allie? I have a 2 lead, okay? I just wanted for the vibes, that's all.
That's fair.
For the
That's
vibe.
fair. I picked Vegas before.
I got 11 lead over here, 2 lead over there, is for the vibe.
I've gone with them twice. They've let me down twice. I'm not picking them until I see them win a hard point. But let's talk a little bit about and search and destroy. Red card blows the map, and Vegas Falcons, they showcased during the qualifier that they can shoot with the best of them. Falcons not able to get an early lead. It's a great job by TJ and crew just working together.
It's one thing to shoot, Chris. It's another thing to be in the right place to find kills, to play trades, get bombs down, hit nades, and that is exactly what the Carolina Royal Ravens did. It's another layer to the game of professional.
Not getting the bomb down.
Boys, they've been doing it for a long time. Slasher still doing it. Word to Sheen. It is disgusting work out of the Ravens, and again, another day in the office for them without a doubt. This is a comfortable-looking squad in the mode.
Yeah, it just feels like the priorities just aren't straight for Vegas in a lot of these rounds. I mean, you heard Alan Jay getting frustrated with how slow it is. It's just like for them, they understand, even in the respawn, it's the same problem. They understand the initial objective. It's just the speed in which they understand the assignment, and then it's time to go execute. And by that time, Carolina, these guys have been around for a while. They've already made their decision, right? You're too late. You're not going to have the advantage that you could have potentially had. And I just feel like that's just a mentality thing for Vegas. They're just not there yet, the experience.
Carolina making some big mistakes in their picks and bans in the winners bracket, maybe riding the ship here in the elimination bracket. Allie, I like how they countered the Falcon play style. Whenever Falcons get the bomb down, they seem to win.
Only one phases in that one.
They didn't leave a lot of room for error either.
Jesus and losers.
Ravens. I mean, like
Miami's
I said, I did
out.
not think it was going to happen.
Ravens isn't
We're
out.
talking about one of the best S&D teams
Ravens
that we have
got
on
top
the season.
4,
Carolina
right?
Royal Ravens. It's the only game mode that they've been able to stay consistent in through the past 2 qualifiers and even at Major 1. So that's unfortunate. The map 1 just couldn't go their way.
All right, everybody, take a breath. Get ready, because it's time to reset with Hidden Heroes. That's right. It's our favorite game where we choose 3 random facts about a player, and then we show you a silhouette. Best of luck, starting with you, Wheeler. You are dominant in this game mode.
Oh, man, it's just tough. All right, so day 1 KD, 0.79. Lost 03, control KD, 0.76. I'm going to go with Beans.
Day 1.
Is it Beans?
Oh, I know who the bottom right is already.
Show me Beans.
Nice.
Anthony
Let's
Wheeler,
go,
ladies and gentlemen. Texas, make some noise for Mr. Wheeler.
Thanks, guys.
Here on the
Appreciate
desk.
it, Texas.
There we go. All right, Miles, you're up.
What? Okay, I'm going to go... Devon KD 0.53. That's tough.
Lost to 3-0.
Lost 3-0. The control KD was there. I'm going to go
Not on Toronto.
That's, yeah.
It's Paul X.
Show me some
Oh,
Paul.
yeah.
Show me some Paul
yes.
X.
No, bottom right's Paul X.
That's what I'm
There
saying.
it is.
That's what I'm saying.
Allie?
Let's go, man.
Baby, let's get it. Sorry,
Yeah.
it's very exciting to me.
I'm New Year's crazy. What does it leave? Carolina and Thieves?
You got a top left and bottom left.
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna go top left, a 0.87. S&D had a 0.5. I'm gonna go with Vivid top left.
Vivid played good yesterday. Yeah, Quinn's her net. Let's help him push that narrative.
Oh, narrative continues.
Oh,
Fourth and final one coming from the LA Thieves with a day one KD.
Ghost. Scrap.
I'm gonna say this one is scrap.
Final answer?
Final answer.
Same Ghost.
Show me long neck.
I mean, this is very successful.
Show me my favorite. It's
We
had to swap out for the Oakley Shades Well Done production. Shout out to LA Thieves on your new sponsor. Awesome stuff here. Well Done Nameless, who continues to remain perfect
Miles,
on
too.
Hidden Heroes. Our guest crushing
I
once
say
again.
perfect wrong. Does that count for anything?
Yeah,
Perfectly
consistency
wrong?
matters.
You want to
Big
talk
deal.
about that, Al? We can focus on the failure. Though, can the Falcons right their wrongs, or is it
That's
another
awesome.
3-0 in Texas?
Feels like it's another 3-0 in Texas, Chris. Feels that way indeed. Consistency, well, it's been not there for this side of the Vegas.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, it's just tough, man.
And the thing about it is, like, we get to a protocol, and I would say, watching them play against Carolina the most recent time they're here, I was surprised. I was impressed. They had a really good game plan. They were executing well. They were making good decisions. They were keeping Carolina on their heels. But this Carolina team feels woke in a different way. Gwynn's able to find the right tempo, the right pacing. And for Vegas, it just has not really been there at all.
Yeah, this is also like a different setting, like a final ending qualifier match compared to on land. You lose this series, you go home. Carolina are not messing around today. Vegas, though, last time that they did play, you had players like King who were having moments throughout this control. Led the squad in KD, 1.05. He did a lot better when you talk about finessing with his life around that 10 or trips window area.
Yep.
You're going to need that here because Vegas, they beat them last time because they outslayed. If you don't outslay here, you stand no chance.
And here we go. Vegas will be on the opening offense with eyes down towards field here for King. Good tags over to a player over on towards Spiral. Stun will also hit. Follow up from Wixel.
Oh my.
Those are the gunfights I keep talking about, Jay. Like, you have to win those. You just have to win those.
Yeah, that's demoralizing right there. You're thinking, okay, we should have the numbers initially to start off this round.
And that one.
And we're just losing some of these one-on-one gunfights you're simply not expecting to. Now TJ off the respawn is able to take down King. Gwyn still pushed up into your base, and now you're already 30 seconds wiped off the game clock.
Yeah.
Here. You only have one player out of spawn.
Yeah, that first tick at B not captured. Carolina now all of a sudden putting in the spawn trap, and this is where it gets ugly. Gwyn, good read. Nades out, just trying to hold his life. He's got teammates all around in every single choke point. Wixel is through, but he's gonna have to come back and start to help this out. He's able to reduce one member over towards the B defensive side, but David inside a helicopter continues to make sure Vegas does not comfortably get out of spawn.
Yeah, now Wixel knows I have to get back into the play. My teammates are finding a lot of success in the kill, so let me try to at least put the game clock at a pause at A, but Vivid in the perfect angle takes care of him. Now 30 seconds left to go on the game clock. To whom? In his happy place, over towards top trips, just looking for a couple kills.
Nice shutdown from Exnid. Vivid is still over on the helicopter. You have to push him out. You have to get him out of this position. And Vivid's still finding eliminations. Finally, DeHoom's able to find the kill, but it comes at a steep cost on the game clock. Decent long-range shots from Wixel as well as we now make the play happen over towards A. In the corner, Gwyn able to take down Wixel. And at a 21 plays 15 with 10 seconds, this is the last opportunity for Vegas.
Yeah, last chance here. Final 5 seconds. We need to find this trade onto Slasher, but he's finessing, looking like he's 18 again. Slasher able to get out of dodge. That leads to a Carolina.
Wow.
Opening defense there.
Not
Vegas
good, not
now forced to respond.
And that's the thing, is just like, I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's just too many of those 1v1s that you just have to have. You just have to have them. And all of a sudden you find yourself on Reddit. And it's just like, ugh. Because if you win that 1v1 over towards B, you already have nearly a first tick of progress. You're able to follow through with more. You probably stack it for at least 2 ticks, if not maybe the entire zone. But a couple of key wins just don't go your way, and Carolina getting your spawn because of it.
Gotta start icing up in these gunfights, man.
It's not even icing up. You just gotta shoot straight.
Yeah, that too. But now in their defenses, we're looking for a potential shutout here for a response. Carolina, Open up with a lot of aggression through the middle of the map. Gwyn takes over sidewalk. You find the initial kill. You already have info on the next two players. That's a perfect start with
It's
3
over.
first second
Sorry.
guaranteed.
And you
Vegas
get
is
X-Bit
done.
the fourth over towards B. So Vivid
3-0.
will actually replace him on the A zone, so Gwyn can get to work doing this. What a
How much
confidence
money have
boosting,
I wonder how
series
much
this has been
these
for Gwyn. Much different from
orgs
what we saw
spend
him
on
play
their
through
players to get to these.
yesterday for sure. Read down low, easy follow-up, second tick of progress, gonna get locked on A, and if he wins that one, Gwyn starts to roar.
Slow double stack though here at the A point. The room's still going to be weak. Positioning now giving up, but at least able to find one kill. Time is going to be extended. So now this is where Vegas have an opportunity to capitalize on it, because the entire time, all this focus is over towards this A point. The SMGs got aggressive through the overextension. They found a couple kills, and now Carolina taking their time out of spawn.
A nice snap from Slasher, now on 5 in a row, 7-1, and finally dealt with by Doom across the way. As Vivid gets to work trying to make the play up the stairs.
Oh, nice shots.
Stun over the top. Exit able to at least secure the tower defensively. And that will put a little bit of a pause to Carolina's approach until Slasher able to open up one from behind. And maybe more over the middle of the map, but Dahum also simultaneously finding a kill into the Carolina spawn, has pressure on both sides now.
Yeah, Dahum was getting active there.
Yeah.
Fortunately, does get taken down on 5 in a row. Carolina initially opened up with 2 kills, and now Gwyn just causing mayhem in the spawn. The double stack is going to be good enough. You know, every single player from Vegas is off the respawn, and Gwyn, unfortunately, times that incorrectly.
Yeah, and Wixel is trying to get behind the play. It's taking them a long time to get up towards 10. Vivid pushed off the stairs. Slasher by himself, able to capture the first tick of progress before being shut down. And now Gwyn is trying to hit a route while Carolina reset up.
Yeah, still up by 1 live is Carolina. So you still have time to work with here. Still play these trades, but Doom at least opens up with the first. Gwyn with the drop down. Unfortunately, can't find that kill. And Vegas, were they able to withstand that first push coming in? Only a minute left to go.
Yep. 13 plays 11 as well on top of that. Slasher trying to hold on to mid-map. Takes down Dahum. Vegas still trying to put some pressure on towards the Carolina spawns, at least to try to keep them away from this B zone a little bit longer. Nade over the top, not going to quite hit. Gwyn's open some space though. Vivid trying to follow up on that over through stairs, not going to happen. Now off the ladder. Ooh, King, nice shots, and Wixel will follow. So 11 plays, 8. TJ, the only one through here for Carolina.
Yeah, TJ's got to get something done here. Got to put the game clock at a pause. Notice at least one player still roaming in towards your base, but King is playing it super patient, waiting for the action to go down before he decides to strike on that pinch. It's not going to even be needed because his teammates are clutching up.
But Vivid shut down from the front. Carolina trying to get out of spawn. 7 plays 5. TJ still trying to be the one to make a play over towards the zone. And Vegas are just kind of waiting for Carolina to jump on the zone here. You've got 2 players on the pinch. You got to find these eliminations though. Wixel will drop. TJ still floating inside a tower. 3v6. Second tick of progress starting to come through, and it may be secured here. Vegas are still trying to play for the individual eliminations on the backside of the plane. And now all of a sudden, you're on for the 3rd tick. You've got to get back here for Vegas. TJ wins 1, not quite able to get the 2nd, and Vegas' defense will barely hold on.
Hey, you give up 5 seconds there, but at least you played your life so well. Like when you got into their spawn, Carolina could not get an easy push. You had players who were already in the opponent's base finding kills, but the people who were coming off the respawn couldn't really find the same success. So Vegas able to stand strong on defense, even though they do give up 5 segments. That's a lot to make up for forward in the rest of this map, but tied 1-1.
Huge advantage for Carolina, though. And again, it just feels like they're just winning the map immediately.
Yeah.
And that's an issue.
It's also like the way that Carolina are playing. It seems to be like a little bit disrespectful.
It's like, a little bit of
all
that.
right, I'm going to try to spawn kill the same guy multiple times.
Yeah.
But sometimes it might work, sometimes it doesn't. Vegas able to tie the game. So now, even though Vegas are down by 5 segments, last time that they played, they won a round 5 offense.
Yep.
They're more than comfortable to still be in this position.
Still a lot of focus over towards field side, but the win does not come through this time for King. So Gwyn holds on to that position. The Ravens starting to move forward. Wixel trying to get a read on it, and Vivid is right back to helicopter again.
Yeah, Vegas are just banking on this slow approach on their breakoffs. You don't want to go forward and instantly get put into your trap, but when you're playing too slow, just allowing all that space to go away from you. Go 2 for 2 on the split, have a little bit of 10 control. Exton know that there is going to be pressure towards the back end, but still, we're doing nothing.
I mean, Exton just got tags in, but Vegas aren't even trying to isolate onto Gwyn. The focus is all over towards helicopter. Vivid shuts that down,
and then Gwyn comes back to the play. That was confusing to say the least, because Gwyn should have been immediately isolated. All 4 members for Vegas were there. And now all of a sudden you're stuck in spawn. Individuals are coming out one by one, and Carolina are ripping you apart.
Yeah, we need to put more focus as a team on some of these players, because finally Vivid is going to drop, but now there's only 20 seconds left into the round. He got to that spot with a minute and 20 on the game clock.
Yeah, now we're full flooding into A with no sidewalk control, no window control, and this is what you get, immediate blender. Oh man, 25 plus 17, 8 seconds on the clock. As the Whom is shut down, Gwyn is continuing to just run rampant right through front side lockers. He's on 7 in a row and still sliding away. Oh, mercy me. What do you say, Jay?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's just obviously Vegas, they are feeling the pressure now. They understand that obviously for every single breakover and control, you don't want to be the team that goes initially 3 to 4 dead. So they went with the slow and steady approach, but when you're playing it like that, you're giving up all that map control. And then when you're banking on these one-on-one gunfights that are not going your way, you're instantly put into a spawn trap. Vegas need to figure out, like, all right, this might hurt us, but at least it gives us a better chance because we have an extra layer that we can take as soon as we come off the respawn.
So another stonewall defense for Carolina. Has them back onto the attack, looking to see if they can close this thing out in round number 4. Gwyn again on 7 in a row. Has he earned the Hellstrom? No, not yet. Tags over to a player over toward. Has he earned the Hellstrom? No, not yet. Tags over to a player over toward the A zone. That shut down well. He's got one more round gone. He's got an animation. Kill number 9 for Gwyn. That is enough to skid the Hellstorm. Did also on 5 behind us. And with that full white, Carolina can work on it. Oh, yeah, 9 in a row. Let's just keep on running it.
It's over for them.
You know, there's a bunch of players coming off the respawn. Unfortunately, some bad timing might cause them.
Over.
Still might work out.
Stop it. Stop it.
Gwyn on 10. Finally is going to get shut down. Second segment is locked. And now Vivid's on 5 in a row.
Yep. With maybe more to come. Wixel over the barrel. Decent damage, and Slasher will finish off what Vivid started. Exit. Able to clear off the top side of windows, but A-zone is gone. 23 playing 23. 2 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock here. Slasher's starting to cook now.
Yeah, Exnet's got to get something going. When you were able to take down Carolina last time, it was Exnet just popping multi-kill after multi-kill. Pushed out into your base. Currently on 3 in a row. The team's looking for a spark. Usually the guy that's able to provide it. Carolina, even though it looked like they were going to be trapped, you got streaks to get you out of it.
Yep, exactly the case. That's going to put Vegas back in towards the back buildings. Whom able to stay alive inside the tower. Carolina will get themselves all 4 members out of spawn and ready to set up for this next approach.
Yeah, Vegas just going to play their corners, allow that time to keep on ticking down. Carolina wasting time trying to fight out of their spawn. They find the initial 2. Great trades, though, from Wixel and Dahum. Keep Slasher at bay. Get you out of it.
Yep, exactly the case. That's going to put Vegas back in towards the back buildings. Whom will stay alive inside the tower. Carolina will get themselves all 4 members out of spawn and ready to set up for this next approach.
Yeah, Vegas just going to play their corners, allow that time to keep on ticking down. Carolina wasting time trying to fight out of their spawn. They find the initial 2. Great trades, though, from Wixel and Dahum.
There we go. Let's go. What's up?
Vegas so far in the defense, they're understanding that we need to play a lot of certain positions. They're clutching up their one-on-ones. They're making great plays.
So yeah, and they're getting 1 player through to continue to be a thorn in the side. It really isn't bad at all. I thought he was going to take him. I thought he was too. I'm not going to lie. But there's that's 4 dead. And now we're on. Trophy system should also be on the Carolina to help them out, stay alive for any of these nades over the top. First pick can be done. 3 members on the stack. The second one's going to come through very quickly. You're working on the pinch on the backside here if you're Exnet, but the problem is Slasher has already done 1 over the map. Exnet, good for 1 and a second. No trade me.
Oh, they got it.
Okay, Exnet able to clear off the point just before that 3rd tick gets beyond halfway.
Perfect route there from Exnet to drop down through bottom comms. Catch the timing where Slasher's putting his focus towards top mid. So line up 3. Have Carolina only need 1 more segment. But 45 seconds up by 1 live. You basically have 1 or 2 chances.
Yeah. But look at the long route from TJ again. He's able to clear out to Whom. Now you can start to flood from left side of the middle of the map. King cannot deal with it, and now you just stack it. You get on, trophy systems there, and that will likely be the game, especially with Exnet dropping. It'll be a comfortable 3-0 here for the Carolina Royal Ravens. And I think just in general, outside of the fact that it's 3 pretty convincing maps, it's the fact that you start to get Gwyn into a position to where he's now playing on their game, their tempo, their pace, not trying to force things like he had versus Vancouver.
Yeah, that feels good, man. That's obviously feeling good that you obviously walk into the building, don't do good in your first LAN match, but you make up for it here in pretty dominant fashion. That's exactly what you needed to do there if you are Carolina, because I'm pretty sure that they're going to still be playing the last match of the night versus LAT. Yep. So their hands are going to be full. We know that that matchup has truly not treated them well so far this season.
Good, Mom.
It's a cruise right through Vegas.
Gotta
Keep
be.
on in your tournament.
something about this Carolina team. Maybe there's something about Slasher in the lower bracket. It's one of those things. But definitely a different story, I think, comparing this performance to yesterday. I mean, again, the opponents could not be more different. You know, talking about Vancouver versus Vegas, but I still think it's one of those confidence boosting. Okay, we're set, we're good. Let's not get lost. Let's not get out of control. And I think that's going to be something that they need to keep in their minds as they do look forward to the rest of the day. Because, like you mentioned, Thieves is another team that you look at and say they can play with pace, they can play with tempo. We cannot fold and crumble and lose track of ourselves in those types of matches.
Yeah, the only thing now that I'm focused on if I'm Carolina in that matchup later versus the Thieves is my rotations and hardpoint.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because even though you found yourself winning that opening HP, you lost the initial 4 out of the 5 rotations to some of these hills where you're going up against a different team. They have better setups. They have better people who can shoot their weapons. So it's not going to be easy to find those breaks or those long routes to find success. But you take care of business here versus Vegas. You worry about that later on when you start to prepare yourself for LAT. But unfortunately for Vegas, still winless in the series, still winless in the CDL season, still winless in hardpoint, and still have yet to win the heart of mine yet. I'm just waiting for it, Alan. I'm waiting.
It'll happen eventually. It will. They'll win a hardpoint before the end of the year comes through. It's just one of those things that, again, the layering. It's like the first, second, third things that they do, not bad. It's just as things start to break down, they also start to break down, which is the trouble.
It's like the default way to play Call of Duty. They understand that. The advanced way where you can play Call of Duty so many different ways. There's so many different scenarios that you have to account for. They are just missing that part of their game.
Well, Carolina looked a lot more complete on the other side of things, so we go down to Guy Blaze with Slasher for the post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Shift and Study. Texas, make some noise for the Carolina Royal Ravens as they come out with a dub. It was mixed in here when you guys came out on a walkout, but the fans, they're here today. How you feel getting that win?
I mean, it obviously feels good, especially after yesterday, to get a win on the board. Today is just about surviving the day, so we got one more match later, and we got to win that one.
Surviving the day, okay? You guys definitely corrected your mistakes from yesterday, looking like the Carolina Royal Ravens that we love here on the main stage. But, you know, as you said, looking, got one more match, possibly. Well, we know it's going to be against the Thieves. How you feeling with that match coming up?
I mean, obviously, against them, they're a really good team, #1 seed. They've looked a little lackluster this event so far, but I'm expecting them to be better against us.
Okay.
So it's just about playing our game. We got to just stick to the game plan on game day, do our thing, and we can beat them.
There you go, and just stay composed, okay? It's gonna be the last match of the day, okay? Winner continues on, loser goes home, but you've been in plenty of matches like that. You've had a long career here in CDL, throughout the CWL. You know, we saw some funny tweets out there, you know, just you playing as long as you have. How many more years you got in the tank, Slasher?
I don't know. I just take it year by year right now. As long as I know I can compete with the top, scrimming against the top guys right now, I can still hang with everyone. So as long as I feel like I can hang and have a chance to win, I'm going to keep going.
Texas, he competing with the top? Definitely is, okay? Slash, I'm going to let you go get ready for your match. One more time, show some love to the Carolina Royal Ravens. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Thank you,
Good little
Blaze. In the
interview.
words of the great I Hold Shift, there's something about that Carolina, Alley Cat.
There is something about that Carolina team, but I think we need to see them go up against a couple more teams before we start feeling good about Carolina right now.
Miles, walk me through the highlights, because this was a swift series for our Royal Ravens. They get the job done in just 3 maps.
Yeah, look, it's a rematch of the Bird Bowl we saw online not too long ago, and again, a similar outcome. Vegas Falcons, there are ups, there are downs. The downs are still very much present, but for the Carolina boys, I mean, you took a tough loss yesterday. You have to bounce back, and no matter what happens, I mean, the league is the league. Anyone can find a win on any given day, and the Ravens still have to play good club today to get it done.
Now, I know the Falcons play a little bit different play style from some of the other top squads that they'll have to face if they want to make it to a podium. But when I watch this team, they're at their best when Gwyn's allowed to just spawn camp, to just fry, to stay behind enemy lines. Do you demand that he's on the objective if you want to see Carolina win, nameless?
I mean, I think they just have a system, right? That's kind of what they preach. They don't have anybody who does anything really specific. It's just kind of like when you're in position, make the right play. And that's what they want Gwyn to do. And, you know, versus this team, it's just going to be kind of easy because you can just diff them, right? And where Carolina has struggled this year has been against the top rosters. And specifically, it has been the LA
Yeah,
Thieves,
they've
which is who
struggled
they have to date
lots.
with in their next matchup. So, you know, when they talk about game plan on game day, all the stuff that they're going over, it's to play a team like that. So we'll learn everything we need to know about Carolina later tonight.
I think Slash summed up really well there, man. He's got the best opportunity they have now to play a team that's on a downward stroke. The Thieves don't look as strong as they have looked. This is an amazing opportunity. Amazing opportunity for them to play.
I think something's happening on stage.
There may be some players that are infamous in this venue.
No,
Yeah, just a little bit.
They're just agreeing with what I said about, the thieves not being
Yeah, yeah.
I think everybody's fired up for this scuff play of the game.
They knew it was coming. They had to run a
Gwyn
show.
with a 10 spree. Should we walk them through it? This is like earning score streaks and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just taking over. I mean, we're in control here. He's just got that freedom, like you said, in control. You can play a little bit more free, which is why even yesterday, Gwyn had a good control map. Like, you can just get lost behind enemy lines and just slay it, right? It's the best game mode for him. You see right here, him doing his thing here against Falcons.
There's so many gunfights where I was like, no way he takes that with the sub, right? And he was like, watch this.
Yeah, and these are great shots out of Gwyn as well. I mean, this is what you expect to have a player who is a dangerous player to deal with. We saw the very first time we saw him come to the league, he was an absolute shooter.
Yeah,
Let him do
rookie
his
of the
thing.
year.
Let him do his thing. Corral him every now and then when you need him. Direct him in the right places. That's where it really helps having a teammate like Slasher. A little bit of criticism, a little bit of work in the lab. You get to hone that like shotgun blast of a player down to a laser.
Is that possible?
Well, they've done it.
Oh, they've done it.
Incredible work there. Shout out to the Gwyn family once again. Let's take a look, though, at our bracket. They get a double dose of their team tonight as Royal Ravens will face off against LA Thieves for a spot in our top 6.
I'm just looking at this bottom half of the thing right now. Toronto Ultra and Gorillas made, like, I'm kind of expecting that one to be a Game 5 ruler. Same with Minnesota Rocker and Optic Texas that we got up next. Like, we're in for a great later half of this day.
It's going to be a great night, and of course, we are only halfway through the season. If you want to come out to Major 4, we have officially announced that tickets are on sale for CDL at DreamHack Dallas. It's going down end of May 23rd to the 25th. So add on tickets for your CDL pass and join us in DreamHack. We can now officially announce that Challengers passes are on sale, Nameless.
Let's go, man. It's just an epic celebration of gaming. DreamHack, you're just going to have fun every time you step into the venue. I've been to one before. It's a really good time, and I can't wait for Call of Duty to be on that stage there. Get your tickets and come hang out with us. Back to Dallas.
Can't believe it. I've never been to a DreamHack before in my
fun.
life.
They're so fun.
It looks so good. I'm going to cosplay as something.
Yeah, we should all cosplay.
No, I'm cosplaying.
Great idea.
Thanks, mate.
Great idea.
Let's talk about it on the other side of the break.
Okay.
I'll wear a breach uniform.
See this intro.
Let's go, boys.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Wow. What is up?
4v1, I think it was, the clock, something like that. And we were just, you know,
I'm so bored. Waiting for this shit to start. But what is up? A minute 30 left. Oh, Warzone, right? World Series of Warzone. Wow. What a fucking joke about it. Fucking, that was bullshit.
I have one tournament just off my vibes purely. I feel like from the little depths of hell that they were in, like I don't want them to have like even like an inch of that. Like I just want them to always like be happy. So that's why I love doing my team. Like I hate seeing like that sadness and just
You do bring vibes.
yeah, I do.
If there's one thing
Yeah,
Bueno's bringing, he's bringing.
People are tweaking, I'm taking off my shirt. I'm screaming. And then, like, I mean, that's why I do.
The Angel Vibes has arrived in Texas to bring this team back to the glory they once had. The start of this season.
Let's go! There's Skies and Optic. This is gonna be a banger series.
Takes the stage for the first time, rocking the black and green.
Yo, I don't know, low key, Skies is kind of rocking that green right now.
Yeah.
Stage, and
Rocking it.
honestly, there's a lot of hope in this venue right now. We've seen what Optic Texas does at their home majors, and even though we're swapping in a player, you're also talking about maybe a honeymoon period here from the vibes.
Optic burner.
So hopes are high.
It's going to be a great matchup potentially, and that's if Minnesota lives up to their hype and their potential, because yesterday they kind of got bullied.
Oh yeah, every time we watch Minnesota, at least for me, I've been thinking this team has just been so inconsistent. They start off the stage going 2-0, but every other match after that, you got players like Nero, who was your X factor, always was impactful, but he hasn't really figured it out. And then you're obviously going to be going up against D Greenwall entirely. We're back into the venue where Optic were able to host that trophy last year and to have those ring ceremony as well so far this weekend.
Yeah, you know, it's hard, right? You win a world championship and then you have a stage like this. And, you know, for these guys, they have to temper their expectations. You're coming into a tournament with a brand new player that you haven't played with in an official match yet, right? And you're playing a team in Minnesota Rocker that can be tough. And stylistically in this matchup, it has been tough. You got 3-0'd by them a couple of weeks ago online, right? And now you're starting in the loser's bracket. You lose this, you are out. So the pressure has never been higher.
What is up? Let's go. What is up? Let's go.
Hex knows what he's doing. He's a mastermind in the esports universe. Did he have his team throw 7 straight matches? Sorry, 6 up to 7 matches so they could shock everyone here on land?
You know what? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's what they were. But listen, they're in a tough spot, though. Like, they need this win. We talk about points. The next 2 stages are 5 matches each. We don't have minor tournaments. You need points. They're neck and neck with Boston. Where's Boston at? In the winner's bracket, right? So for Optic, in a very important spot right now.
Yes,
they need wins. They need a spark.
get that game one under your belt. Will it be easy against this Minnesota Rocker team? Let's talk about the squad from up north because they claim they are the dark horse in this league. They want to knock out the top
Yes,
dogs.
they do.
Feel they have the ceiling to do so.
Traditionally, my answer would be no. This is not going to be an easy team. I'm still kind of leaning towards that side of things just because Minnesota Rockers, sometimes you don't know what version you're going to get. Last time these two teams went up during the Major 2 qualifier, it was a 3-0 Bob. You got one of the best performances out of Estriel. You got one of your best performances out of Paul X, which is huge speaking on what we saw from him yesterday. But from the side of Minnesota Rocker, like, they have been on a huge decline. I mean, we're talking about a 5-loss streak, 6 hardpoint loss streak. Their map pool is just abysmal right now. So you're feeling a little bit better for the side of Opta Texas, but you cannot get comfortable.
If anything, though, they've had such a tough schedule. I mean, they went from Cloud9, Atlanta, LA Thieves, Vancouver, Atlanta, right to Atlanta. They are battle-tested in the last 5 or 6 matches that they've had. And I think what you said is really important there, Allie. Like, Polex does seem to be their win condition.
He's their medals.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Paul X even said, I start off slow. I get better as the season progresses. You might be running out of time, Paul, if you don't get a win here. You are the expected favorite over an untested Optic with Skies in the lineup.
Oh, yeah, and the thing is, I don't know if everybody else had that feeling, but as a former pro player, whenever you play against Optic, you always want to perform at your best. And when you take a look
Oh,
at
you wanna-
an opening Skyline, straight A bang out, that is going to be a perfect way to start. Yeah.
20-point game last time, and honestly, if you're an Optic fan, you should be very happy seeing that they didn't try to square on Vault. They got rid of Vault everything where we know Mini thrives.
Right.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm looking at this. Minnesota's hoping to do this early. They do not want to make it to game 4 and 5. 0-5 in that protocol. They have not been clutch at all during this. They've been 2-7 in map 1. So, Minnie, I don't know what they're thinking.
We've got some players to watch in this one. Shout out to Easy Mac, our stats wizard behind the screens. He says, keep your eyes on Pred and Estriel. Why Estriel? Well, he's probably got the most exciting camera to watch if you're tuning in with Minnesota. On the other side, Pred has got to be an X factor in his own right. He replaced Hook when he comes back into the starting lineup. Now he's playing alongside Skies. Can he put up the numbers they expect from him?
Hey, he definitely can, man. He was able to gain a little bit of confidence in that last year's day they played versus LAG. What did he go on, like a 10 or 11 streak in that control, specifically on protocol, which is going to be the same map here. So Pred is definitely that player.
Yes, he is. Pred is a very good player. He can do him.
Situation too. So players to look at, like, he can take over, but he needs to play within structure and make it easier on his teammates.
All right, it's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. Before I can make my choice, I need a little sample of the audience energy. Texas, do you have faith in Optic today? I'm going Optic. Done.
Yeah, I'm riding the honeymoon stage. Let's go Caesar Skies.
Caesar Skies?
I'm going Optic.
Oh, yeah. From the beginning of the season, I've thought this Minnesota Rocker team needs a change. I'm going to go off to Texas. I think it starts here.
And you have had faith in this Minnesota roster since the start of the year.
I have. I'm going Minnesota. I think they get it done, man. I don't think you can just slap a Band-Aid on it and get it fixed.
You're always that guy, man.
Listen, chat, do us a favor and help Ant get another sponsor. Go to Twitter, @Nameless. Tell him how dumb he is as we send this one to the stage. It's time to kick off our elimination bracket match number 3.
Chris, now Texas, I know you guys ready to get this one started, yeah?
Yep.
Getting ready to come to the stage first. You can love them or you can hate them, but Minnesota getting ready to rock it one more time.
Yeah, they're no.
Let's go, crowd. Let's get this match started.
I'm ready, Allie. The sky is the limit. One more time, Texas, you ready? Maven, let's get freaky.
I'm down to get freaky, Blaze. Listen, we got ourselves a banger. I don't know what to expect from this Optic team. We have not seen this squad get on land. We haven't seen them online. We haven't seen anything, but you bring in Skies.
I think they're going to do good.
We loved him since he came into the league. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do.
We saw what we saw before the change, and it was awful.
Yes, yeah. So
that's about it.
But Joe, you think back to last year, they didn't look good before champs, did they? They went 1-6 in qualifier 4. They got top 12 at major 4. Did you think they're winning champs last year? No, I sure as hell did not. But when you include the fifth man, which is this audience, things get special.
No, I mean, the only thing that is different is they won a major, right? You know, they were top 3 all year.
True.
But yeah, it's a test, and obviously, I don't know if there's a better fourth for a situation like this than Skies. This is, you know, we've seen the videos. He's here to have fun. It feels like he can play any role. He can fit in any position, whatever these guys need. He is just happy for this opportunity.
No, he certainly is. And think about the crowd. We know how good these guys can be at home. You see the statistics. You know, they're making finals when they have this crowd behind them. I don't know if that's realistic for a run today or this weekend, but who the hell knows? Because once they start roaring, you turn the momentum around. Skies gives you, I don't know, we talk about the honeymoon period, how suddenly you can quickly turn things around.
Let's go.
I think it's possible, just due to the talent.
Let's go.
That's one thing with this Optic lineup that we always talk about. It's like, yeah, if Optic show up, play to their potential, then they can absolutely go on a run. I think the one thing I'm really looking at is the energy, right? I think, you know, when you saw the last land without Pred, you know, the one guy who really got shut down was Shotzi, right? He didn't have his guy who was amping him up. He was back to sort of in his shell, trying to do his thing, and it just did not work out. When that duo pops off, is the game over? Just last year, the answer was yes.
Yeah, no, once they started roaring and popping off, no, things got insane for this Optic roster. I know the crowd just hoping they can get back to that. I don't know what the expectations are, but let's go. First match for Optic Texas up against Minnesota Rocker, and it's a difficult round 1 losers match. Excited to see what Skies can do on this new squad, but so far, so good for the break for Rocker.
Yeah, and then on the other side, I mean, you know, talking about Minnesota, team that starts off slow, did not play well at all versus FaZe. I mean, they just got destroyed last night. So just trying to come out, hopefully with a different energy to start the match, because that has been the storyline all year long with this team.
I'd rather have Optic win.
So good. Around the point, they'll let Skies kind of soak up the time. The rest of the boys thinking about rotation and big fights. Nice one-on-one win there from Fred. Skies able to get his pick. Fred not able to win one as he gets up the grapple, but to follow it up will be his duo and Shotzi. I'm excited to see what Shotzi can do, because he's going to need to produce. He has not been Shotzi. Can he get back to that?
Yeah, I mean, he was Shotzi like online in stage 1, right? Like him and Hooch had like those 1.2s, but they got shut down at the major, at major 1, and then they just have not been able to sort of get back into that form. So we'll see if he steps up here. But a nice start there. They're able to flip the spawn. Shotzi's able to win a couple of key gunfights. A 4-1 start. The first break attempt here at P2 for Rocker.
See if Rocker can do it. The slow starts at play.
Woo! Let's go. Yeah, Dashy.
Dashy will get the last one. Things looking good. Skies already 40 seconds inside the hard point. Look at the rest of the team. This is my job, boys. I got it. He's got every second there before Fred finally gets in. You deal with the first push. You're dealing with the second. This is everything you can want more.
Okay, Dash.
And yeah, this is the Optic team. Okay, not without Skies. They've had some slow starts even last year. Like, they would come out a little bit flat. We talked about it a lot, especially online. Maybe the one saving grace for Rocker, that could happen. It's not, at least right now.
Well, I just don't think you can have that sort of mindset or comfortability if you are Optic. Maybe like last year when you were getting top 3s and making every championship Sunday, just can't happen now with the stage that you had. There has to be an urgency as soon as you spawn in. I think we're seeing that.
Yeah, I think it's what Fred said in the interview. Like, there's not a sense of panic, but there is a sense of urgency. And, you know, there were a lot of struggles after that, but the urgency absolutely has got to be there. But it's time to answer back for Minnesota Rocker. Threw on the flank, but picked up. As Fred will get dropped. Nice read there from Esriel, as Fred can't take the route. This has been a great P3 in the opening 20 seconds. We'll have a lead change now as Rocker will go out in front. Gio, kind of a consistent force for his team, at least through stage 1. He's starting off nicely. He's got 12. He's on 4 straight. Gio streak, I thought inning there, but absolutely melting Skies around the edge. 13 and 6. And this, what a sequence this could be. You hold third, You got the setups for fourth. Big moment coming up for Optic Texas. They try to break.
Yeah, Shotzi's going to get on through, though. Some spawns are going to happen. He's going to win that gunfight. So here comes the pinch. The problem is, though, all of Shotzi's teammates going to go down. He does influence spawns, 10 seconds left. But you needed a hill like this, a play like this from Gio and the rest of the squad. How do you take the energy out of the room? You just play some good fundamental COD. You rotate early. You win those first pushes. Able to do that there at P3.
They get like a 60 there. I mean, they locked down third perfectly. But now it's answer back time for Optic Texas. 2 playing around the point, 2 pushing up. Shotzi, Pred, both getting a drop. Kind of trying to push out both side lanes to make a play. As they drop, that's going to be the push in. And the spawn out now for Pred. Everybody's going to fall. It's a beautiful break there from Rocker. And, well, the subs from Texas just get nothing when they try to push out.
Yeah, I think, Rocker, they kind of slowed down there, but that's because there was a team kill. They thought they were looking for one. Now going to get on that hill. Control top catwalk is Estriel. Just find the info. You have Gio overlooking him. Paul on the hill alongside of Nero. Just winning out the trades is Rocker. And yeah, a much better rebound here from them. I mean, you had the energy, and while Astral's been so good here throughout stage 2, he's going to find the triple. Why not challenge the fourth and almost win it, but Shotzi shuts it down.
Yeah, I thought you were feeding him the quad, but yep, Shotzi will end it. Now we get ready for our second set of rotations. We'll get back over to Hot Tub. After a nice start from Texas, I mean, it is just pretty much dominance from Rock. You get a perfect hold at 30, you get a pretty early break over at 4, and suddenly you're looking at a nice advantage. But you've got what you got early in that P1. Sky's back in the hard point. The rest of the team fanning out to make the plays. The problem is Gio through the P3 was able to earn the streak. Gets shot out of the sky. Not going to be able to make a play with that. Not sure who it was.
Yeah, it was Sky. So that's where we were on his POV. He was ready for it right away. Already looking up towards the sky. A couple of missiles did get through, but it doesn't matter. Dashy watching over him. He's up to 17, leading the lobby alongside of Gio with the multi-kill. And again, now just going to have to brace spawns for P2. That's what Rocker are playing for. They're just trying to play fundamental COD.
Yeah, it's been a story of 2 halves kind of, right? Like the P1, the P2 for Texas, the 3 and the 4 for Rocker. Can Rocker do better now on the P2, but it's going to be pressured Optic Texas to get the break and flip. Everybody basically dead outside of Fred. Let's see if they can do it. I'm going to hear the comms now from Optic Texas.
Help that guy, good luck over him. Yeah, I'm gonna hit top, you guys go, Backward chase. White steps, that's your weak, I shot twice. He's under white steps. White steps still, he's stunned. Yeah, push me out, one push me out. Hold your progression,
Balls catch.
Yo, first 2 guys left. Okay, 2 left, one piano stairs. Piano stairs and 1 back left. Piano stairs, one jump piano stairs. There we go.
I'm holding back grill. Kitchen top.
Yeah.
Kitchen top, peek me.
Good job, that's
I'm in front door, peek. Nothing peek front door.
Go front door.
White steps front door, by the way. White steps, shot back left. He's weak. Shot twice, white steps.
One shot couch is nice.
Alright, white steps.
Wow, that's not good.
Yeah, I'm down there. One's push out, left. Yo, back left grill, Paul. Back left grill, bro, him. Yo, direct. Yo, it's P1, top flat. They're cutting everything.
Yo, we're
Top flat, and white steps. White steps, full.
Alright, where's piano stairs now? Reset.
Nice call out by Sky saying they kind of.
I'm holding front you. I'm holding front you. Yo, front 2 times. One shot. Here. I'm front you. Oh, there.
One on white,
Nice, good job.
one on
I'm spawn goals.
One on you, near you.
Hold that shield dead.
Nero's on you.
Big fucking wave, bro.
Enter new, Gio.
I'm shooting front top. Missing one more. You can be out of it. I need you out of it.
Check that.
I got her. P1, guys. I have a sub, by the way.
What do you right now? You.
P1, just little top.
On the table.
One shot on top, rush. 2 points, inner, outer for sure.
One's pitching.
Just keep playing back, keep playing back.
Both 1 HP, absolute fire.
Watch out their side.
Go ahead. I'm trying to get P1.
Constantly on top. Enter right now, watch out.
Absolute top, Ezra. Absolute top, cat. Near, he's going mid, he's going top flat.
Top flat.
Yeah, 2 on time.
I got top flat.
One push top front.
Heard you. Top flat dead. Yo, push out. You're good
Above
though.
this one. Get down.
No, near, back table, weak as fuck. Watch out, top. They spawn close. They spawn close. They spawn close, other guys fire. Five, two front. Nice, out of call, watch out, absolute. Shit, back up. We go this fucking 6 bro, we got this shit.
I'm getting top.
He's absolutely, I'm leaving that.
Yeah,
I got it.
They can be top for
They
sure.
can
I'm
go
getting initial.
I'm totally short.
What's top front?
Nero's top dead.
Heard you. Yo, make sure you back up so fast. Make sure you back up.
Last 2 top.
Watch out, me. I have my back.
Getting short.
I got a short.
I'm getting some with you.
Yo, I'm holding long. Hold the 6. Hill on me. How much out?
One small.
On top dead. Watch out, nice. Left. Nice, pop out. Yo, can you give me order now?
Yeah, I've left.
We have left.
He went top flat, yeah.
I'm sure. Top flat. Paul, watch top flat. After top flat.
I'm sure.
I'm holding stone.
Wow, this is. I'm sorry. I'm really into this.
I like stone. I have stone.
Nice.
Estrel. Okay, last 2 gonna
Nice, nice, nice shots. Nice. Nice. There we go. There we go. Let's go, boys.
To listen in brutal. It was kind of the same old optic. A ton of solo chows, not able to break. But towards the later part, like when they had the early rotation, the plays were being made.
Yeah, you heard it in the comms, right? We have this full 60. Let's win this rotation. I mean, Skies was having a bubble back there for a full minute. They did it within 24, but now just this P1. They have been great here, but let's see if Minnesota Rocker can put some pressure on. Gio continues to put up big numbers, 34, 35 now from him.
Cool.
A bomb from Gio, but will it be enough? 18-point advantage. That spree is going to come to an end.
Nice.
Let's see what you can get in the remaining 25 seconds in this P1. Player going to be plucked out of the point for Texas. A Rocker get right into it. 3-through on the feed for them as well. Optic enjoying left side spawns for the P2. Shotzzy trying to continue that advantage. They're hunting down one more. Pred able to win that fight, and you're in a good spot. The problem is there's still 10 seconds remaining. You lose 2 towards the back. Spawns might get a little bit interesting. You're still safe if you're Optic Texas. You're still winning it towards the point. Now you got to win this first wave if you're going to bring it back. This is a massive point and hold now for Texas.
Yeah, Shotzzy, he can deal with some of the reinforcements. Well, he's going to find one. He's going to find 2. Stagger the push for Minnesota. They are just trying to rely on the holds. The Braves.
Nice shots. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like it.
Perfectly. The breaks have not been there, but the holds have been. The subs starting to fire and pop off. From Fred's POV right over to Shotzzy. They've got 2 dead. This is the big push. It's all going to be on Shotzzy now. Here comes the big push. The timing abysmal, but he has played his life. Trying to buy time for his teammates to get back into it. He's able to at least get one. It's 20 points for the victory now for Rocker. Now comes the collapse around the point. Shotzzy gets another.
Nice shots.
Well, the duo back ripping and roaring. Lead change is looming, but yes, you cannot win it here. Neither team able to do it. We're going to focus down the P3. And early on rotation, look where the flank. It's going to be Shotzzy.
Yeah, someone's going to have to try to pick this up. I think Estro's going to give it to Tom, but it's too late. He's able to find the opening. Estro going to try to pinch him. It's down to him and Nero. Here we go. 5 more seconds. The comeback is on. Optic is different in front of this crowd. Can they win it? They do.
Nice shot, boy. Nice bring it back. Nice bring it back. Nice. Nice. Woo.
I'll tell you what.
Wow.
I got real worried at the beginning of that listening. We were watching it. You're looking at me and shaking your head. It was the same old, just solo chow after solo chow. Comms seemed frantic. It was some ugly COD. But then at the latter part of it, they get set up for the P4. I think it was Skies you heard a couple times, like, don't panic, early rotate. We can get this 60, boys. Just trying to be that vibe guy like we know he can be. Even when he was like double negative for a lot of that map, which is crucial, I think, for him. And then, yes, the crowd starts picking it up. The last minute's underway. And when you needed Pred and Shotzzy to really make plays around the point, they were able to do that.
Yeah, they were. And really just that rotation play from Shotzzy, right? That's kind of what he's known for, taking those routes. You hit the break in the spawn if you are Rocker, and then Shotzzy on one and Pred on the other. So you're going to spawn out Rocker. They know they have the numbers. This is what you want to see. Wait for each other. You know you have the numbers to break the hill. They finally do it at this P2. But immediately, look, 15 seconds left, and he recognizes, I'm going to go. All right, we can't win here anymore.
Yeah.
And Paul and Gio, they throw a stun. That's the key. So they throw the stun. It doesn't hit him. It's just outside of the radius. So neither Gio or Paul stay. Estrel's going to spawn up, try to give that Tom, but it's just too late.
No, I mean, that ends up being a really great couple of lives out of Shotzzy towards the end of it. The early kills at the P4, the way to stay, he stayed alive till the reinforcements got there and got a kill or 2 to re-pinch onto the P4, and then obviously a rotation. Yeah, there's a
wow, gritty match, gritty.
The timing of it and the stun not hitting, but the fact is you take the route, you make the play, and then Skies, you bring it sort of like, hey, how about you get the objective, you soak up the time, we'll try and do our thing. You get the map 1 victory. But dude, I went from nervous to getting fired up. Like, it was awesome to mount the comeback, but didn't feel like in the middle of that, you're like, oh God, we're right back to the same exact time.
No, I mean, in terms of their breaking, yeah, still a lot of work to do, right? A lot of solo chows that, but you know, you saw it kind of change there towards the end. A lot more teamwork waiting for each other. And sometimes all it takes is a map like that, a comeback to sort of get them flowing.
A map or a voice sometimes, like, just slow down. Everybody take a breath. Like, it's easy, especially with the crowd going and playing a game as fast as Call of Duty, is getting this sort of one-on-one chow blender. Sometimes you just stop. And and then pick up the pace. But it is a back and forth one.
There we go.
These two squads so tight, 18-point differential. Is Optic fired
Grinder.
to get the victory? We'll get ready now to hop into the search and destroy and see if they can continue this advantage. For Rocker, it's just another nail-biting loss in a hard point. It feels like they have had 100 this year.
Well, and this is the problem again. It's like you get a good game from one pair, but not the other. I mean, you don't even hit 20 kills, if you're Paul and Nero. And then the other side for Skies, maybe a little adrenaline playing in front of this green wall for the first time, right? 14-31, but he has 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Able to get the W.
Yeah, no, you get the W, you get the time in the hard point. I think, the stats go out out the window a little bit if you're winning. If you're going to be able to win, that is fine. I'm sure he would prefer the stats be a little bit better, but yeah, the objective time is there. Now, as we look to Hasi into search and destroy, when you get a player like Kenny out of it, you now bring in Skies. For your experience just with them in search, what are you going to be differences there? Because Skies, I know, at least he came. I mean, when I was playing for, I've told the story 1,000 times, but Courage, me and him played a ton back in Black Ops 3 before he was like 16. He was carrying us in BO3. He was a big search and destroy star. He hasn't necessarily been that monstrous stats at times, but their team is really struggling in LAG.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I just think they're both great search players, but yeah, I think for a long time, like, that's what we looked at Skies being, was this monster in search. It's just sort of what are the roles he's going to be playing in this, right? There was big question marks. Who's the third sub? It's going to be Skies. You saw, though, allowed Dash to be very free on the map. He wasn't playing around the hill. So yeah, I mean, we're going to find out live kind of what he's doing for this squad.
And it's just an interesting stretch for him these past couple of years. We look at the S&D boost. And yeah, that's what I was kind of saying. Like, the KD was there. Like, he's been putting up numbers, but they weren't winning searches on the LAG team, so it doesn't really stand for much. Like, they were brutal in search. They finally got a map 5 victory, and it didn't involve him. It's once he was off the team. But still, it's like hard to gripe about a 1.33 in search. But when you're not winning, a lot of those kills are usually coming because you're last alive, right? Like situations like that.
What are the maps that is? Yeah, like 1 or 2, right?
Yeah,
could be a lot.
Yeah. No, but even I think
still looks good.
Even during stage 1, I think like these stats were okay. I have to go back and look at it, but like, I feel like it was mostly these had some numbers, just not the actual victories. But for Optic, trying to continue the victories. Take a search and destroy, keep this crowd pumped up and fired up. They were silenced for a while, but into that game, you get going. Rocker trying to shut the crowd up. He had a monster bomb there from Geo. He's looking to make some plays now in the search and destroy. They'll kick it to offense on Hasi into
I think Optic.
Yeah, very strong map for this Minnesota Rocker team. 5-1 overall on the year. Normally vetoed against them, but if you're Optic, you don't have many choices.
First blood, Paul X able to rip the face off of Shotzi. Take away the route man now from the Optic Texas team, get the 43 advantage. Think about how you want to now make a play towards bomb. As you can see, everybody wrapping out towards P2, thinking about that B bomb. The one player here defensively for now is going to be Dashy. Can he get picked? Can he get away with his life? He's going to rotate off of this, and they're looking to give up the plant, and now going to work the retake. They're grouping up.
Yeah, they have all the info now. Nades are through.
Bye-bye. Oh! Doesn't quite finish it. Just some
no trophies, though. Good nade. Okay, there is a trophy. Okay, so Estrel's able to get that down. That trophy saves it, but now it's a 2 versus 2. Estrel locking it down now, all down to Dashy.
Mr. Clutch trying to pull off another one. He's had so many, some great tags in. 25 seconds to go, not able to do it. Good job toying with him. If you are a Rocker, you do not want to allow those moments to happen, like big clutches for Optic. The crowd suddenly into it.
Well, they did map 1, so that's all right.
That's okay. That's true. You don't want to let it happen again, Joe.
No, you're not wrong, but honestly, I think the fact that Paul stays alive there after the plant, it has to
that's
be
a big.
Right, because he gets the plant, he gets the kill, the points then give them the trophy. That trophy's on the money. That nade is on the money, and it maybe Optic's able to win that round.
Yeah, no. That's everything. He stays up. And you're thinking he has one, just the shots underneath, but not quite enough to finish it. So advantage to Rocker. And we'll see what it looks like for the push for Optic. Shotzi ripped out of the round pretty early. He gets blooded and can't really get anything. See what he can do in this one. He's got bomb in hand, tries to get up. He's going to get blooded again. So Shotzi pick, Esriel aggressive towards bomb, gets the opener. Prejudice going to grab it. Hop it, say, let's get this done. Maybe it's our best win condition in the 3 versus 4.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is. So, yeah, can you make a play around the rock? See it in every single game mode, but now it's a 2 versus 4. Nero's going to find the second. Again, the first blood comes into play. A Rocker retake.
Yeah, you get the first blood.
That's
plus
a good
tags into Predzik. He's going to tuck and hide. Even though you don't hit the utility right away, you just send it off of that. But Yeah, Shotzi gets caught instantly.
Well,
Gets the bomb,
I mean, I
gets
assume
dropped.
he's just sort of playing off of, I mean, they had nobody through garage. It was all just through open hall. He's just thinking they're not in this area, but Estriel's like, hello.
Yeah, hi, I'm going to get the kill and I'm going to back up. And the fact, yeah, he doesn't get traded out puts you in a very, very tough spot. So Shotzi blooded twice. Has some heroics at the end of the map one, but maybe he needs to slow it down for a second here in the map two. I mean, he's one of those guys when it comes to search, or comes to any mode, like he's either going to get behind enemy lines and make plays and shut you down as we get to the end of the hard point, or his timings are going to be off, his lanes are going to be closed, and he's not going to find anything. So far, it's been the latter. So he'll try to turn it around. Gio, not hand for the map one. Back to see what he's able to do. The whole team pushed up outside of number 5.
Damn dog, man. Keeps barking. Oh well. Gotta love him.
Opening tag engagements not going to lead to a blood. Optic really hoping to get a first blood. That trophy, everything it can. Is there any more utility to actually collapse behind? It doesn't seem like there is. Gio down to 31 HP. Now the push is going to come in off of the damage tags. Trophy ripped out of it as well. Shotzi trying to reposition from blood.
Nice. There we go.
Suddenly Paul, the low man that was after E2, he's got to get involved in this.
There we go. Let's go, boys. Let's go, Optic.
Yeah, that's what he
Let's
does.
go. Let's
But I
go.
mean, it is always such a tough position if you're someone like Paul who's on the flank, because you don't know if someone's through lobbies, someone's through garage. And pretty much Optic, they don't send anyone. They just four-hit it from the side door in through the front. So Paul, he decides to take her out through lobby. It's just a little bit too late. And well, then he's left in a 1 versus 3. So the numbers 4 on 3 near the bomb side give them that round.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be the hero of the dub in that situation a lot, right? Like, you're going to get there just in the nick of the time and make the play. You're going to get there and everyone's dead. Occasionally, you'll pull out the 1v3, the 1v2 type clutch, but more often than not, that's probably what's going to end up happening.
It's just so tough. It's like, then you know, if there's a round where you decide to take that route, you get caught, then everybody's like, what happened on the flank?
I mean, the last you just want to get caught sprinting, right? It takes a little bit too much time. Optic, they're now on the board in the search behind a big round from Shotzi.
Ball side.
Estriel's taking Carr out because Estriel's all the way back in spawn. Dashing during that gets the blood. So off of spawn comes Estriel. Gio out of this. Back-to-back bloods now for Optic. Trying to do something with numbers. Shotzi is doing a good job avoiding stuns.
No, I mean, because you had Estriel's off spawn from the car and is like, okay, someone should push up behind that play. And he was right. It's just the stuns aren't hitting Shotzi. So they have the reads. But it doesn't matter right now. Bomb planted behind that first play. The second kill into Shotzi, 4 versus 2, making a 4v1.
Things like we've got the reads. It's just not quite connecting. The bullets from Fred are though.
There we go. Let's go.
Tied up.
On Optic.
Team with the first blood so far, getting it done. But yeah, I mean, it just thinks that, you know, you're in the car and just get picked like that. It just kind of takes that up like completely. You got to blow it up and get involved.
Yeah, I mean, you're just hoping to stack one side of the map, right? Use the car to 3P, shut down that side of the map, at least give you the info. You're hoping your teammate doesn't die.
Now Rocker's turn to try and flip the script after a rough stretch in these last few. I mean, they were getting dominated in the red card versus phase yesterday. They kind of switched gears. They're 4-man hitting mid. I'm not sure you're at that point where you've got to pull up these kind of desperation hits, but they're known just kind of push the tempo and all group off. Shotzi gets blooded a few times, and now he's Mr. Takeover.
Nice. Boom.
After not being involved at all in the first 2 rounds.
That's with
Gets the 6th streak. That's going to be bombed down as well towards Secret. They'll be able to get that back, but the round nearly decided in the opening seconds from Shotzi.
And I mean, we see that early sort of bottom mid push pretty often. Gio, though, making it 2 versus 3, but yeah, rarely is it hard counter. That time, though, Optic on point with the call. Again, you know, coaching staff putting in the time. Just what does this team like to do, and how is the right call here?
Well, after Pred drops, this becomes certainly much more winnable with 40 seconds to go. Gio, can they isolate a player again? Thought for a second they did.
Well, yes, Sky saw him. He's trying to get out.
God.
He needs the help. The help's trying to come over Dashy outside of the map. Back in goes Skies, but he's going to get picked, and the help doesn't get there. Suddenly, from a 2v4 to a 2 versus 2, just over 20 seconds to go. I thought he bought enough time.
It felt that way. It certainly did, but yeah. Now, though, they know they're not at A, so now it's a foot race. Shotzi going to be here. Just when does he decide to go? Paul's got to look over his teammate. He's just looking the wrong way. Shotzi, he's got 7. Can he find 8? There it is.
The Shotzi takeover. The ace The first blood and the 1v2 on the site. Shotzi is dialed.
But these are kind of the rounds where I think they were getting away from them. And still, you do not want to be in a 2 versus 2 after the first blood and then the second. But Pred gets caught, Skies gets caught. He's just trying to buy time, but it doesn't matter. Shotzi, Dashi, they're able to lock it down.
And the nade hits right before the trophy goes down for that blood. That is going to be tough. 8 straight though for Shotzi.
Yeah, after dying.
Well, I think we're just talking about the impact. He has a huge impact or none sometimes. We've seen all of it. Through 5 rounds here. Right back to get the bomb down. Has a streak to work with as well. He's able to get off of that and tuck away. Now pressure Rocker to retake this in the 4 versus 4. Oh, well, that's tough.
We've seen a lot of that recently.
Damn, dog.
Shotzi calls in the car, immediately blows up on the Dashi, able to bring it back to the 3 versus
what?
3. Dashi popping all on Paul, and he will fall. Doesn't matter if they got the team kill, they're still able to clean it up.
They're laughing. That's a good thing that they're laughing.
Fist bumps up as well. What are you going to do but laugh about that?
This is worrisome now if you're Minnesota. Like, these mistakes are still happening on the Optic side, but they aren't mattering, right? You're clutching up.
Crazy.
If you are Optic, and this is when that momentum just starts to build, and mentally for this Rocker team, again, just going down 0-2 over and over again, it is not fun to deal with.
Up to 9-3 now. 2 more rounds for the 2-0 edge. Rocker needs something positive early in the round. Nothing. Well, I was going to say nothing going their way, but no, there have been some things that have gone their way, even outside of their control. Not capitalizing. As you said, it's going to be a good old-fashioned dance-off here at A. Everybody here is fighting. Some good damage into Jam. He's going to get cut down. The wall bang in from Skies, and he will drop missiles now from the sky as Shotzi looks for all trapped. Everybody trying to run away. Holding them in is going to be Dashi. Dashi going to have eyes on people trying to get out. You pin him from the other side. Skies is in above him. They're all just trapped here at Arches. Where do you go? The answer is absolutely nowhere. Pinned in and spanked.
Wow.
Rocker getting locked up.
I mean, we talk about a blender. I don't know if there's a better example than that. That is the grinder from Optic. The missile puts them all in the archway, all inside a connector. Pred with the first. Pred closes the round out. But it starts with that first blood from Skies. That is what he is known for. Hitting those wall bangs in search to destroy, giving his team the advantage.
Yeah.
You go up 2-0, and now it's 5 straight for Optic. Rocker in trouble. Crowd just getting more and more fired up by the moment. Do you close it out here? Just get it done with this offense. This time bomb could be in hand of Pred. So a little bit of a switch up. It's going to be a route now from Shotzi.
Route man gets paid.
Just taking your time, trying not to get picked. The trade-off with bomb as well. He passed off the Skies.
Yeah, there's so much info, though, over towards A, right? The rotation, you see all the white arrows starting to come this way. They know this is a B hit.
You're just hoping you got your position. You're not able to catch one, but likely instantly traded based on how Rocker played this. But can you slow this down? Can you defend the numbers? Oh, not yet the freebie. Maybe she a little bit too early. Now you're risking getting caught. Back to the water. He goes trying to get out, but Dashi's going to drop. Shotzi does get away. They aren't able to cut him down, so good job playing his life. Pred completely out of the action, trying to get back straight up the gut through mid-map.
Did he get a timing? Watch number 3. I think Pred gets a timing here. He might be able to close out this map.
They turn to pick it up, but it's a little too late. Pred up to 3 straight. Just over 20 seconds to go. Good damage in. They isolate him, but time's still ticking on Shotzi to close, and he is the
Nice fucking shots. Let's go. Nice fucking ending.
I thought for sure Pred gets caught there. There were 2 players looking middle of the map. I think one's watching up top, but it looked like someone was looking at mid. Yeah. They knew someone had to make a play on the Optic side.
Yeah.
I think he got insane time.
But sometimes there's some magic in the building.
Wow.
No,
Nice.
It's a magic in the building. It's a magic that's created for Shotzi. Right. I don't know. These guys just level up the second. They're at a venue in front of these insane Optic fans. So far, so good. Maybe you start a little bit slow there in the map too, but quickly then you take 6 straight and Shotzi erupts. He started the comeback. He finished the comeback. Unbelievable stuff out of him, including some clutches in ace. Everything he wanted and more. Hell, his streak basically leads to a round win as well as that pins them in Arches. A masterclass there from Shotzi. You're up 2-0, and now as much as I thought this one could go the distance, just because Optic was such a question mark, right? Rocker would be a tough team to put away. I guess this is now the interesting part of a Rocker series. They're in an 0-2 hole.
This is the typical Rocker start.
But as we thought maybe yesterday,
You just can't do it here.
They didn't have any life, right?
Yeah.
Will they be able to do it? Will Rocker make it interesting? Desk, what do you think?
Man, I wish I had something to cheers this Texas crowd with because they are getting rowdy. I was out there during game 2. Jay, anytime there's a kill, this place is going nuts.
Yeah, that's literally what happens every time we walk into Texas and it's Optics event. The green wall is just way too strong. That crowd buff is insane, bro.
The
I'm
home
telling
crowd
you.
cheese buff goes absolutely insane. Shotzi's a different player than what we saw online. He took over in that game too.
Can we do a little check-in on your social media feed as we saw you choose Minnesota Rocker? The fans in the venue booed you, and then it seemed like maybe the internet did too?
Yeah, they did. I think that map one, though, like we saw, okay, Minnesota starting off real well, playing good throughout. Sachi just started to make some huge plays. I mean, the pinch he gets in on P3 all the way around back, finds the 2. Those are like the plays that you're missing. You live or die by him a lot of the time, and that's sort of what we've been talking about. When he's finding those timings, when he's getting those kills, the game's going to feel a lot easier, and that's what we saw through games 1 and 2. He's got to continue it.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the search and destroy. It wasn't as long as you wanted it to be, Minnesota. Optic out to an early lead, and they never let go, Allie.
I mean, I was really impressed that throughout the entirety of this map number 2 by the attacks from the side of Optic Texas. Their post plans had been looking awful throughout the stage. Obviously, a lot of things had been looking awful, but specifically their attack and post plans had not been looking good. Clearly some work done there. I mean, they were 11th overall in the league, and they just started pushing out these lanes a little bit better and kind of talking to each other more. You could see on the mini map where the comms were kind of leading their game plans, which was good for the side of Optic Texas, because for Minnesota Rocker, their whole approach is going to be to try to get that early pick, right?
Yeah, and then when you watch a player like Shotzi, I feel like we haven't seen this form of Shotzi in Search and Destroy all throughout the qualifiers, man. He's finding his openings.
Yeah.
He's winning his one-on-one gunfights. Shotzi with the ace, man. He's even getting those things kind of done. He was just doing it all in the Search and Destroy. When you allow him to make plays as a playmaker, GG.
Keyword, when you allow him to make those plays, right? And in a land environment, especially with the middle of the pack teams that aren't as good at communicating and figuring out where that player is lost or where he's at, he's going to get through, and he's so good, he's going to make huge impact plays and break you down, right? And when it's loud like that, he can thrive within that chaos. He just plays so well. And Minnesota just not doing a good job of accounting for shots on the map.
Shout out to our camera team catching the enthusiasm, the excitement here in the venue as the green wall letting their players know they have their back. Optic is up 2-0, but it wouldn't be without the comeback in our first hard point. That is going to be our scuff play of the game. You guys want to live it one more time, Jay?
I'm down. Show me again. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Optic out here. They're ready to rock. Let's take a look at the fan favorite squad. Tie game, 225-225. Plenty of time left on the clock. How do they seal the deal?
They seal the deal by Shotzi, just the routes and the timing starting to work out for him, but also the slang from the side of Optic Texas stepped up a lot. Pred and Dashy, I mean, a slow start from the side of Pred, picks it up near the later half of this game, and I kind of talked about this Minnesota Rocker as we went into it. I feel like there has to be a change, unfortunately. I mean, Gio and Estriel were doing everything that they could for this map number 1, and you have to think if they have a little bit more pressure from one of the other members, maybe this goes a different way.
We got to take a look at the pick'ems. More love for Ant, I was told by the producer.
Let's go, guys.
Nameless, you were in the running last year for the top spot in our pick'ems.
Having fun, man. Listen, I picked Optic a lot.
I was going to say.
They costed me my pick'ems.
Didn't you say that they got you in that situation and then they were going to get you out of it? And then you didn't even.
The problem is Mini, I just believe in this team, but they're crumbling in front of the home crowd. Listen, the home crowd cheese buff goes insane. It goes without saying.
Game 3, ready to go. Nameless, they've done it twice already this season. Can they pull off the reverse sweep?
I mean, listen, they can, right? And with Protocol, this is a map Optic haven't won throughout this entire year. It doesn't matter the roster that they've had in control. They have to do a better job at accounting for Shotzi. He is getting lost way too often. I think on the side of Minnesota, in terms of respawn, you're feeling good about Gio's performance on that map number 1. Same with Estriel. And Skies, I mean, he did not have a good map by any stretch of the word, right? So if you account for Shotzi, you have a good opportunity here in this game 3.
We got 8 butts in seats. Texas, make some noise as we kick off game 3.
Let's go,
With Merck on the mic.
Big Grizz.
Yeah, I mean, what you guys are talking about is the question. Can Rocker do it? Or at least make this more interesting with a couple map victories? They've been able to come alive at sometimes fall short in that map 5. I don't know. This crowd might be a little bit too much. This team's clicking now.
Yeah, it just feels like maybe a couple of the individuals that you would want to get going. Like, I feel like when the comeback starts, it's like Nero, who's really just starting to pop off. Like, you had a couple of those moments like map 1 from Geo.
Yeah.
You're just not getting it from the rest of the guys.
No, you have not been getting that at all, but it may start here. It's been the running joke for this team. Sometimes they start in the map 3. Will they start strong enough? Couldn't get it done yesterday as FaZe just put them away and absolutely bodied them. It'd be a tough. I mean, we kept believing this team. Maybe eventually they're going to hit a different form. Maybe eventually they're going to overcome sort of this middle of the pack place they were at. But you come in here, just go 3 bops. It's probably change time.
No, it is.
Yeah.
It's just, again, these slow starts. This is where it hurts you the most, is at the tournaments against, big name players.
Yeah.
As soon as you allow them into the series to make these sort of plays, it just gets away from you.
No, I mean, they're on the receiving end of it. Usually they're the team that can sometimes make those plays, that they can turn things around and erupt. They really play behind some incredible emotions and plays, but, I mean, they're dealing with that happening with Optic and this crowd right now. I mean, Shotzzy just starts going off and people start going insane in the venue. Looney trying to get these boys locked in and dialed in. The good thing is this is a situation you're very familiar with. If you are Rocker, you've been here a million times this year. But Fred now trying to be a different player. Felt lost at times when he came back to the team, trying to catch up, trying to learn, definitely costing his team at times. He's starting to pick it up. He's not where he wants to be from like a cerebral standpoint, but I mean the skill ceiling's there.
Yeah, it is. And you can see, control stage 2 for these two. And I think this is probably just a game mode where somebody like Fred can kind of slow down and play his more natural play style is in control. That's why you're seeing those stats.
Yeah, especially when you talk about what you're able to do on offense with your player like him. They were chatting about that with like Carolina and Gwen, how he can find openings and really erupt and be a pace setter, a difference maker. Control in stage 2 is not a pretty one for Optic. 1 and 8, but that really stands for all modes. 5 and 4. 4 Rocker. Maybe this is where the comeback story starts.
Yeah, I mean, pretty solid pro control team. Well, 4 and 7 on the year, but in this stage 2 and 2. So it's been looking better. Yeah, on the side of Optic, there's a lot of vaults throughout this stage, just trying to find anything. But again, it's just new roster, Skies is in.
Yeah,
throw that all the window.
Yeah, throw their stats out the window. Especially now in front of the home crowd. Fred opens, Nero, though, trades that out efficiently. We'll see what they can start to do. Shotzzy trying to get lost early on, not able to quite do that. They'll cut him down. Nero onto the point, but not for long. Geo trying to trade, but Dashy not giving him anything for free. Shotzzy once again is trying to get across mid-map, find an opening, shut down again. You said they have to take account for him. They cannot allow him to get behind the enemy lines over and over again. So far, so good.
Yeah, that's always sort of, team strategies. Just calling out names, but especially that one in Shotzzy. Slow start, but it doesn't really matter. It just feels like he will have his moment. Rocker trying to work this 8-point. They were controlling map control. They had a bit of a life advantage. Paul just trying to lock this down, stop the clock. Well, avoid that kill from coming in. That was Shotzzy. Well, it looks like he's going to be able to find that route, but maybe trying to attack both points. It looks like they're just trying to find where Shotzzy is in their base. Number 8 and number 6. Astro Geo, like they saw the shots, but they just can't find it. And somehow they both died.
Okay, that's exactly what can't happen.
No.
You deal with his first few lives really well.
He's down on 3. Like, he literally shot from up top, jumped out. Like, you have to be able to track him down.
If you can't, you're not going to win the map. You're not going to win this series. We'll see how it goes throughout the rest of it. This time you deal with him when he's back off the spawn. Fred down to 3 HP, eventually drop, but you're working your way off the spawn. You don't really have a forward man. You're right to the blender where Sky's holding top mid. He gets stunned up, so can't really do much more off the back of that. You pause the clock around 15 seconds, but this is going to be your last body of work. You really get this done and extend it, but Shotzzy's right back into your house and making plays.
Yeah, he's making plays, only 10 seconds left. He's also hitting shots. It looks like Paul's going to be maybe the one player to get out. Maybe get to that A objective. He's going to find 2. A big 2 from Paul. Should be able to pause the clock. But can his teammates help him out? That is going to be the question. Can they hunt him down before the rest of Rocker get there? That answer is yes. And, well, what we talked about happened. Shotzzy, slow start, doesn't matter. He makes the plays where he finds 3 in the base, so Rocker gets them off A.
No, and he didn't get much out of the other lives, right? Like, every other life, you're able to pick him up before he finds any kind of opening, but when he does find it, it's such a crucial moment in the game. He didn't ends up costing so much time. You never really get another good opportunity to push out. It sends you right back to spawn. Like those 3 dead type of scenarios can be so difficult to bounce back from. And now you get to offense where you think your Shotsies, your Fred, you have even a little more freedom. Expect them to be working up kind of that A side ramp, A street, spawning them out B and looking to collapse on A early if that's the play call. Well, no position for Shotzi that time. Nice trade though from Dashy. It's both superstar ARs hitting shots.
Yeah, Estriel is going to be the one player though. He does get pushed up. Well, Shotzi said, I know what I would take. So I'm going to look at that, and well, he's going to find it. Now you have a couple of players on the point. One being Skies, no surprise there. Pred is pushed up inside the house. Dashy watching the pinch. He knows the flank is open. He's going to cut down Nero, and great start here towards A.
So far, this is beautiful. Second bit of progress. It does finish. The Shotzi pushes off of it. Now you're just trying to be a sledgehammer, just hitting him in the face. The Skies is on 5 straight. First point is done. It is clean. It is clinical. It is dominant. Out of Optic, Texas at the opener. Knock, knock. Shotzi's still here. Not the prettiest of fights, but he's still able to take one before he falls. Now over to the streaking Skies.
I mean, this is just, it looks like a totally different Optic control so far. Just looking over each other, picking up on the pinches, not allowing anyone to make the plays. They get A done quickly. You have 2 minutes. You have a 5 life advantage. Skies does have that Hellstorm. But if you are Rocker now, you just have to get map control back. But they just cannot find the SMGs.
No, they got hit in the mouth and not been able to deal with it since. All the mid-map presence to Optic Texas. You lose Skies, but still just trying to hold this front line till he gets back into it. Pred tucked away and looking to maybe make a play towards the A side. We'll see when he collapses because Pred's pinch could prove to be everything depending on how it works out. Somehow wins that one. Geo weak, I think, from damage on the other side of it. He gets the kill. Now you collapse. Pred's going to get dropped. Hellstorm is in. Doesn't lead to anything except maybe position for the Optic side. Now you're on the point.
Well, that's what killed Pred. So, yeah, Geo got a kill after death from Skies. So that's just what happens. But you get a lot of the map covered just off of that. And, well, you still have the 9 life advantage. They're just playing a little TDM.
Yeah, you're up this big. Why not? Play TDM. You got so much time to work with. Your win conditions increasing. Sure, pause the clock and try to guarantee it, but you are just frying Minnesota Rocker right now. It's another multi-kill for Shotzi. As Pred drops, he'll be a lone person kind of forward here. They're trying to hunt him down. They're finally able to deal with him. But the live's just really an issue. It's a good little stretch here from Rocker to give themselves a chance, but still 6 versus 14. You've got a border on perfect.
The problem is just the time. Like, I just don't know if they have a chance. Like, I guess you would have to put them in, like, that crazy spawn trap. But even then, you would think, but with stuns and nades, there should be a trade.
Yeah, if there was like 20 less seconds or something, maybe an opportunity to pull off a crazy clutch down. But don't count them out yet. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Now it becomes a little more interesting. No respawns remaining as Shotzi gets the kill. If he gets another multi-kill here, that could be a dagger just based on the fact nobody coming back. Not able to do it because Paul X shuts it down. Nero ripped out of it permanently. All going to be on Paul, Estriel, and Geo to get it done. But yeah, the time just a little bit different. Rocker's dream alive within this round. Still though, maybe not counting him out. Optic Texas just trying to hunt for him. Paul now permanently out. Estriel and Geo looking to clutch. I couldn't tell if it was going to be great timing or horrible timing for Shotzi, but they're able to get the kill. They get the final one as well in Optic Texas. It gets a little interesting late in that round too, but they just had so much time and
they had so much. They had so many.
Advantage in the mid round. They're able to play behind that.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe if Nero wins that one-on-one versus Skies, then like maybe you can play with something. But that's sort of the issue right now. They're just losing gunfights. I mean, Nero has just really taken a step back. His stage 1 just felt like it was him and Geo. Now Estriel is like getting better. It's just like this team cannot be on the same page at the same time right now. As Nero really struggling 6 and 14.
Yeah, like he's never been the most consistent guy. Like he's had bad days, good days, but never really super consistently good or super consistently bad. This has been a stretch where he's just not been great for a while, and that's what's tough. You expect him to be an X Factor type guy. It's just you need to have those X Factor type moments, and he hasn't been.
All hit and misses.
Last round.
Except I say Estriel.
If you're a Rocker.
Estriel's is.
Got to do it behind the offense. An opening break that is good for you would be fantastic, but that's not what's going to happen. Geo going to be the lone man towards mid-map. Nice win from Geo, but he's been one of the only people winning them.
Yeah, and now the problem is again, you're in a situation where Shotzi and Pred are in your base. So it's like Gio's going to be pushed out. He's going to be able to pause the clock. But look, yeah, these two are on a 6 spree. Make it 7. The only thing is that Gio has paused the clock for about 15 seconds now.
We lost Pred now, but Shotzi is still back there. So you deal with Gio, and
It's over.
That might seal it. You're just getting outplayed, outclassed. This Rocker team dead in the water. Going to go out of this tournament without winning a map unless there's something truly miraculous. The problem is you've got a massive life advantage at this point too, down 7. You sniffed a point, but only from Gio's gunfight win. A little bit of gunny there from Skies. He's just trying to patrol mid-map. Keep him locked in, and Shotzi is right back to work. Him and Fred doing a little 2-man dance.
Yeah, I mean, Nero's trying to get out underground, but again, he's just going to be the only one, and sooner or later, you're going to turn, right? That's going to be the call. He probably flanked in our building. That's exactly that. He does find the kill. But guess what? Skies in front are push on up. Shotzi's got the read.
That's over.
They
got it.
They absolutely are. This has been a smoke
Over.
show. Rocker getting fried. Absolutely dominated right out of this tournament. Optic Texas looking like a different squad. It's a 3-0 win and maybe the beginnings of a crazy losers bracket run.
Gotta love Pred.
And I think this is why myself and many others thought, despite all the struggles you had over the qualifier, like get him in front of this crowd, get him in front of this venue. It solved some of their problems. It's honestly like I felt last year at Champs. They had a lot of glaring issues. They suddenly went away during that major run.
The first step was to veto him. You know, I mean, that was the big thing here. But again, the energy that Pred brings, you can see him with the crowd, what he does. Again, they just started, I don't know, they clutched up a map 1 that wasn't the prettiest. And then it's just like,
if they lost that moment, it's like, do you lose that? Maybe things go a little bit differently. Maybe they do.
Probably.
But you come in and just get that map win.
He looked a lot more.
That was really good win. That was a dominant fucking
Listen, if like 10 had a map 1 like that,
oh yeah,
you only know what the
honestly, it felt like Ken that one. Honestly, it's pretty similar. Like, he was more objective focused. He was getting had a double negative, but yes, you bounce back. Listen, the searches definitely Shotzi take over, but you have a solid map 3. You start to get going. Give this crowd something good to feel about. You get a great 3-0 victory.
Yeah, good victory, good victory.
I mean, that is just an ass whooping. It is dominance from Optic Texas. Nero not able to find any openings. Paul X has honestly a tough and abysmal weekend. You see that 0.5 yesterday versus FaZe. I mean, it's 2 tough matchups. You hope you're not playing FaZe then Optic. Either Optic is like the way they are. Still, it's their major. Not the dream runner scenario there for Rocker, and they get smoked.
I mean, I don't know. They just
wow, that's just insane. What a fucking smoke show that was. Smoke show. Should have known. Oh, yeah, Skies.
They had the position to win that map.
Well, the man of the hour trying to bring this organization back.
Honeymoon stage, honey. What is up?
It's Caesar, Skies Bueno, and we've got Big Sexy on the main stage.
Texas, show some love to your hometown heroes, Optic Texas, as they come away with another win.
There's Scumpy up there.
Man, Caesar, listen to this crowd. This has been an insane event, you know, and, you know, especially for you coming to this team. And actually, he said he ain't doing it, okay? Now,
I'll take it off when we win the tournament.
If he wins the tournament, okay, we'll hold him to that one. Now, you know, you might be one of the first players to probably have back-to-back home events. You was at the Madrid crowd. You saw everybody across the pond. But talk to me, what is this Texas crowd like right now?
I'm not gonna lie, it's insane.
Absolutely insane, okay? The hero now.
Yeah, I was kind of anxious like the whole day. I was like, I wanted to see what it truly felt like for the roof for us. Like, it's fucking surreal, I'm not gonna lie.
A few months ago, you was on the other side of this crowd, taking their anger, but now you're a hero for them.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys come out with a 3-0 on the stage, man. Talk to me about what you feel like you bring to this Optic team here.
I feel like I always use the word vibes, but I feel like I have good comms. I'm like always directing them. And I feel like recently in scrims, even though it's been like 3-4 days, I've been really good at adapting to what they've been doing.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I've been faster in scrims recently, but then right there, they're just killing everything. Yeah. They've just been killing everything, so I was like, holy fuck. Yeah. So I was like, the game just felt easier. I feel like I'm directing them pretty well, and our search obviously was pretty good.
Definitely is pretty good. Texas, you guys like this guy? Now a fan here in the state, all right? You know, so you guys got a long way to go here in this losers bracket, okay? Just talk to these fans, man. Talk to them about how you about to come out, bring out some more wins, and what you want to do here for this organization.
Obviously, I want to come out with a win.
Holy fuck. They're insane, right?
Shit, yeah, that's just insane.
This is the Call of Duty fans, best fans in the world right here. But I'm going to let you go so you can start preparing for this next matchup. But what do you want to say to these guys, man, who's just showing so much love, guys and girls here in the crowd and all across the world?
Just keep showing support. Like, now that I'm a witness to, like, what you guys are really like, it's kind of insane. It's really a buff. And, yeah, just keep cheering for us. Thank you.
All right, keep it up, Texas. Just the first match.
I gotta go put my jersey on, guys. 1 minute.
Chris, take us away.
Caesar, if you thought that was something, you wait till Sunday. If Optic makes the run, you know he is going to be a household name. Great start. 3-0 over Minnesota Rocker, a team that we always clarify as a dark horse, a threat to the top squads. That was an 0-6 event, though.
Yeah, they absolutely bopped them. And that's the best Optic have looked all year long, right? So bringing in Skies, like he said in the interview, like he feels like he can adapt to certain situations, like in scrims playing a lot faster. And when they're killing stuff, he can slow it down and just soak that time. So a good sign there if that's how it's going to be the rest of this tournament, if you're an Optic fan.
While we take a look at some of the highlights, make sure you hop on Twitter and follow at Caesar Skies. I have a feeling he's going to be surging up the Twitch rankings as well. Allie, let's talk COD, though. What did you witness in this game 3?
Just dominance across the board. There was not a single foothold Minnesota Rocker could get on this map. And what's funny is when you get into triple protocol, you look at Minnesota Rocker and you're like, all right, this is opportunity, right? Like, this is opportunity for Nero. This is opportunity for Geo. And Optic Texas just snuffed out literally anything that they could have gotten a foothold in. Just beautiful stuff from the side of Texas.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Optic. Obviously, you want to be able to show your new squad having some success. The opening hard point, like the guys touched on it, like the guys said, it was very sloppy until it wasn't at the very end when it needed to have that clutch factor. The S&D looked great because Shotzi was finding all of his openings, but the best map right there, without question, was Optic in that map number 3 because their teamwork was what we've been waiting for so damn long. Crossfires being set up, bait and switching, finessing a little bit longer, spawn traps, everything was working right there for Optic, so that's the map that you just want to build your teamwork off of because you're going to need that for the rest of the weekend.
Nero and Paul X having their struggles today, but this man, Gio, has been consistent since day one of putting on a Rocker jersey, a 1.37 against Shotzi and Crib. But look at Shotzi, a 1.55. He's liking that AR coverage.
Beautiful stuff from the side of Shotzi. He's had a little bit of a slower start as well, and usually this is the guy making sure that they have those engagements, that they have that relief of pressure. But shout out to Gio, man. What an incredible performance from him individually to go down 0-3 in this series anyway. Guy's a beast.
And I don't care if it's inappropriate. Let me ask the question. Would Kenny be a good fit on Minnesota Rocker?
Ooh, yeah, I mean, I think so, right? Like, I feel like sometimes with Minnesota Rocker, they like that dog, like a leader. And I think with Paul, like, as much as we love him as a player, like he's been underperforming throughout this last split. You got to look to make a change if you're Mini. And if you can get Ken, yeah, by all means.
Let's take a look and see what happens when you make a roster change. Sometimes it pays off. For teams like Falcons, they are still looking for that starting lineup win. But you look at Vancouver's surge since bringing in Neptune, they have now taken down a top 4 squad in Royal Ravens in the opening round. They have breached the ace seed in their way. You win that, you're guaranteed top 3. Vancouver could be surging up our leaderboard.
Yeah, they really could, but you can't count the breach out. We saw what they did versus LA Thieves. They came to play. That match could end up being a banger given how good Breach have been in Hardpoint.
When we come back, it's our first look at another player making his way into the CDL. Make some noise for Lunar's LA Gentlemates. Take the stage next.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
How are y'all?
AZ Financial, we know that sometimes your finances can put you in a tight...
Optic Texas Major 2 qualifiers 2025. Watching Scump in Black Ops 2. That's what got me into it, seeing them play. All sorts of drama. You never knew what was happening next. The steak lunch might be a possibility.
What or who got you into competitive Call of Duty?
Scump, to be honest. I think it was watching Scump in Black Ops 2, and then he used to do the post-event vlogs. That's what got me into it, because I was like, what is Scump yapping about? Like, what's this tournament that he's gone and attended? I never used to watch them much, and then it was mainly the league matches in Black Ops 3. Every night I got home from school, and I'd go swimming, I'd come back, and the NA league matches would be on, and I would just watch that every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So that was really like...
That's cool.
You know, the
That's
start
awesome.
for me.
Who is your favorite player to cover and make videos on?
In his prime, it's gotta be Crim6. Just, you never knew what was happening next. I had the Karen 6 thumbnails. He was getting involved in all sorts of drama with Scump and all sorts of other players at the drum with Clay. Crim6 was like the OG thumbnail goat on the team. Dashi, more recently, definitely is up there. I kind of like the players that engage with it a little bit more. That's why I think Crim6 was good, because he had no concerns, or like he wasn't worried about it. He would just be Crim6 and he'd be entertaining to talk about. My thumbnail goats are Crim, Dashi, Octane, and I guess Scump kind of by default, really.
What's your favorite Call of Duty moment ever?
When Splice won Stage 1 Playoffs Infinite Warfare. I was gassed about Optic, seeing them play, and then I got into this supporting European COD phase. When Splice made the run and they won that event against LG in the finals, that was like, as a fan of the scene and of that team at the time,
Yeah, that was
the best moment. I don't really have like a favorite team anymore. I just want drama and the storylines to be good. So having that moment when I properly did was great. My actual favorite moment, I was in person. It was when Splice, again, but a different Splice team, played Optic in 2018 at Birmingham. It's my first ever COD event. I was there as a volunteer, sleeping in a sleeping bag under the lights in some other room. I was refereeing the Challengers games, but after that was all done, I was backstage, standing right behind Mad Cat, Tommy, Bance, and Jerd when they beat Optic Game 5, Round 11, I think it was. The fans were going crazy. Mad Cat stood up and did the finger guns, and I was standing right behind them with a camera in my hands. Yeah, good memories.
In your opinion, who is the worst Call of Duty team ever?
Oh, Optic Texas Major 2 qualifiers 2025. I don't know if that's fair. The actual pro options are Elevate's Infinite Warfare run. They went 0-18 map count. There's the XL5 or whatever the team were called from like, I don't know, BO3. That was the game. But honestly, in terms of competition respective to the rest of the teams, it might be Vegas Falcons. So I've given a lot of answers.
Hardpoint or Search and Destroy?
Hardpoint every day of the week. DeSoto Mike used to tell me that he wanted COD to be only Search and Destroy, and I think that's the most faded take of all time. Because if it was just Search, we are B-Tech Counter-Strike, to say the very least. A 249 Hardpoint is the best thing in esports, in my opinion. It's not even close. 6.5 Search and Destroy is great. Map 5, it should be Search. But if I had to watch COD all day, I'm watching Hardpoint.
All right, rapid fire round. Top.
Done with 2, done with 3, done with 4. Oh my God! Let's go! Wow! Let's go!
Watched that yesterday.
Their 2025 season rolls on live in Texas. It's Major 2, and we are getting into match number 4 of day 2. Yesterday, we saw 3 3-0s and a 3-1. We've had 2 3-0s and a 3-1. Joe, is this another 3-0 opportunity?
Absolutely. It absolutely is.
Let's get into it. We've got Toronto Ultra taking the stage after coming in with a top 3 seed. We've got Ali and Namos to break this one down. Ali, what happened yesterday? Because
You did everything you needed to in the qualifiers, but on land, you're continuing to struggle if you're Toronto.
That map one was everything for Toronto Ultra to lose it in the fashion that they did. It gave all the momentum that Cloud9 needed to then run into that search and destroy and just exude confidence. I mean, we're talking about a round 11 that could have gone either way. So if you're Toronto Ultra, you're kind of hunting for blood right now. You kind of lost your way with search and destroy. Used to be your lockup game mode. You were top 2 overall in the league. You've dropped to about top 6 in the middle of the pack. So when they go up against this team like LAG, who's been getting better in that game mode, they've got to feel confident.
On the other side of the stage, we have LA Gorilla Mates, and the Gentle Mates crew, well, they've supported their favorite players. They're one of the top-selling scuff controllers we have here in Texas. But the dubs have not been coming their way. The only victory over the 12th squad, Vegas Falcons.
Gotta start somewhere. At least you get a victory, right? If you are LAG. But you'd see they have a tough schedule here, especially on the back end of it. You had a couple of map wins versus, FaZe in Optic. But it's just the same question of figuring out this roster, right? And again, it feels like they're starting to get a little bit more comfortable, but some big mental mistakes on their side. Linz particularly is someone we're looking at. But I feel like when you look at these maps and modes, like, this is winnable. This is an Ultra team that has yet to win on land.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra completely tried. I mean, you're challenging. You banned Red Card, now you're playing Skyline, which all year LAG has been like the only map they've been consistently winning. And then you look at the ball control, LAG also 6-2 on that one. So if you're Toronto, you're just saying, we are better than you. We're going to win this series.
Yep.
The one thing I will say, Bean's a very slow start in that series versus Cloud9. And Joe Deceives, they just knew all his tricks. I mean, in the Search and Destroy, we're so used to him taking over in these S&Ds, wasn't able to be effective yesterday.
Well, Merc, even Maven got his prediction right today. Let's see what you got for us to kick things off here.
Well, I don't even know. Like, I do not feel good to take Ultra right now, but
Right?
I'm going to go with them because I think they should take down LAG. But yeah, I don't feel good about it.
Nameless?
Yeah,
Let's make it 75, baby.
I feel like Ultra's just like a middle of the pack team. I could see an upset here. I think they get it done in 5. I think Ultra get it done.
Ultra in 5. Alley Cat.
I'm putting my record on the line here. You might be able to time me. I'm going with LA Gorilla Mates.
Whew, I also wanted to go LAG. I too am concerned about Linz, though, and I am not concerned about Kleenex and Jamie on land. I'm going Toronto Ultra to make it into our top 8. Casters. Stage. We ready to rock? Let's send it over to Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Puckett. I know me and everybody else in this venue is ready to rock with this series and keep this tournament going. And now the first team coming to the stage is going to be the first time we've seen them all weekend long. So Texas, help me give a warm welcome to the Los Angeles Gorillas. Give it up for Lunars, Linz, Kismet, and Priesta. These Gorilla Mates going to need all the help from their mates all around the world to get this job done. Texas, show them some love.
We're talking about world champions on this stage that have just not been able to get a foothold just yet this season. We've gotten glimpses of it. We've gotten glimpses of greatness, and we have seen what Lunars is able to do. Now it's a question of if they can put it together on land. Sadwa Koma Sisi, Ales. Let's go, Blaze. Bring out the other team.
Time to bring out the next squad that they're going to have to ice up against. But we know the next team, they know about the code all too well. Get ready, because here come the Kings of the North.
Go! Let's get hype for Ultra. Let's go.
Welcome back to the stage, the Toronto Ultra. Here comes Beans, Joe Deceives, Insight, and Kleenex. Toronto needs to go plus Ultra if they want to continue on in this tournament.
losers bracket. They have not shown it on land throughout this season. But you look at this roster and you know they can do great things. It starts right here. Losers round one against LAG. Let's get the games going.
Definitely starts right here, and I don't think this is going to be a gentle series whatsoever, but it's time to head into it. Miles, Chance, let's go.
Who's LA? Indeed. Thank you very much, Blaze. And we're ready for a good one. Another team will be biting the dust. Another team will be packing their bags and potentially going back to Dallas, where most of them live. What do you think about that one, Chance?
I think it's going to be an interesting one. I think of like the series that we have had today, or at least for the elimination for the top 12. This one, in my mind, has the most likely upset potential that we're going to have. Granted, some of these teams have been battling, but it's just new LAG team. It is the land debut of Lunars on this type of stage. Going to be exciting to see him play and see if LAG can start fitting those pieces together. Make no mistake, Ultra have been the better squad, but a guy like that, Kismet, at the end of your screen there, is fearsome on land. I mean, if he's alive on the map, I'm always going to be shook. You have to keep an eye on him.
Indeed. Well, the Gorilla Mates have had their fair share of ups and downs so far, and this one, yeah, exciting moment again. You can see that. Is it nervous tension? I mean, it's raring to get into the game, to get things going. Ultra, of course, have already had a taste of tournament time here at Major 2, and it was not kind to them. They have sent packing down to the lower bracket. Vengeance is on the cards. I bumped into a few of the players backstage, starting to feel, a little bit more confident, ready to get into this one. They're excited by the Optic crowd. They're enjoying the energy in the room. Start to translate some of that into their own gameplay. Here we go, a double dose of Skyline to start things out, folks. And if that doesn't cure your ailments, totally normal. That shouldn't cure anything for anyone.
No, not at all. Well, maybe it'll cure something for Kleenex. He's the man that loves this map. He is one of the heftiest slayers we have on a Skyline hardpoint, and it is certainly a map that, while the overall record is not great from Ultra, they love this map specifically, and of course for LAG, well, I mean, listen, it's a ship with a lot of holes in it. They've been sinking for quite some time. You just want to make sure
Yeah, they have.
on land.
A little bit of swimming possible there on Skyline. Here we go, folks, into map number one. Another elimination matchup here on this glorious Friday here at Major 2. Skyline Vault Protocol, a double dose as well. The chances for this one to go the distance as well. The Death touched upon it. Very, very possible as we get deeper into the night here. But folks, strap in to Skyline, we go.
And just worth mentioning, should it go the distance, Ultra also incredibly comfortable on that protocol. So more pressure on LAG early on, but guys like Linz already inside the time. Opening break might give you a few points initially. It's all about the protection, though, and how the trades are going to be rolling through. And by the looks of it, Ultra firm control. There's Kleenex for 2, and that is an arrow on this map that is to be feared.
Ah, yeah, oh yeah, indeed. On board with Priester now on the approach towards P1 again. Firm control the left-hand side of the map for the Gorillas, mates. There'll be the white arrows. The purple, of course, Toronto Ultra for now. We're going to be fighting our way towards P2 in a most still tight spawns right now for Gorillas. Big wins up top. Joe and Kleenex find their respective kills, and an opportunity now to start pushing. There's another one. You've got a weakened backline. Can they get the break?
And this pace has been slowed down so much that, yeah, Ultra able to be calculating about how they want to get the kills. So number 8, Priesta already going to spawn out. Kills are getting traded. And Beats is going to be in the back blocking. Lunars gets caught completely unaware, and just like that, Ultra has broken through to P2.
Yeah, so clean break and a ton of time gained. Decent amount of time at P1 as well. So now eyes up. Joe on a 4. No way. Joe on a 5. No more.
Right. GG. Go next. We have our answer.
Okay.
That's now 4 in, 16 combined from a handful of players there from LAG. A painful moment, a kill feed that is going to pile onto the pain, and some fantastic solo chows coming through for the Gorillas mates. Not great on Skyline.
Down low, cleaned up, upstairs, all cleaned up. Bang! And that is it. 99.99% of the Gorillas mates gone as Toronto Ultra squeaky clean P2.
And if you're able to neutralize Kismet like this, 1 and 6 for the moment, take him to the pound and maybe take him around towards P3 as well. Insight gets to play a slow and comfortable game. He'll shoot his gun. He doesn't care about his red dot popping up in the mini-map. Kismet finally barks, but the trades are going to be in, and Ultra, maybe not the first ones towards the time, but at least they got the right side spawns and beans in the right spot at the right time already as a Hellstorm.
Another clean 3 down. Hellstorm for Beans at 6 and 2. That's 10 and 4 for Joe. The major considerations for the roster again. If those two are shooting hot,
I have no.
sky's the limit, quite literally. Over to Kleenex.
Sorry, but LAG fucking sucks. They're all champion. Like,
last man in the time is going to be a purple one, and that's Ultra still collected.
Every play perfect, every play calculated, and 30 seconds left. For some reason, I just feel like Ultra are going to find the right flip at the right time. A kill feed, though,
much better from LAG. They eliminate every single player in the hill and looking to set themselves up with a final 20 seconds of scrap time. And Beans might have control of P1. The rotation's going to be a little bit trickier unless LAG just don't rotate.
And they let him in. He might be able to make his way through now. Lunas will be in position to contest with Beans in a second, but that's good enough on the attack. There we go. Lunas now is the backside. That's going to be the spawns going the way of the boys of Gorillas, mates. A fantastic turnaround opportunity for them here. But you still have to hold this hard point. Not an easy thing to do. Kleenex shooting well. Kismet trying to pick up the pinch, and he might get caught out here. Nice 5 spree. He's not too far away from that Hellstorm as well. Will it matter indeed? Nice shots from Lunas. The back still safe.
Yeah, very nice.
Get the vibe flowing just a little bit, and it's the rookie
Ooh.
on his land debut right now, doing the best for his team as well. Kismet, though, that's the moment to start bouncing back. Nice little time to go on his 6 spree. Starts off 1 and 6, but trying to make an impact. He had insight in the back line. He gets dealt with, and all things considered, a beautiful hill thus far
very
from
nice.
LAG. Not quite a perfect full 60, but not too shabby nonetheless. And they are right back in this game.
Right back in this game. You needed that sign of life from your Gorillas, mate. It was not looking ideal. Close out the first set strong and go into the second at least with a fighting chance. Now to Kismet. And he's on a bit of a tear, continuing the damage he dealt. He got his boys towards this time. Priest with the back spawns there and give up the last these few moments here. Go back over to P1, P2 spawns as well. Right back to square one in a much more comfortable position for the LAG boys.
Oh, you'll always take that trade. Kismet, nice moves as well to attempt to get the hill time, but we're just trying to keep the pressure up. You see guys like Joe to see he's pulling out the aims on this hill specifically, so extra ARs in the hands of the Ultra players, and that just means these line of sights are going to be on point. Kleenex also just read the hell out of that pinch coming through from Priesta. So Ultra in firm control.
Joe heals. Nice work, Links. Last man up live upstairs. He's going to be able to help get that pressure on towards the time. Insight can't get any more out of this life, and that's going to be Beans now alone in the time, but
Ooh.
problem finds a couple. Nice kills and a spawn flip there. Ultra in control.
And that's LAG kind of throwing
Pretty
away
in
that
control.
advantage. They got the first 2 kills on that break, and for their overextension to go and kill Beans, they end up losing the spawn. So LAG bite off more than they can chew, and now they got to chew a 70-point deficit with Toronto in firm control. And I mean, look, they walked through and broke P2 in an instant. LAG is not going to be that team.
Not yet. Trophy's down still. Great P1 out of Beans. Nice shots into the first man. 17 and 9. For Ben McMillan, he's having a fantastic map, folks. And again, P2 is open for business, and we are not even close to the point right now. Inside the front man. Everyone's making their way through the step side. It's on to Beans once again. Beans again. 18, 19. The 20th is not going to be there. Now to the bottom side of the map, and Kleenex is going to pick up that, and that is going to be back and forth, all down. Gorillas mates back to spawn.
You see the way Beans is playing it. He's ready for the chows to be coming through, and everybody's just a little too late. He keeps hitting the pre-fire and be like, oh, they're not there? I have time to slide. All right, cool, free kill.
Let's go, Joe.
In repeat. And these LAG players
That's it.
got stagnated and put in a kill
Over.
box. Toronto Ultra, I mean, this is truly as good as it gets for Skyline. A mixy map, but from what we've seen today, Falcons better fighting hard.
I was going to say, this is the biggest blow we've seen so far.
Wow.
Ultra. There is no going back now, folks. I don't even think we've got time for a listening chance. I mean, this is on pace to be the fastest hardpoint, or at least the most devastating hardpoint performance we have seen so far in the competition. Beans connects with the Hellstorm. On the time we go, and Insight. Again, not a tremendous stat line, but that is firm control of the kitchen now. 1 man left for LAG. Soon to be dealt with, but no, Kiz finds at least 1 before going down and makes it a little more spicy.
I mean, this has just been a beat-up, big chilling moment. Lunar's certainly been putting him up a decent fight so far, but ultimately not enough in long term if we even want to pretend to talk about it. I mean, Ultra, again, always doing the right thing, someone blocking spawns. Kismet might be the guy to open things up and actually flip the map, so a great play coming through from Kismet. He's able to pick up 3 on the mix and put his team in a good spot. Dominators are down by 150. Got a long way to go.
That is a problem. But boy, what a comeback it could be. Kismet simply trying to do it all right now. Forspree looking for time as well. Not a huge amount of time accrued for any of the Gorillas mates players, but again, Kiz, he is finding kills all over the place. On the run right now. Couple go down, and they have to try to retake the hill from close side. Shots in again from Kiz. Cargo, the second man. Joe Deceives now the tip of the spear for the Ultra Boys, and he's in time, and this could be game. 25 for the win.
I mean, that life is ridiculous. He goes and like puts his team in the perfect position. He's got control of up top, and then every single one of his teammates loses the gunfights, and he is literally running circles, trying to fill in all the gaps that they are letting go. They do re-pierce the P4 setup. This is the only hill where LAG have actually had success, but right now, more so a moral victory you're looking for. Make sure you do not join.
Damage. I thought it was going to be.
Seconds away from the Kleenex. Oh dear, nice.
Ooh, nice.
Up close. Still keeping the time going and safe from the 100-point club now. Game still very much close to completion. As Beans and Co. Can we close this one out ultra? That's the question, because, hey man, crazier things have happened. A late break and a few more seconds, but not the game yet.
Yeah, Tobias there, 3 spree, 33 and 20. I mean, it is tradition for him on Skyline to be the main slayer. Absolutely delivers in map number 1.
The Nexus went nuts.
Final dive, but going out with
Let's go. Let's go, boys.
Real clean.
I like to see.
Joe's got a sort of a look at his face right now, because I don't know why he threw himself off the map in the final moments there. I hope he caught that on the replay, but a very confident looking Ultra in map 1.
Very confident.
And if not for the efforts of Kismet, Gorilla's mates didn't have a whole lot of good looks there in that first hard point, but we're going to search and destroy in a mo. And I'm sure the highlights will be a dagger.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best play as well from Kismet, where he ends up picking 3 up on this sequence, flips the spawn for his team, and then they lost it in the next 10 seconds as well. So Kismet certainly worth a shout, but ultimately just not a strong game there coming in from Toronto Ultra, who all 4 players on the side of Toronto had a phenomenal output on this map. Skyline's certainly a map where you need the gun to be hot, and Linz did not deliver. 18 kills, 1,700 damage. So he actually did, like, he wasn't getting full kills. 1,800 damage is what you need to get to 18, so he's just on the struggle bus.
Yeah, it's a tough one there. Gorilla's mates, they go down in map 1 pretty handily. And again, decent look holds on P4. That's certainly where we're going to be seeing it. The game flow giving them their results. But that Skyline, just over 8 minutes it took for Ultra to take care of business. And for them, a sorely needed victory.
That was a very good map for fucking Ultra.
Quite handedly in the first round. The run starts here. P1 was an absolute blowout. And again, the scoreline was devastating. Devastating for the longest of time.
Even for some of these clips, I'm looking at it, and it seems like guys like Brisa are sort of like the entry role for the squad. Guys dying. Brisa, I mean, threw up 15 assists, I believe, so he was certainly engaged, but ultimately just taking a task. Even that first P2 break, I feel like Ultra really just sort of setting everything up. I mean, Lunars is walking up through white steps. His 2 players have already gotten behind him. LAG, just no element of heads-up gameplay right now in Toronto. There's a squad. The teamwork is, without question, their strongest point. If you're not getting trades against this squad, it will be a beatdown.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's going to hurt. And Ultra, a team who sort of redefined what it means to have good comms or clean comms, and a very composed squad way back to the Cold War days, and they've maintained that. See you, Joe. He had a little giggle there on the way out, but yeah, that is it. It was P4's. The only place we really saw a decent climb there from the Gorillas mates, but 104 the final score. Unable to really keep pace there with the Ultra Boys. Again, GG's to them. They came out hot. They did not stop. They never looked back. They rolled into the next search and destroy, looking very, very confident indeed. But yeah, man, Ultra composed team. Now you've got the injection of life, these sort of more aggressive players, the Beans, the Joes. It's a winning formula, man. You've just got to make it work. And on Skyline S&D, we'll go to that in just a moment.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, that is, of course, Ultra's map pick. They love to play on Skyline, whether Hardpoint as a whole has not been a massive success for them. That's their map. It's the go-to, the bread and butter, one of the best in the game on it. So to get that one out of the way, and for LAG, you just get to wash that one away and say, hey, we can go into our map pick now of the Skyline S&D and see what they can bring to the table. An interesting map, the Skyline always is, and I think it's been a little while since we've seen LAG really grind it, so see what they can bring out online.
Yeah, we're going to Goldfish maybe the first one for our LAG players. We're going to forget all about it, and we're going to get right into that search and destroy again. I'm expecting the players like Kiz, I'm expecting Priestess to go pretty well there. Excited to see more Lunars. Again, the LAN debut online has been up and down, a little bit hit and miss. It has been nice to see, you know, some fresh talent injected into the league. But now we get them on the biggest stage we've got so far. Here in Allen, Texas, we want to see a little bit more. For the Ultra Boys, very much so, been here before. Decent performances as champs, same with Joe on the LA Thieves roster last year.
Oh.
They should feel relatively comfortable here, but now
let's go. Fist bumps are out. Let's go. What's up? How are y'all? What is up? How is everyone doing on this fine Friday?
Mini map for the opening breaks. How confident teams offensive and defensive end is how much are you going to be willing to square up. Now, Lunars has been pretty sizable for the squad when it comes to search and destroy, has certainly done his job, and 63% on the opening goals is fantastic within the context of the league. So look out for him to be a lethal threat. But whether or not he's going to be squaring up with Insight in these outer lanes, if he's going to be challenging beans, or if they're going to be wanting to take everything nice and slow and try to be calculated. I mean, we can give on down.
Nice to see.
Let's. Away, but by the looks of it, A-side Bank, these are playing with confidence.
Guess what?
Yep.
This is on the far side. This is a fast plant here from Moons.
This is great.
Get that thing down ASAP. Ultra now have to go for the retake very quickly. I wonder how many lethals and tacticals we've still got to take this area with.
You're happy. Lynn's dancing around. He's got intel on two different players right now. Great shoulders. Great nade. Everything going perfectly. And Kismet gets the first 2 kills. So Lynn's zero time wasted to get the bomb down. A perfect A hit. And just like that, Kleenex in a 1v4 and gunned down. That is the type of S&D you want to see on Skyline for Gorillas. That is the bounce back round they were looking for.
That's what we're talking about, man. That was a perfect round. Kids 2 kills. Certainly helped things out. You got Kleenex pinned in Jim. He can't escape. Lins gets the bomb plant and manages to get that final kill as well. So on the road to the RCXD, he will be. He's going to assist as well.
Yeah, I just love the shoulders being turned as well, right? And those insights posted up in the back. Doesn't overcommit to anything. Gets the intel on Kleenex and coordinates everything with Kismet. So that's a nice strike. The A hit as well. We see how Ultra responds. They're going to be taking things maybe a little bit slower. Maybe just straight through the middle of the map. Oh, they're pouncing.
Here we go. First blood. Toronto boys, they slide running. Kleenex manages to walk over 2. Joe backs him up, gets the perfect trade, and Nassau Priester 1v3.
Well, Priester, he's been grinding the S&D8s. He has been putting the time in for moments like this, but a 1v3 against a team like Ultra. Got a lot of work to do and would have loved to have finished that game.
Yeah, unlikely, but we'll give another try at this one. Insight. Double dips after the escape attempt earlier on. And Ultra immediately, as fast as the other round was, bounced back.
Yeah, and the exact same strat in effect in the sense that we are going to be working the A bomb site. Difference is Ultra, they send everybody to get in the mix. So despite the fact that LAGU was there to meet them, they
oh
were
my God,
outmatched and overwhelmed. And of course, now from Ultra, looking for the adjustment. Maybe a few trophies to play with. You want to be just a touch more aggressive, but you don't want to let that bomb get planted for free.
Both world champions on the stage. Kiz and Priester. No strangers to pressure, no strangers to difficult situations. Muster up some of that magic here. Try to start to fight your way out of this loose bracket. Another bomb plant by A. We're going to see a really, sort of a similar setup. A little deeper on the defense here, and again, that is a heavy stack towards the backside of the map, and it's going to pay off Kiz again with the first blood.
Oh, that's a beautiful call. I mean, I don't know who got the intel. I don't know if it was Priester, but he was the man that needed help, and his team reinforced him. And just like that, last man standing beams in a 1v4. That is another perfect round of attack coming through from
very good round.
Not a single death on their attacking rounds, and again, the adjustment from Ultra was in fact made. Playing for the retakes, trying to work up top, but whether it was Priester or someone like Kismet felt the pressure. Reinforcements there. Coach Lunars and Kismet come back, get the top control, make sure Priester doesn't get overwhelmed, and they just executed perfectly off the back of it.
Post-plant positions right now for the mates are perfect. Ultra also found success in their attacking round as well. It's just going to be an attack-heavy game of Skyline, possibly. Nades up, nobody home this time round. It's going to be a free A bomb site for a second, but Priester on the cross. Guns. Joe out of his boots.
And they're so quick. LAG making moves as well, so they all wrap back and reposition so they can take it over. Kleenex, though, I mean, good timing here on the pinch. He can make the play.
He goes with them, and he finds at least one here, so a 3v3. Not a lot of presence there on the bomb site for anyone from the Gorillas mates. They are still close. Pinch has been red, but Kismet is not down and out yet, so the play is still alive, and he's on the hunt. Look at this. True aggression, and he wins the fight as well. It's now a 1v1 with 20 seconds to go.
He knows where he is, knows where he was. Up top, he's on the hunt, but there's just simply no time. 12 seconds. How quick can he be for the defuse? It's going to be right on the money. Oh, and he got it.
He got it.
A man on a mission.
Wow.
The force spree in his life.
That is unbelievable. What a defuse.
Wow, that was a good defuse.
Well, I think if he just maybe takes a slightly longer route, goes in the elevator shaft, maybe gets away, but I think he thought he had the time, which I was on the same page. I thought he had it as well. Kismet, I mean, dialed in. That's a big round as well. The first defensive round win executed by Gorillas Man.
3-1. Gorillas mate well and truly alive here. Kiz gets to throw out the RC. Huge presence here now. He's going to see so much. Eyes on all of these players. Gives you the free bomb plant down by. Oh, and it blows up Joe. That's unbelievable. Straight out immediately. Insight is there for it. Now you've got a little bit of space to play with. Oh my. Beans gets away with his life. A man advantage right now for the Ultra Boys. Still trying to fight forward. Kleenex now puts all down to Linz. Linz in the 1v3. Insight jumps it straight away. Coverage is there. Linz can't get the kill in time. And that'll be the defuse.
Yeah, that is a
nice
ridiculous
defuse,
round.
guys. Nice.
How rare it is to see RC cards get successful kills at all. And that was the only kill they were able to actually get. Ultra, after the fact, end up being perfect. They respond with their defensive round, and Kleenex continues to be on point. Top dog on map number 1, and right now top dog in map number 2. It's 6-4. Certainly not electric, but getting the job done for the moment.
I'd be interested to know where exactly the RC card caught Joe from, but played.
He jumped on top of it.
Oh, there's a carpet. Smiles from Kleenex now as we go into this next round. And again, attacking rounds have been pretty good for everyone. First defensive win, obviously the previous, but now back at it again. The same lineup there. Priest not the man to get the kill this time, but immediate trade. So Ultra, adapt, and survive. 3v3.
Inside 2 after all, trying to make a different angle. In the meantime, Joe deceives, takes the intel, gets a kill, and gets on the board.
Yep.
Second kill, and with bomb in hand. Taking things slow, waiting to get any degree of intel. Ultra are playing this very passive.
Way passive, yeah. Now players made their way through the bottom side of the map uncontested, and Joe doesn't
Plant the rock.
A big win from Priester. The bomb now immobile. 2v2.
Priester maybe a little battle against Beans, potentially down low, while Insight maybe wants to collect the bomb long term, but they haven't spotted Lunars out in a minute. So Insight is doing this with no idea,
Oreo.
no contacts. Finally, that battle finishes. Beans comes out on top. It's the rookie. A 1v2. It's Insight and Beans.
He's upstairs, they're downstairs now. Lunars, he's going to time this quite well. Will he catch the player on the bomb? He hasn't actually checked it yet, so wait for it, ladies and gentlemen. The bomb does not get planted. The time ticking away, and now the rookie in the 1v1 for the round. Lunars, what a moment that is! A big main stage moment for the young rookie, and he clutches up.
And times it perfectly. Knows he has to be aggressive. He gets Beans one shot, and he does not waste any time, even through the stun. Keeps holding forward. Another solid round coming through from LAG, but a dicey one indeed. Kismet had his clutch.
What's up?
That's a world champ.
How you doing? How are y'all doing?
His own.
Forget to say hi in chat.
It's a very purple series here in Texas, folks. The last purple series we're hoping to send one of these teams home. Loons with the opening stance does manage to get a little bit of damage in there. Frag grenade still in the back pocket for the play towards the other bomb site, and we are making moves already. Kismet has pumped the brakes, but this is all intel towards the B bomb site, which seems to be the target for the Gorillas, mate.
This might end up being a B hit. Yeah, Linz is able to find the first blood. Kismet's able to get control of the B site, but he gets caught. Kleenex very quick on the trades, and the bomb getting out of dodge. Beans by the A site, but he might get overwhelmed.
Yeah, you come in B. Doesn't quite work out. Now you go back towards A, and there's plenty of players here. Too many mans indeed, but Linz and Lunars find their kills, and now it is on Kleenex, who tries to hand them another L, but it's not going to happen. The mates, again, good trades.
It was a big map for him as well, getting the very quick bounce back from the Skyline beat down to map number 1. Lunars here for the final kill. I think Linz was able to give us 2 in this round. They are roaming together and making plays. Game plan on point from LAG, at least in S&D. And the comms continue. Linz and Priest are figuring out how they're going to chow. They've taken their turns challenging.
Hell of a lot better. What is up?
Getting that angle
Oh, yeah.
across. So LAG have been happy to be aggressive on this map.
Map point to tie up the series. I'm going to give the bomb the show now for the Ultra lads, and we're going to try to hit a ASAP. But the problem, you've got a couple of members here. Good news.
Nice.
Wins from Linz. Priester finds his. No, the trade is just about there. All down to Linz. He's taking the sneakiest route he could possibly find. Linz. Does he slip through? 1v1. And it's done. Oh,
Wow, that was close.
A spicy round indeed.
That was real
He's
spice.
not that guy. Quick on it. Both of the trades that were necessary, and his teammates, of course, getting those players one shot. So no 2v4. In spite of the smooth moves, Lynn's able to pick up 2 kills in that round, but ultimately just great for the KD. Ultra their strat to run over that A site on point again. I mean, it's back to the round 1. Their default, their standard, but they have it dialed in.
Got to pull 3 straight right now for the Ultra boys. Mates only need 1. Can you close out? We've seen him in this position. Hard points before, decent lead, starting things off strong, and Joe Deceive starts things off fantastically. That's a 2 instant and a massive advantage now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with trying to run through mid. Lunars, though, already has a clutch. He's able to find a clean pick there on Kleenex. So now just a 2v3 and plenty of time for the ARs to play with.
A perfectly cooked frag. He spots out Beans. And he gets him off the stairwell at the very least. Now Luna's superb shots into the second hand. Insight's going to get away with it. Back to the mate special. They hold hands, they work together, they're going to play this next trade very effectively. But don't forget Joe, he's already found 2 this round. He's a little deeper now. He's not necessarily going to find the intel too fast, but quick recovery now from Lunas, and here comes the plant. Ultra on the move.
And for the retake, there is a lot of clutch potential for Priester and Lunars in this round.
Inside doesn't check it. Priester now. It's gone from a 4v2 to a 2v2. Joe down as well. Lunas, he drops to make it a 1v1. Priester versus Beans. Beans now positioning himself perfectly on the retake. That is that. A 4 spree. And the bomb defuse. Ultra, 1 round away from tying it up.
Yeah, and what could have been for that 2v4 clutch, but in the end, Beans just sees Priester jump over towards P1 and knows I'm standing behind the bomb. He has to come to me and plays off the timing. So very simple for Beans towards the end, but opportunities for Lunars and Priester to do something special. Either way, still have the lead, still a round away from tying the series up. And Ultra trying to figure out what they want to do on this next attacking round. The 8 hits through the middle of the map have been mostly successful. A couple trades rolling through, the players chowing out our piano steps, and at least getting that intel. See what Ultra design around it. Insight maybe looking for the right side. Chow, see if anybody's going to pick it up, but they're just being met.
It's a nice aggressive round and a huge amount of damage, but not enough. Oh my word, Joe finds 1-2. A bomb recovery as well. Now Lynn's taking the route. He's going to be a problem in a Mo. We'll find out how that one goes, but in the meantime, it's not a wrap. It's a wrap on a wrap.
Oh, they can isolate him. This is it. 2v1 against Priester here.
That makes some noise. Some damage in. Can Priester get away with his life? No, he cannot. Lynn's now the final flank, and this is to tie it all up. He's going to meet them on the stairs. A 2v1 now, he's pinned. And no one's given up anything. Sneaky Lynn's misses the hop. He might have got the intel. Ultra are going to let Lynn's walk right into this one. 30 seconds.
Lynn's is getting his cardio in. He has done laps around the map.
Oh, sore shoulder. Stays quiet. Might be able to catch a player out. Round and around we go. Slap number 2, friends. Oh my word, that player nearly catches him out. What a clutch that could have been. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we go to a round 11.
Yeah, all that workout getting in. I mean, zone 2 cardio. It's incredibly important, but ultimately Insight and Joe to see, you just gonna have a little chuckle about that one. And the S&D comeback might very well be in.
Oh, dude, I mean, you're half a second. And Linz catches that player with the hip fire from behind, then it's a 1v1 dance. You never know. Round 11, here we go. What a comeback this has been from Ultra.
Yes, it has been. What is up? How are y'all?
Squaring.
Squaring.
Same as before. Linz this time with the first blood. RCXD whirring away in the background. Not going to matter too much. Joe empties his pockets into a trophy.
And this is huge. First blood to get right back in this series. And Joe Deceives in a day one corner. Day one.
Nice. Yeah, Joe. Big fucking three.
Oh my goodness, down to Lunas now. We test the rookie's resolve in a round 11.
That's Joe, man. Big Joe. Yeah.
And they complete the comeback. Ben Beans let them know. As the resolve with the composure of Toronto Ultra, as steady as ever.
I mean, who wants to check the day ones come Major 2 anyway? And
Yep.
how does he play that spot, not even get checked by the first guy, and he walks away with 3. LAG, they know where they need to look, and it's only towards the control, which might be the final map they play in this tournament. Ultra, look on for him.
Absolutely perfect. What a comeback. The mates are not going to be happy with that one whatsoever. The hard point was not good, so the respawns were already seeing a difficulty there, and then you go right into that search and destroy with a superb lead. A massive comeback there from the Gorillas mates, from Ultra, and they just, you're going to that vault on Cloud 9, New York, later on in the tournament.
I mean, heck, someone's got to be in winners at this point, but no, right now, Ultra more or less just taking care of business. They dominate their map pick, and admittedly, they weren't entirely happy about seeing the Skyline S&D, but making the comeback, they are completely cool with it. And should we go the distance, they're happy to see the protocol for the map 5. So Ultra very safe now within this series. Just got to quell the threat, and they're going to want to get it done in 3.
Joe lead at the break. We're going to vault control after this, but first to the desk.
I sprinted back to the desk at round 7. I thought this was over. Toronto somehow brings it back and wins round 11. Merc, you were shaking your head in that final round. What went wrong for LAG?
How many times do we see that corner, right? Literally day one corner, the stun misses, the stun bomb, but it's just one where you have numbers, all you have to do is wallbang it, right?
Yep.
They're not going to over-chow or chow you guys because you have
no.
just the little mistakes. If you're these teams trying to cause these upsets, these are the maps that you have to win.
We'll call it out when we see it in the highlights one more time. That is a fantastic game of search and destroy. We thought Toronto might be trolling with their picks and bans. They allow Skyline through, and at the start, this was all LAG.
It's just so frustrating, and it's not even that they're trolling Skyline. I mean, they're 2-2 in search and destroy on the season. If you're the side of LA Gorilla Mates, on the side of Toronto, you're 1-0. You just don't have many reps on it, but like. All they were doing was banging out A. And I'm frustrated in the fact that they had that one successful round on attack round, like round 8, round 9 on side Toronto Ultra, and LA Gorillas Mates' response was to do the exact same thing back that had not been working the entirety of this round. You get first blood by Joe Deceives, you get him going. He is the reason 99% of the time Toronto Ultra clutches and comes back to a lot of these search and destroys, and that's what happened through the later half of this. It was all on Joe getting these miracle kills. So for the side of Toronto Ultra, you're thanking Joe Deceives right now outside of LAG. You're kicking yourselves because you were in an opportunity to close this out.
Just a couple of these rounds, right there, I don't know why Linz and Priest aren't together, right? And you see right here, you just line up. This, like Joe said, this is legitimately a day one corner. In rank play, I'm checking these corners here. I think they were trying to stun bomb, right? They saw maybe lay down and try to plant it, but yeah, that is a tough loss if you're LAG, especially with that being your map pick.
Beans and Joe Deceives getting fired up. Welcome to the league, rookie. Lunars holding 2 L's in his first 2 games. 2 very close games.
Yep.
Very close games, and honestly,
Good. They're thinking it was a good pickup, but I don't know. What is up, y'all? How are y'all?
In that search and destroy, that 1v2 especially, he's been playing lights out right alongside Kismet, so it's just unfortunate for the LAG side.
I forgot about game 1. That one pretty quick.
Was
Can we relive some moments, Nameless? Can you draw some conclusions for me?
I think we should. I mean, LAG have been comfortable on Skyline, but they just went against the best Skyline hardpoint team in the game when you talk about Toronto Ultra, and this is why. I mean, they're just bodying teams. These are setups that, I'm trying to get my teammates in rank to do. I can't believe we're seeing a setup like this in a pro match, right? So we're going to talk about what Ultra's trying to do here. It's P1, and they're getting this time right now, and what you see right here, number 2 on your minimap, that's Joe Deceives. He's just applying pressure. He knows everybody's spawning here, right? So he's trying to apply some pressure, just make it easier on his teammates. When Insight spawns up, he's not letting anybody sneak through. He's going to go pick up underground. If Joe dies, then Insight can reposition to the stairs and hold the top. And you just have crossfires literally everywhere. So right here you have a player who's watching.
If you watch Kataga's reaction at the end of round 10.
He knows everybody's spawning here, right? So he's trying to apply some
On
pressure.
YouTube, I take it.
On his teammates. When Insight spawns up, he's not letting anybody sneak through. He's going to go pick up underground. If Joe dies, then Insight can reposition to the stairs and hold the top. And you just have crossfires literally everywhere. So right here you have a player who's watching the push through here.
Give me a sec.
Grill, and you have Beans who's in time, who can see down low and help with the crossfire. Anybody were to kill number 4 and sneak through. So this is just beautifully set up.
I'll probably go find it after.
Exactly where you want to be. Secures you
It's going to take me a hot minute to find that.
So
But W Ultra, eh?
and now you see bottom left of your screen, you see
W Ultra. Yep, there's buddy.
help my teammate in hill find these kills, and now we can funnel them. We know exactly where they're spawning. They can't go through middle map. They have to go around the bottom side of the map, and you already got Kleenex down there. Just
What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? How are y'all?
I will be seeing you tomorrow, buddy.
What is up?
I'll be here all weekend, regardless whether Ultra lose. But hey, I'd much rather be watching Ultra, my dudes. Hey, Bray, I got a tip Optic. They do look good, for sure. Oh, 100%. It's like when LAT start trolling and you got nade. Like there's no. On Hacienda, I was in disbelief. I was hands on my head. I was
I mean, big comebacks. If you're trying to cause upsets, if you're these teams, you can't allow these to happen. So yeah, 5-2. I just think the mental's probably checked.
Beans is back. Let's kick off
Hey,
control.
Mr. Laura, I'll be there, my boy. I'm gonna be here. You're gonna hear me roaring. It's all set up for tomorrow. You're gonna hear me roaring in here. And I feel like tomorrow we're gonna see map 1. Presuming, fingers crossed, Ultra win. If Ultra play Optic tomorrow, I feel like we're going to see a Skyline map 1 absolute bang out as well.
We're watching Insight pull out a Jackal on this map. That's how it can be in black.
Yeah, indeedy. 99 kills. I'm going to go way back to MW2. One of the most memorable, for the wrong reasons, championship victories against Ultra. Back when he was on the New York sidelines, but now staring down a very rough 3-0. If they can't turn it around here in Vault, you're going home. The record's not fantastic for either team, but that just means we're in for an absolute banger. Yeah, round 5 game, very, very possible, folks. Here we go. First to 3, 2 zones, 30 lives either side. This is your last chance, Gorillas, mate. Bring it out for this, mate.
Let's go. Let's go, fuckers.
We're going to B, boys and girls. We're going to B. Or at least the Gorillas mates are. Bad news, Beans is there as well. Terrible news, Joe's found kills also. And what a lineup for a moment there. Well, that's going to be 3 down and Toronto Ultra with a whole host of map control.
I love a good cheeky B hit. That did not even come close to going well. That was brutal, but now you're back to square one, trying to get out of spawn. And
What's up, y'all? Don't forget to type in what's up in the chat, yo.
So much space on the map, but
that like, no, I love.
Quite there for the trade.
This is over. There's one more match, I do believe, and then I'm going.
Back, but Insight shoots him in the front.
Yeah, right on, man. What a turn. Well, it's like life
all
leads
day.
the boys to capture continuing. Gorillas mates now starting to push out. Kids finding kills. Keeping the boys in the flow. Keeping them on the point. Can he get back to that one? Yeah, he has to double back for the time. A stack, though. Linz leaves the point, though, so Kids is going to be capturing this one alone.
Why would he leave the fucking point? Get the fuck on it.
Second segment should be cleaned up any second now.
That flank's gonna hurt, though. The flank's gonna hurt. Priesta loses one gunfight.
Yes.
And Beans gets through for free.
Yes.
Nobody even turns. And Ultra take away every single player on the map. 1 and 4 right now for Priesta. Not the start you're looking for, but teammates get a couple kills, trying to get out of spawn, and at least you get back to the A zone. You do have 2 ticks of progress.
Place, yeah, nice shots out of Priester. Joe jumps in, gets a 2, unable to clean up the last man, and once again, Ultra with 25 seconds to go. They have made the A zone a safe place. It is so close to finishing, and they've not drained the progress. They're trying to lure those players in. Try to get them involved, try and get a couple more kills out. There's 15 seconds to go, and it's a dangerous game they're playing. It's starting to make a route.
Let the Bulldog heat up. Don't let the Bulldog heat up. Yes, nice beans.
Wondering where the pressure's finally going to be coming through, but Lunars and Lynn
Come on, Joe.
make the move. 10 seconds left on the clock. They they win the extra gunfight, and you get the A zone. Tied up on lives, though. This one's going to be a battle.
Nice.
Oh, an absolute bloodbath here by
Yes.
B. Inside and Beans, the power position's now full of Ultra players. They've got the setup they want. They're going to push out towards the far side of the map now, where Luna's is to be found. Good read, but not enough, because it's submachine gun inside. Once again,
Nice.
go fight
Go.
two. And the final 5 lives now for the Gorillas mates is all they've got.
Yeah, sub-site on point. Maybe losing a couple lives, and that just means LAG going to be able to work themselves out of spawn. But with only 5 remaining, your only hope is really to get a clean 4 down and try to stack that point.
Final 30. Once again, shots from Lunas. Couple of nice kills here.
Life
Slight
different.
life disparity. You're trying to do everything right.
Good read.
Great shots again. On towards B now we go. The quick stack up. Don't contest for the man behind you. Insight finds one. He's still firing his gun in the background, so this is an issue. A segment goes though at B. You get the last player off it, and the final 3 members of the Gorillas mates now scrambling to try to find something in Linz.
Yes.
Gets caught out once again.
Yes.
There's too much to do.
Yes.
To do. Ultimately, a stock and standard effectively round there from LAG, but Ultra more or less on form. Able to take him down in any situation that LAG got in with a little bit of potential, just could not quite deliver. Had some decent reads on players on the flank, but I think Ultra just on point, making sure they always had an extra man in any given position. Yeah, Kismet instincts on point.
That is still a fantastic player. Interesting choice from the Toronto boys not to drain that segment by A. They had so much control through the middle of the map, and they just didn't get anyone in there. You end up having that zone be captured, and now you do have to consider the possibility that round 5 defense, you're trailing.
Long term could haunt them. On the attacking rounds, no cheeky stuff over towards B. Just attacking this A zone, sending everybody through, but the trophy maybe a little too late, or maybe just gets caught. And Subsite, last man standing, gets 2 and gets out with his life. So honestly, buys his team a good bit of pressure. I'm liking the moves he's making, but ultimately gets dropped. How often do you see that from inside?
He does get taken care of. 26 either side.
Come on, boys, let's go.
2-man stack. Kleenex pushing the front line forward. Quick double back while he's helped through gens to possibly help out with the capture. But either way, one segment.
There we go. There we go.
Shaky at best. This is a nice counter attack there from Kismet. Traded immediately. Subsite still going. Inside finding kills all over the place right now. 8 and 5, feeling confident.
Yeah, I mean, no, he's outpacing Kleenex, and the scoreboard, unfortunately, is bugged. Inside right now is 13 and 6. So he's been a man on a mission, maybe just happy he can finally move around. And meanwhile, Kleenex not used to the pressure coming in from his teammates. A little bit on the back foot, but there for a couple trades.
There.
Does the dance around the pillars, but ultimately Linz and Lunars clean house, and they are draining the segment on out.
Down, man. Yeah, they do clean that plate. So there we go. Back to square one on the final segment. The B zone still untouched, pure, safe. And Kleenex is definitely going to be spotted out here. Kiz is going to be an issue to deal with. Like, love this nade. The Kiz is still going to be an issue to deal with. You've got to go up there and finish him somehow. There you go. Nice work. Are we going to finish this zone? The answer is maybe no. Beans goes down.
Nice.
Last man inside.
That's all you need, and you got pressure on B as well. Yeah, Kleenex making moves.
Yeah, Kleenex. Yeah.
Good news, he had to reload after killing 2 of you, and he does get traded out, but now the next man in line, Insight, funnel system rolling through. Linz wins the crucial gunfight as well. And Joe deceives. I mean, it is 2-piece on 2-piece on 2-piece. Here we go.
That was last man. That was 3.
Over.
Before now dead there. Ultra should stack. This could be the zone.
Yep.
Second segment. Halfway through. It's a 3-man stack. The 4th man in the middle is gone. So 3 players on the zone. Anyone able to get close enough? It is evaporating, folks, before your very eyes. No contention.
Yeah. Woo.
Ultra with the offensive round.
I mean, that's a blink and you miss it moment. I mean, Kleenex obviously setting up the funnel system with that entry 2-piece, but then Insight gets traded. Linz picks up 2. I guess Joe deceives was just there for the dagger, but here's the best play. Insight playing with a little bit of freedom. Gets to run around with the Jackal, and he absolutely delivers.
He was just feeling so free, so
Yeah,
light-footed
playing
across the
free,
map.
man.
And this is match point
Copy.
for Toronto Ultra.
I would say light-footed as he posts up on the stage.
Loving it.
Yeah, he's
Loving
super
seeing
fun.
boys, man.
Whatever you need.
Well, it's all smiles from the Ultra boys. Now for the Gorillas mates, your final life in this series.
They ain't winning.
Got to rip 3 straight rounds.
Sorry.
Ultra just
They're not winning.
no wrong at this point in time.
That they ain't winning.
Relatively even opening out. Last go around, Gorillas mates had a solid advantage. Beans
Yeah.
spotted, dealt with Lins. Good shots.
They might win this round, but they ain't winning the map. I'm sorry.
Nice kills and a nice 3 spree. First segment about to roll through as well, but the stack is certainly not crazy. Number 5 and number 8, even though they already cleared out the point, Lynn's got all the kills, not stacking the point. So you get 1 tick of progress in a squandered moment.
Wow.
Now you are back to square one where Ultra, when they get the spawn trap, there's no one like them.
That was a nice save there. Big bailout from Priest. A lovely 2-piece. Lins once again pushing forward. Eyes on the prize. Can't get it. Joe deceives. Baits him into an open space and knocks him out. There we go. Kleenex fighting forward as well. Here comes the trap. Ultra, they're so close. They're so close to getting Gorilla Mates into the armbar. Kleenex still fighting. Middle of the map. This is not looking good. Beans fighting forward as well. Joe holding him in rugs. Gorillas Mates, they're wriggling, Trump. They're not letting him get the trap.
This is so difficult. I mean, this is looking like shambles overall. LAG, I mean, what, 30 LCD or 30 CDL points on the year so far. In a desperation moment, and they're not going to get any kills. Kleenex 3 in the feed. Welcome back to your spawn, LAG.
Let's
quick
go.
flight out to the tournament and a quick flight home.
That's it. Final 15. The trap is set. This is it. It is not with a bang. It is absolutely a whimper. The Gorillas Mates no hope. They have to tap. Final kills. A desperation move. Priester running.
Yeah! Woo!
It's not enough. 3-0 in control. 3-0 in the series. Ultra advance and the Gorillas Mates, they go home.
Yeah, not even worth talking trash. Just take the headset off and get ready for a potential losers bracket run there from Toronto. Getting one on the board and going about their business. Hit the fist bumps and continue with your day.
Strictly business. No bad blood. No nothing there. A tough one for Lunas again, his debut performance here on the CDL on land. And a really, really tough series against the Toronto Ultra team.
Unlucky for them. Yep. Unlucky.
That. Top 12 place finish there for the Gorillas Mates.
What's up, y'all?
Points, no cash.
How are y'all?
For Ultra, we'll see how far they can go in this tournament. Again, a surprise exit, I think, for them from the winners bracket. They've got a lot to go still.
I got a steep climb to climb. Got a steep hill to climb still.
Clean as ever. And the S&D.
Much, man.
And a wonderful comeback.
Ultimately, not too much to be learned from this one, but just taking care of the elimination business. Optic maybe the true upset of the day, and who's the player they got from this squad, and LAG able to find success immediately as well. So an interesting Friday we have had, but another team eliminated. We're not going to stop here. More Call of Duty left to be played. Another match we have on the main stage, but also with Frijolas there. Might get to see what he has to say.
Frijolas is on the stage with plays. We'll join him in a moment. But yeah, man, a great look from Ultra there. I think the control, not necessarily anything too wild there, but like what I saw from the hard point in the S&D, but we'll hear from Frijolas himself. It's Beans on stage with Guy.
Can't be losing, man. Can't be losing. All right. Texas, show some love to Toronto Ultra as they stay alive in this tournament. I got Beans with me on the main stage, and talk to me about this series. 3-0, you know, after coming off, you know, a close but loss there in the winner's side. I know it feels good to get this one, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty much speed run there, which is what we needed. Because yesterday, I mean, it was a 3-0, but, I mean, we lost by what? 1 point,
2 points,
3-2, like, that could have been a throw for us. So,
yes, it
we
could
didn't
have been.
think too much about that game. Coming today, know we're better than most of these teams, and we're playing like it.
You guys definitely are playing like it. Now, in this series, you know, you come away with that hard point, but you go into this S&D and you're down a bunch right there, okay? But you guys had an amazing rally right there. To kind of talk us through that, you guys kind of coming back in those rounds. What was the game plan of kind of closing out that S&D to win that?
That was a very good fucking,
I think we just
very good comeback in the S&D.
We didn't really pick up on what they were doing too much early on. And then half through the game, we start stringing some rounds together. I say, we're doing this. We're fucking doing this now. And yeah, obviously win the 1v1 versus my boy Preston. And after that, I knew it was wraps.
It was a wrap. Okay, you guys definitely closed that one up. Now, the tournament's not over. You guys get a chance to play another day. But talk to these Toronto Ultra fans that came in the venue today. We got some signs there towards the middle. We got a lot of people at home.
Ooh, let's go. What is up, y'all? What is up?
It's not how we normally play. We're looking good. We're feeling really confident. And hey, we're going to make a run.
They're going to make a run, okay? Keep sending Toronto Ultra your energy. That's going to do it for me and Beans on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Let's get into the highlights, shall we? A quick 3-0 in Nameless.
Yeah, that was lightning fast. I mean, Toronto really came to play today, and more specifically, Beans came to play. I'm glad that we interviewed him. Beans has been the guy that I've sort of had in question, especially in the tournament atmosphere, and he delivered today.
I completely agree with you. Beans, I've been hard on him, I feel like, as a player throughout the entirety of this split, like especially at the start of split
Yeah, he's
one.
been.
They come into the
But
major, they have a lackluster
everyone
major,
has
they
it.
come into major 2, and he's that guy in that opening map, right? So for Beans, I think this was a big moment for him and kind of his spot on the squad, but also just Toronto Ultra overall. I mean, this is a team we usually consider like top 4 when it comes to season. This is a franchise we usually consider top 4. So to see them so early in the elimination bracket, as Beans said, it could have been a 3-0 for them yesterday.
Yeah, and thinking about like this matchup in particular in the maps, they did some good things here. For Toronto, Skyline Search and Destroy has been a map that they haven't had in their repertoire throughout the season. Only played it one time, and it was this split. And adding that, Joe, it just adds like another layer when you enter the veto process.
Well, this is what they need, right? I think the maps, their map pool hasn't been as strong as they wanted, does Toronto Ultra.
Yeah.
It's one of the things hindering them versus the top teams throughout the year, but that's going to be the big question. I mean, Beans wants to go on this loser's bracket run, and they're going to have a matchup with this home crowd, so tomorrow should be a banger.
It's kind of awesome. You see,
Yeah.
Cred for
It's gonna be a good
he
match.
brings that energy. You see Skies bringing energy.
Can't wait for tomorrow.
Beans brings that to the table. You see Joe Deceive speeding
Oh, wait.
Yeah, it does. It also, like, Bean seems like a great teammate. Coming into the season, we
Yes,
talked
he
about
does.
how, like, the Toronto Ultra teams of past are always the cool, calm, collected comms, and he wants to bring that energy.
Yeah.
Maybe they do need that lately, right? Because Kleenex has
Let's
been
take
a
a
little
look
bit
at
up
our
and down.
scuff play of the game. It is the combo, but Joe Deceives is rewarded with 3.
I mean, this is it, that round 11. They get it to a round 11. They're down 5-2, and they're in a 3 versus 4. They lose that first blood, and Joe just makes the play. I mean, he holds that corner. Nobody checks it on the side of LAG, and while that just secures them that 2-0 lead, they were feeling good on that Volt control, and they end up closing out the series.
He gets 3.
2, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, 2 was absurd, but the third one was just...
Like, come on.
I feel bad about that. At the end, you saw Beans yelling at Lunars. Lunars is there in his rookie performance. How do we rate it? Was it enough for you, Joe?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, it was tough. I think he had some flashy plays in map number 1, but this LAG team, it's just a question mark of, like...
The LAG team sucks. They're fucking no good.
I don't know if
They need to fucking
We're going to a break. When we come
pull
back,
the fuck up.
elimination bracket continues. LA Thieves taking on Carolina Royal Ravens. A top 4 battle this early. Whew.
Be a good fucking matchup.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ooh. I want to see Kotage's.
Et faites pas les choquer si vous voyez Miss annoncer dans le... Ça marche pas. C'est du bon stuff, hein. Ça va s'échanger un peu. Non, voilà. Choque pas, tu vois. Genre juste faut checker le corner, quoi. En vrai, là, il a cassé la porte, ça peut un peu bait, hein. Oh, les mongotes. Oh putain. Oh non. Tu sais que l'autre en failant, c'est un brain. Ouais, c'est une dinguerie. Il a reload sans faire exprès au lieu de prendre la zipline et ça lui sauve la vie. Oh, il avait tellement fait le move. Regarde, oh là 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 la chatte. Oh la chatte. Oh putain, j'ai le cul tout mouillé. Allez les gars. mon emoji, mais tranquille. Qu'est-ce que vous parlez, gars? 11. C'est
Tranquille,
archi
ils ont
win.
les épaules, ils ont les épaules.
En plus, on a la
Regarde,
défense.
regarde, ils vont surprendre là ici. Voilà, premier kill. Magnifique, ils ont.
Now for the Stallions. Hey, this is just a round of S&D. It's a round of S&D, but we saw how that one went. Dylan and Rex, last hermano, does not survive.
Not happy at all.
Efficient, no time wasted, and Scrap, never a player that says any mean things about any of his opponents. An incredibly nice young man. Unbelievable play.
Oh.
Controller, low motor
Dang.
preset.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like give me all the headshots.
Exactly.
Oh, come here. And backdoor.
Alley.
Oh my god. Oh my god!
Wow.
20 test is in. I am the father.
Nice pickle. Was right by Jen. Pickle's like close as on me somewhere. He's on middle. Pickle's gonna be close. Yep.
Hey.
Oh my god. Come on. Good game. You like that. That Dante takeover.
What is up, y'all? How are y'all doing? What is up? What is up?
Where's this? I'm on top. He's gotta be backside. Dead. Backside. Come on. You put the orange on him, bro. You go. Let's go. Holy shit. Let's go clutch up there.
Cemented.
There's the check. I like it more.
Damn, I had it too.
We were hyping this up, right? It's the fourth matchup, and we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean,
What
like I
is
said,
up?
we've been
Hell
saying
yeah.
online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ. We're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty. So don't forget that. All right? Like, let's...
The 2025 LA Thieves Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray, which is perfect. So get it, meow. Next time you boot
Get
up,
it,
set
meow.
it up at the in-game shop.
Welcome back to day 2 here at Major 2. I'm your wonderful host, Nameless, alongside my genius analyst. We have Alley Cat, we have Chance, and he's rocking some swag. You look good over there, Chance. Welcome to the desk.
So sweet of you to say the genius analyst. I appreciate that. One of my favorite desk hosts, top 2 desk hosts on the day, Ant.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
On the day is crazy.
Pucka will be back soon enough. But we had a banger ahead of us. We got Carolina versus the LA Thieves. This is round 2 of the losers bracket. Nobody expected them to be in this position right now, but one of them has to make a run. So we're going to start with LA Thieves. They had a match earlier today. They ended up taking that dub, but it was not easy, Allie. Talk me through it, what you saw in that match and what you're expecting in this one.
It was not a pretty dub versus the Miami Heretics. Miami came out extremely hot versus LA Thieves, and we even heard it from the interview afterwards of like the pace that they set really caught LA Thieves off guard, but I almost want to say it kind of woke LA Thieves up, right? They go into day number 1, they get handed that loss versus Boston, who plays kind of similar to the Heretics, and then they go through this grueler of like, okay, we are playing way too much to the opponent's energy right now. We've got to bring things back and play the LA Thieves way.
Chance, we've seen this match a couple of times throughout this year. Why are you chuckling, bro?
I'm just enjoying it, and you're doing a great job. We have seen this match a few years, yes, for sure.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple times this year, and it's always went the way of LA Thieves. Why is that? Talk me through Carolina's woes against LA.
Well, I think ultimately there is something to be said for like a skill diff in a sense. This super team of LA Thieves completely stacked up, and they're good down the line, and they just match up incredibly well to the extent that Carolina have to bring their A game just to make it a competitive series, which when they do, absolutely fun battle that we have, but occasionally they can just get taken in task. And I know when we're talking about the maps a little bit later on, I think it was Carolina that actually vetoed the red card S&D, one of their bread and butters. And for me, it's just an interesting note. Maybe that's bowing down, being a little fearful, maybe making an adjustment. They're seeing something they don't like throughout the tournament, but I think that's Carolina paying their respects. I don't know if you want to play that way.
And interesting enough, like vetoing that map, that's the one map when they have 1 in 9 map count up against LA Thieves, the one map when they decide to get rid of it. So an interesting angle.
Go Thieves, come on.
With Carolina, like, this is the best time to play LA Thieves, right? LA Thieves, up until this, every single time you face them, they have been dominant at hardpoint. In the last 2 matches that we've seen, it has not been the Thieves team in HB that we saw stage 2.
I don't totally hate that shout. I will say again, it does kind of feel like LA Thieves woke up just a little bit, where like the side of Carolina, they didn't really have a tough match one, right? Like you go up against the Vegas Falcons, you get your clean dub, but leading into this, like they have been struggling versus the top teams. We saw them get handed a loss versus Vancouver Surge. So for me, the biggest question mark is can Carolina finally break into the top 4 and maybe even just force them to a game 5 at least?
Well, we're going to have our maps and modes pulled up here. I know, Chance, you had a couple things to say about it. Obviously, that red card gets thrown out. And you see here, we're going to vault a lot throughout this series. A couple of Hossies as well. What do you think about this?
Well, that actually answers one of my questions, right? They didn't actually veto the red card. Okay. It is just the fact that neither team picked it. So I feel a little bit better knowing Carolina didn't sort of fear that map. They just wanted to go a different direction. So I respect in that sense. And outside of that, I mean, we're used to seeing both these teams play on these maps. A ton of vault has been going through. Same thing with the Hacienda. I know that LA Thieves spam it when they get the opportunity. Ultimately, it's a square-up-S type of map set. Maybe Carolina throwing in a little bit more flavor. I just don't know if it's going to be enough.
Allie, how you feeling?
It's definitely a square up. I feel a couple of question marks towards that vault control inside Carolina because they hadn't played it in a while, and when they did, it was versus Vancouver Surge. They got handed that round 5 loss, where on side LA Thieves, you're talking like one of the best control teams in the game. We saw what they did earlier, just an absolute rocking. So I don't know if I love that map 3. It might be our swing mode.
Yeah, I feel like this is the match where if Carolina are to make a run, this is where Gwyn goes crazy. And dispels all the people talking about him being sort of an onliner. In the last match versus Vegas, you're able to get comfortable. That was today. And he absolutely destroyed them, right? So you got to build on that momentum. Chance, talk to me about Gwyn, what you expect going into this one.
Well, it's, you know, so many times throughout Call of Duty history when there are the onliner accusations, they never come to fruition, or like you just have to get a few series out of the way. But for Gwyn, it has been a consistent problem. It happened at stage 1, and at least for the first series, that made an appearance here in stage 2 as well. So until he addresses it against the top team, he has the question mark on the back, at least in my opinion. And for the LA Thieves, in a similar way, their comms have not been good. No. It's only been 2 listen-ins, but like they're not the same team online to land, at least not in this stage. Now, they were lights out in stage 1, but until they hit that form, similar kind of thing, a question mark for me. I need to see a dominant win from them.
Yeah, I mean, when we did the Drawn Conclusions clip on LA Thieves, they just look a little discombobulated, right, on that vault hard point. Like, do we want to flip? Do we want to break P1? Like, how do we want to approach this? And I think the pace that Miami was setting was giving them a lot of trouble. The difference here in this matchup is Carolina's more of the fundamental team. They're not the team that's playing with that high pace. But we have to get into our pick'ems. Allie, you have been absolutely killing it today. Who do you think gets the dub here?
I'm going to go with LA Thieves on this one. I expect Carolina to put in a good fight. I hate to think that they're going to get bopped out this early in the tournament because I think this is a great team, but I'm going to go with the Thieves for
Chance,
sure.
how are we feeling?
If Carolina had played someone other than the Falcons and brought that kind of performance, I would have been a bit more confident for the pick. But until I see it, I do not believe it, so I'm leaning towards LA Thieves.
Man, they've lost a lot to LA Thieves.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm gonna go LA Thieves, man. Even though I love this Carolina squad, their run ends here. I think LA Thieves get it done. But listen, crowd, it's not over yet. Don't go to sleep just yet. We have one more match. We're gonna send it over to the stage with Guy.
Last match of the day.
Thank you so much, Nameless Texas. We got one more match today, and it's about to be a banger. You guys ready to bring out these teams? The first squad coming to the stage. Get ready to put your hands up. Hailing from the City of Angels, here comes LA.
shocking if we don't see it, but
This time we take everything. Envoy, I would have believed you if you told me that on Wednesday. I would have believed you if you told me that during the Major 2 qualifiers. But right now, y'all got a lot to prove. Being sent down to elimination on day 1. But there is nothing better than showing fruition and bounce back. And there is smiles on that stage. Shout out Troy Sender, one of the best coaches that we have in the league. LA Thieves looking to make the run here. Let's bring out the other squad, Blaze.
It's do or die for them, but not just the squad from LA. Get ready, Texas, because here comes Carolina.
let's go. Last match of the day.
Wrap the present. Everybody's going to be sitting at the edge of their seats, and this is going to be a treat for the end of the day. Make sure you guys tweet out the stream, tell your friends. It's time to get this one started. Shift, study, let's go. Premium matchup to finish off our Friday. 2 top teams in terms of seedings coming into this bracket, and a lot of, I think, establishment in the power rankings across the community, but this is an elimination round. One of these 2 teams will be finishing in a position way lower than they would have expected.
Yeah, if you're LAT, you weren't expecting to be in this position. You're thinking, okay, we take care of Boston. We don't even got to play Friday. We can just spawn in on Saturday and continue to take care of business. But that one slip up puts you in this position. Now, you get through Miami to start the day. In the opposite side of Carolina, you get through Vegas. But when these 2 teams end up on the main stage against each other, or even across on a setup, it's always going in favor of LAT. If you're Carolina, you got to figure out how to beat the best respawn team in a respawn, because they have yet to do it on the season.
Yeah, I mean, over the course of the history of the CDL, we've had things like this, where 2 top teams square up, and it's always trended to one direction or the other. Right now, this has been a series dominated by LA. Only a single map win for Carolina, and like Ann had mentioned, it was a 6-4 search and destroy on red card, which isn't even in the series. So with this back and forth between Vault and Hacienda, you got to show us something immediately if you're Carolina. On the flip side, though, hey, this has not been a comfortable run so far for LA. Their comms sounded panicked. They're not really playing with the same identity that we saw online.
Yeah, their armor has been showing a couple cracks so far here at Major 2. You're 1-3 in HPs. You came into the event the best hardpoint team in the game, basically uncontested in that mode. But you have been battle tested so far this weekend. Your hands are going to be full, though, especially when you're shooting against the likes of this young man. Actually, old man. Slasher's still putting up numbers like this. 30 plus.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable, and often when we look at the lower bracket runs from Slasher, he is the staple for his teams to gate through as deep as they possibly can. So let's see what we get here. We've got Vault Hardpoint, 2 of our top teams in the CDL based on overall standings. The Carolina Royal Ravens taking on the Los Angeles Thieves. Let's get it on.
And I feel like every time I spawn in on some Vault Hardpoint, it's the same exact story. Which team is going to be better off the rotation from P3 to P4? That Money Hill is the difference maker. To start off this one, though, LA Thieves on the preferred side. They find the initial couple of kills. They're already soaking up a lot of this P1 time, but you see the sponsor Carolina a little bit scattered, but these are able to handle it.
Yeah, really nice job here from LAT. Oh, it goes, he just slides underneath the aim of Gwyn. So now just down to Slasher, trying to hold on to this position, wait for help, and he's able to find at least a little bit of information. Doesn't win the gunfight, though. Hydra having a much better start than when he was starting off versus Miami, a 4-0
for LAT, and they're going to find the first opening 22 seconds as well.
Thieves look a little bit more on point so far in this opening HP. They take 22 seconds off of that P1. They win the rotation over towards New. You do have one player, though, from Thieves who is going to spawn out, though. Thankfully, you're able to find at least one kill. If you are Ghosty in this position, just stay out. You know that your teammates have the back covered. All you have to do is watch their front.
Scrap. Nice damage coming through. Pistol out. Finishes off Gwyn. That's all 4 dead. Oh, wow. What a start here for LA. 31-9. Carolina spawning all the way across the map, and now Ghosty can put a little bit of damage into this rotation. Almost able to line up a couple, but only finding one. Envoy the next one up defensively as he's got nades being tossed all over him. Still alive and well, though. None of the nades actually hit. It's just stuns. He's shaking off that effect. Now can hit on this little mini pinch. Finds the first hard point, goes open, but Thieves still spawning close.
Yeah, Thieves have the cross as well, so no one's going to cross for free, or even if you do, you're going to be absolutely one-shot. I'm going to send in my teammates to close it out, but Envoy on 4 in a row. Tries to line up another, but his teammate assistance is able to find that kill, but LA Thieves, it doesn't get any better than this to start the hard point.
This feels like
Yes, this is very good.
When it was 250 to like 90, if not even worse than that in a couple of the maps. This has not been a good start at all for the Ravens. 0-5 for Slasher. Not often you see that, and they're going to be late to rotation to 3 as well. I mean, the Thieves are just winning on every front of this hard point right now.
Oh yeah, outclassing them on the fundamental aspect, winning all those clutch one-on-one gunfights. Now into the mixy part of the vault HP. When you get over towards that P3, you're just stuck in a decision where we're going to play hard as hell for hard, or we're going to play for a lot of this hill time. Carolina have to play for the hill time. You still have a couple players trying to get aggressive over towards R, but they get cut down. But you're still down by 60.
Yeah,
on the hill.
Yeah, 35 seconds still to play for on P3. You've got time to rotate if you can win your next set of gunfights, but you have to get some hard point time. Finally, TJ gets himself a double. Maybe opens the door for a little bit more progress on the rotation as Ghosty tries to slide into the hill and is immediately denied. Hydra trying to hold the front line, trying to keep the Thieves on the left side of the minimap. Spawns are still there for now, but Vivid, his double opens up some space and maybe he can block. Nope.
Yeah, Vivid's the farthest player pushed up. Once he gets traded out, you know your teammates are already coming off the respawn at ammo. So now 3 rotations you have already lost. Need to find a break early on in towards this P4, and usually Thieves are the best holding team.
Wow, they're just
this is not going to be easy.
No,
not
not
good.
at all. This is not
Good
been
for the
at
Thieves.
all a good start for the Ravens. Need to produce something here. Tough gunfight for TJ. Can't quite track down Ghosty.
Nice.
Hydra also following up, and with that happening, again, that's another 15, 20 seconds that Thieves are going to get for free before Carolina can even attempt to break this hill.
And this is where Hydra can continue to just set the pace.
Oh, no.
Super aggressive over there with his dad. Finds
Yeah,
a double on the feed.
5, he's
Carolina's second attempt there at the break instantly gets shut on down. This score line might just continue to get more and more disgusting because LA Thieves can do no wrong.
This is not it. No, not at all. Another 4 down for Carolina. We're talking 4 and 13, 4 and 9, 8 and 12. No one is shooting back right now. And to be fair, I mean, Thieves are putting Carolina in the worst possible positions they could possibly be in. And that's just, again, just macro gameplay coming up really nicely for the Thieves.
Take a 100-point lead after the first set of hard points. Absolutely perfect. I know my guy made shot is just sitting there like, thank God the boys are back. The super team is playing like we expect them to.
Happy now.
But if you're Carolina, you need to wake up. You need your ARs to start to slay. You need your SMGs to start to set some pace. And you also need someone to hop in that hard point.
Well, right now it's all Thieves Carolina trying to chew back into this game, but let's see how the Thieves are vibing in our first listening with LA.
Nice, 3 cat. Let's go cat. Nice. They're spawning white. Spawning white. I'm on hard box. I hard box. You? Ivor close.
One shot right. 2 in, 1 on the right. 2 in, 1 on the right.
Go. Two more. Close. They're all over here. Let's hear it. Ivor close. He's lane closed. Nothing on our side yet. In double doors. Nothing on our side either. They're just camping, brother.
Yeah, two outside.
2 close.
Wait in flusher.
2 on close. Open weak.
I have the right.
Open weak. Push on short. 2 on time. You might be running in mid.
Right, then.
I got time. Yo, outer trees. Outer trees. Outer trees. One outer trees. Spawning white.
Weak.
Go to the back.
On the god eating for
They're spawning in the back.
2 in front of the back.
They're all spawning.
Yeah, one front somewhere.
Elbow cat. Cat 2 in the back. Cat 2 in the back. Cat 7 for now. 1 over 3 front. Hold one shot.
Cat.
One shot. Cat. First guy. Nice. Mid. First guy Vivid. Double cross. Two cat. There's gonna be two cat. Yeah, get this one. Top cat, two of them. Ivor help Paco. I don't see nothing cat over short. Big 15 here, boys.
Wow, this is a fucking slammage by them. Nice. See, this is the comms they need. This is. I'll talk everything. Right.
Oh, that's a little bit more like it if you're a Thieves fan. 2:53, Jay. We sing one song and one song only moments like this. Smacking that ass, smacking that ass.
Yeah, this is one of them B2A map number ones here for LAT. You can just tell by the comms, they are flowing. Even though it does sound frantic, that's just high energy. They are giving everything.
No, I don't find that frantic.
This map number one, Carolina have yet to have a response. You only need 40 seconds to close out map number one, and they
Just
might
fucking shredding them, man.
at Major One versus Carolina here.
Not a single thing has gone well for Carolina.
Jesus
Thieves
Christ.
have done everything perfectly. And it's not stopping. It's not stopping. Trades are immaculate. We're going to go to P4. This map is going to be over 38 seconds, it feels like, as Carolina are still on the way in.
Wow.
You need to find a couple kills to work your way on into the more difficult hard point that we have here on Vault. Gonna take your time, try to find a slow, steady approach through mid-lion. Scrap finds the first, Hydra with an AR finds the second. I'm delusional, I'm feeling myself. The pistol can also close it out.
Wow.
But the Thieves are just not letting anyone close to this HP.
This has been an absolute...
Wow, they're just fucking smacking them.
Oh my God. And
just
let the gameplay speak for itself. Everyone's feeling themselves. The vibes are high. Last 5 seconds, Carolina gonna try to test it. Ghosty may get overwhelmed here, but help is on the way. Envoy right there with it. Does he get everything? He very well may. That stun doesn't fully land. It doesn't make a difference. Envoy just needs to find the final, and Hydra will pick it up and put him to bed. 250.
Yeah. Woo! That's what I like to see.
I'm telling you, I think that's the same exact scoreline that they did at Major One. They might have got 69 points, but there is absolutely nothing that Carolina could do there in that opening HP. You're laid off of every single rotation when you're trying to develop on some of these long routes as players from LA ready to
Wow.
and they were just simply not missing shots. I'm not blaming that on anyone from Carolina. No individual struggle there. That was the entire team just not playing well.
As a reminder, it was 250-66 on Skyline, 250-47 on Hacienda. So not only has Carolina only won a single map versus these guys, they've also been put nearly in the 50-point club 3 different times. Holy smokes. Absolute, there's no words. There's just absolutely no words. The numbers say everything.
You couldn't get a trade.
No.
You could have put that damage up. But let's just start talking about that, Tim. It was like,
we still got a whole highlight package to watch.
No, we don't even need to watch it, though. Like, LA just did what we expected them to do when they walked into the major. Be the best team in hard point. You just outclass them in every single aspect. The fact that they had the rotations the way that they did on a map like Vault, where they usually aren't putting the rotation as their main focus, that just tells me that they were playing a step ahead. The comms you go to a listening, confidence is there. They could literally do no wrong.
It's really, since they got to the first P2, comfortably with their setup, they're allowing Ghosty to move forward, bump the hard point. That's the first 30 seconds. Ghosty on your side trying to figure it out. Things start to get a little bit closer to the hill, but LA able to essentially flip spawns back around, put themselves in a good position to soak up most of the time, and then go to 3. Now you've got the map in your favor. It's just everything kept trending exactly to the timings that Thieves would have wanted. Carolina at no point chalked up their losses and played for all 4 members on a rotation to get themselves grounded again. Everything was just, we got to hit this because we're down by 80 points in the first 3 hills.
That's exactly what it is, man. You don't really have that part of your game plan anymore. Okay, we can chop our losses and bank on our setup at the new hill. Because the way that the Thieves are shooting, they're winning all the one-on-ones. Wow. They're finding the initial kills to set up on these breaks. And that game flow is just absolutely disgusting. That's like an ocean, you know, and then like a flame going up.
Correct.
That's terrible.
I mean, we're talking 13 to 30 points from the actual money hills that you go. Then you go 53 to 65 points. The only time they really found was on P1.
Hey, man. You know, we thought we were going to be able to cast this series that hopefully this was going to be the best one on the day.
Well,
that might have been the biggest dismantling of a hard point there in that one.
Wow. So now we talk about Hacienda Search and Destroy. Just forget about that one, I think, if you're a Carolina fan. Well, didn't have to watch much of it, which is maybe the good news there. Search and Destroy. That is the only mode that this team has had success versus the Thieves in. Hacienda, not necessarily one of the linchpins that you look at, though, and say for Carolina, this is a staple, this is a guarantee. It does feel a little bit more 50-50, I think, especially because Thieves have been the #1 team in Search and Destroy in this current stage. Big improvements across the board on every map for them.
Yeah, and one of the maps that they played was, one of the squads they played was Carolina on this map specifically, where they were down 5-2. They rallied 4 rounds in a row. It was due to what Hydra and Scrap started to do, find multiple successful kills in those first bloods, giving themselves that man advantage. And for both of these teams in S&D, that is truly the story to why they find so much success in Search and Destroy. It's off of that first blood. So far in the season, though, for LA, it's around 8th, which is not the best, but the conversion rate is 2nd best in the league. On the opposite side, for Carolina, you're 4th best at finding first bloods, #1 in conversion rate. So that first blood battle is going to be massive in this game, too.
On top of that, you also need to keep in mind that Hydra has, of course, been one of the staple members of not just this team, but in the league. He has really had an incredible stage. In particular, his numbers obviously look pretty outstanding in Search and Destroy. 1.33 overall KD. But more importantly, talk about that first duel percentage. 50% of his first bloods go the way of a win. So that's great news for Thieves as well. Kind of going back to that duality you talked about with Scrap. If he can find first bloods time and time again, you're going to have a lot of success if you're Thieves.
And you saw that a little bit so far this weekend when they played this map versus Boston. Like, they squared up with them. They lost that first blood fight. But the biggest thing is when they lose that first blood fight on the attacking grounds is where they were setting up a lot of their successful plays so far throughout the qualifier. You get that first kill, you instantly work the bomb plant, and then you just play your post-plant setup. It's just when that first kill goes the opposite way, someone now tries to make up for it, and then if you get caught, it comes back to bite you.
Indeed the case. And again, talking about the Thieves and their trending upwards in Search and Destroy, some of those wins that you see in the bottom there, very convincing. 6-3s, 6-2s, things of the nature. As LA will start us off on offense with a early and aggressive design towards B.
Someone going to look through the crack. Initially trying to slow this round down. No, they send it in towards the B site. Gwyn and TJ were ready and waiting. They open up with the initial 2 kills. Man advantage in favor of Carolina, but Hydra in a great position.
Comes down to
no way.
Nice.
Fight that quickly. Vivid for the quick trade, though. Leaves Scrap by himself. 1v2 situation. Has Vivid caught. A little weird with the Audi movement, but the immediate follow-up is there for the Royal Ravens. Victory opening round.
Perfect blind counter there from the Ravens. Usually when you're watching the VOD sessions from what LA Thieves love to do on this map, it's early pressure every single time over towards A. So the blind counter to meet them at that rock pressure. Initial kills go your way. Keep the numbers in favor of the squad in blue. And Carolina able to take the first round.
Yeah, the opening design just didn't look like it was fully fleshed out there for Thieves, whether they were trying to play for information off nades or just trying to beat them to rock. Little strange there. So the SMGs for Carolina, like you mentioned, the blind counter works out nicely for them. Now their next attempt for their first offense. Similar ideas here. 2-2 split off, looking for some focus at mid then to be.
Just going to take their time. Try and gain some early information. Play calls and Slasher's playbook at S&D. Just played for picks. He's going to have 2 players right in front of him. Potentially he's going to get isolated.
Yeah, 1-for-1's not bad there, though. Yeah, Envoy was coloring outside the lines. TJ going to try to stick for the plant. He's got Scrap right around the corner. Nade's not going to land, though, so we got a post-plant situation, 3v3.
And Scrap just going to go in a solo chow mission here. He's going to wait, take his time for his teammates to get back into the play. Envoy at least strikes for 1, makes it a 2v2. Scrap, it's your time to go.
Ooh!
Nice, Scrap, let's go.
Waiting for help, says, I got this. Pops up, finds the first. Quick transition to deal with the second. And LA will find themselves on the board after what is essentially 1v2 from Scrap right there.
Yeah, it's good stuff right there from LA. We go with the spread map set up on their defenses. Even though Slasher found that first blood, just having 2 players on that right side towards well allows that trade to immediately come in. Scrap instantly gets the info as well. The bomb is going down over towards B. Take a look at that round again from young Scrap. Obviously, when we jumped into the comms, like, he was on point.
Oh, yeah.
The beamer is there. He's able to tie the game.
All right, back to the offense. Here we go. See what LA has in mind for us here. I would say one of the things they've found a lot of success with is kind of setting up that trap at secret. They've done a really nice job of executing on that, but instead, they're going to go right back to what they did in round 1, this time with the support of nades and a little bit of pre-fire. Carolina not going to be present here with their defense, not initially at least. And we're going to get a trophy system down to set up a very quick post plant at B with Hydra on the pin. She finds 1, slips away, and that's all you need.
Oh, this is where Hydra just make play after play, able to find the initial 2. Numbers now in favor of LA. Trying to make up for it is Teej. He's only able to take down 1, and now it's Slasher left in a 1v3.
Yeah, and if Hydra keeps getting away with that on offense, Carolina is never going to be comfortable defensively. Yeah, no chance for Slasher there at mid. That's going to be an issue, legitimately. If they're showing full heavy-handed quick approaches towards one side or the other, but then Hydra's on your opposite side of the map as you're trying to rotate over, that's going to be so annoying.
Yeah, it's the biggest thing is that they're doing it very fast. Because initially, if you're Slasher, you're thinking, okay, I spotted at least 2 to 3 players over towards Rock. So he's giving that comm to his team. They're all reacting to that comm. Start hitting that rotation over towards B, breaking their setup down, and then Hydra just finds the opening. That's what he's able to do.
Disgusting stuff. 2-1 Thieves. Carolina back onto their attack now. I'm seriously worried if Hydra can get away with that same kind of pressure on the defensive side too. If he can slip through and get into the back lines of Carolina over and over again, that would be terrible news. This time he's playing a little bit more on top of the site with Ghosty. Got Envoy, the sole defender at A, with Scrap just watching for the pinch around the back of the office, which may develop here.
TJ's not going to check the right spot. He's going to work his way all the way through the backside here. Should be able to catch the freebie onto Scrap. Bomb is also going down at B. Ghosty should find this trade. Yes, he does. A little bit of assistance there, 3v3.
And if you're Carolina, to be a little bit worried about what's happening on the pinch, that's going to be Vivid who's watching for it. Everyone else is focused on the front and the side door. Everything covered, trophy systems, making sure the nades don't come in. Here comes the reattempt. Hydra, little shoulder. See Slasher on the top of Rock. Now making his way forward. Can they clear off the ability to clean up? Oh, how about this through mid door? Just down to Hydra! Holy cow! Yep, letting him know. That is brilliant, though, from Hydra to push Slasher off the rock, slide in, clear out a little bit of mid-doors. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's all it comes down to, man. Just the patience right there from LA. No one goes single-handedly over towards Rock. Try to make a heroic play. They wait for the reinforcements to come on in through mid-connector. And then as soon as Hydra throws that initial shoulder, he's able to slip by Slasher, find that kill. Basically on the Gwyn, that's a 2-piece. Make it a 3, because Hydra just did it all again.
Yep. Wow. And now he's on 4. And LA is starting to really cook here on the search and destroy. 2-2 split off again for the Thieves. What does Carolina want to do? The only successful round they've had was beating Thieves immediately at Rock. So you want to try to play for an aggressive defense again. They've got TJ kind of floating aggressively through Rock Hall, but really nothing else beyond that.
Oh, but the timing there, good enough for Envoy. Slip right by TJ. He's throwing shoulders at that B side, didn't spot anyone in Scrap, giving them some info that potentially the play's going to come in towards A. Hydra's trying to strike for the first blood, but Slasher takes down Envoy. Win effective for the second 2v4.
Yeah, and Scrap can't find the trade through the fence. Shots. Pistol out. Scrap realizing he's in a little bit of trouble. Ghosty trying to help. Pops the door, finds another. No way. Not a 2v4. Can't happen. Gwyn holding on the cross. And Scrap is still isolated right now, but he seems to say, go ahead and plan, I'm fine.
Oh, yeah. Because if you're the players from Carolina, you're trying to find this trade onto Scrap. Potentially thought you had him trapped in. He's just playing it super patient. 2 1-on-1s on both sides of the map.
Timing here, not necessarily ideal. Goes deep one side, cleans it up. No way. Not a 2v4. Not a 2v4.
Woo!
Are we kidding?
Yeah, let's go.
4-1 Thieves.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter about the first blood fight, because Carolina have found 4 so far in this round. I mean this game, but have only been able to take 1 round. That 2v4 there from Scrap and Ghosty starts with the first kill onto Vivid. Absolutely rips him off the heady. But then all the focus from Carolina, we have to try to play for that trade a lot quicker. It's just take our time there, allow Ghosty to maneuver around the map a little bit. He finds a second, sneaks his way on out. And in the 2v2, just lose track of Scrap. That's what that round came down to, just losing track of players there.
There's just something in this matchup, it feels like, Jay.
Mismatch.
Yep. Carolina going to go to the very traditional break-off, looking for some success up top at the fire hall. Vivid able to get stunned to connect. Nade to follow, but TJ's already dropped. That was your bomb carrier. So now Gwyn has to take the mantle. They have no information on what's down low. Scrap finds perfect timing. And Slasher from window with a little bit of assistance from Vivid at well. It doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good. Oh, gosh.
Now Slasher in a 1v4. Not going to stand a chance there. Thieves now at game point. Scrap single-handedly shutting out all that pressure over towards A. And if Carolina were looking for something to give them some kind of hope in this matchup, they have yet to find it or even come close to finding it.
Not even close, Jay. Holy smokes. This is an absolute beatdown. I don't even know what you do right now if you're Carolina.
Hey, man, we might have to go down 0-2, hit the bathroom break, come back fresh.
I'm saying. Hopefully Brian St. Mayhem so have some kumbayas ready to go. Because, wow.
Still in the destiny, though. Just need 5 rounds in a row.
Just
Gotta
casual.
take this one out. LA Thieves back on the attack. Scrap on 4, Ghosty on 3. Going back with the 2-2 split, and Carolina just trying to go back to that aggressive play that worked. Just couldn't find the first blood this time around.
The timing and awareness for Thieves is so strong on that 2-2 split. We haven't seen any nades. We haven't seen anything up to the outside of the map, so they have to be rotating back through mid. You pick it up perfectly. RCXD out. Win will say no, not so fast. But again, you have someone already backside office. Like, it's just, Carolina have no ground to work with whatsoever. They've been able to find one. Trades are coming through. Gwyn gonna force himself into a 1v2 situation. Try for a little turner here, a little bit of an awkward pass. But time is becoming an issue. 18 seconds on the clock. Gotta find a way to put some pressure onto the bomb.
yeah.
And you still have Scrap sitting back. It just doesn't feel good. They've been able to clean up one. Scrap is just waiting. No way, dude. RCXD's gonna clean it up. Oh.
These guys are just having way too much fun. The fact that you call it an RC after you find the first blood, you camp it, no one left alive besides the car, and then just not enough time there for Carolina to either blow it up or secure the
They couldn't
defense.
find it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't really know what else to say about this series. It hasn't been close. No, simply has not.
I mean, that moment right there, I think, summarizes the first 2 maps perfectly. Yeah, Scrap's already like, and it was so funny because you see it from TJ. It's just like, where's the car? Where is it?
Couldn't find it. You could hear it.
You could hear it. Couldn't find it.
Couldn't find it.
I killed the guy. Where is it? And then it just rolls right up on you. Unreal. Wow. This has been anything but close. 2-0 to Thieves. Scrap goes 10-3 in 7 rounds with 1,100 damage. Wow. That's all that needs to be said. It's just wow.
Yeah, you're letting 2v4s happen. You're finding multiple first bloods early into these rounds and then giving up that man advantage. Could not even work the objective on even one of those sites. You were easily retaken. Just right now, Carolina, I don't know if it's because like LA were more battle tested in that series versus Miami compared to Carolina versus Vegas.
Yeah.
But they are just the team we were expecting to go into this major. The number 1 seed for a reason.
Well, Vault Control is what we have coming up next. And again, news across any control map when you're facing up against Thieves comes off as bad news because they are the best team in control in this stage and the best league in the league, rather, I should say. So, not looking good for Carolina at the moment, but who knows? Hit the bathroom break. Maybe they'll come back, find some energy, find a little bit of magic. But at the moment, it is all Thieves and what should be a premium matchup here at Friday. We'll see if they can find a way to bounce back as we come back after the break.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
What is the Classics freshman class? Every year throughout Call of Duty history, there's a new wave of talent looking to shake things up.
He is on a roll right now.
And define what the next generation looks like. So the question is, who's next? Gotham suits. Most of you were born in 2006, so to put it in perspective, here's things that happened in the year 2006. Pluto is downgraded into a dwarf planet. Google buys YouTube. Steve Irwin dies. You guys know who Steve Irwin is?
No.
I actually
just asked him who that was.
Right? Champs is solidified. Now it's about getting that championship. We know how that momentum can get you the ring. And look at that trophy. What's that?
The best in Call of Duty history.
Right there.
We did pretty good in Black Ops 2. I think that thing is better. Let's take a look though at the cash that.
Anti-bridge. Yeah, our bridge is shielded.
What's left? Hey, come on, I'm putting him in.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is...
Time cut. Rips up cut and shot up.
I can't travel this? Well, that's tragic. At least let him know.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think the side.
Nade hit one a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing, bro?
One guy's in 17.
They're going to pounce out 04. Great damage in. It's going to be all in 04. They drop them. Lucky with both. Fickle is roaring and Heretics win. And he lets the crowd know. Ghosty doing his best to do it. Here we go. 3 are going to drop. A chance to go. One person. It's Roz that's got to go clutch. From the position we saw Crip do it, he doesn't do it. Ghosty able to put him down. They get on the point. Everybody's up. That's not going to hit. Second bit of progress done. They got to surge on forward. A BZ with 1. Can't get through. Oh, and Sim connect. But you win it if you're Crip. Of course it's Crip. Time and time again, he wins his 101.
The 2025 Carolina Royal
Guys,
Ravens team
last
pack
game
is
of the day.
available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this calling card for the barbecue after the smoke show. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
In case you're scrambling back to the stream to catch what everyone's talking about on Twitter or Reddit, this is how the Search and Destroy ended. Scrapper was found earlier in the round, has the RC car hidden and tucked away, rolls right on up to the defuse with 9 seconds left, waits for it until there's not longer a chance to actually get the defuse, blows it right on up, and it's nothing but smiles and laughter for LA as they find themselves convincing 2-0 up in the series, Jay.
And when you saw a look at the Carolina team pack there, what was their spray? It said smoke show? Yeah, that's currently what we're in. LA Thieves are just beating the hell out of the Ravens right now. Yeah, the fist bumps are a little bit bad as well. Nothing is going right now for Carolina, but series is yet to be complete. You need to win 3 maps. The only thing is you're going up against the best control team in the game. So Carolina, you need to figure it out. You need to figure it out very quickly.
At one point in this Major 2 qualifiers period, this was the number 1 and number 2 team in control.
Yeah.
They faced up against each other in Hacienda. We watched it. We actually casted that game, and it was just absolute beatdown. So your confidence, I'm sure, is not feeling super positive right now if you're a fan of the Ravens. But for the Thieves, everything seems to be trending back to the direction that you should have had as this tournament had started. A little bit of a wake-up call can go a long way, though, as we jump on in to map number 3, Vault Control, Ravens and Thieves.
And Thieves are going to be early on the attack. The break-off is such a big part in control in general. They've already taken a lot of space away. Envoy has cat control. He reads 2 players early on towards the play. They find every single kill in the feed.
I mean,
and they're going for their B push. They already have R.
It's done. If Hydra stays alive and finds another kill, this B zone's already gone. Now, Nates could still land here. Second tick is already on the way through. Third coming in quickly, about halfway done. Scrap in the corner, able to find 1, nothing more. So clearance is there, but that is a lot of damage dealt early by the Thieves.
Oh, yeah. Now you can instantly reinforce your way over towards A. You know that mid-map is definitely going to be open because Carolina had to invest every single player over towards that B Street side. But Slasher finding 2. He's going to slow down the aggressive approach here from LA.
I don't get
Envoy
that.
trying to clean it
Nice.
down. Slasher, unfortunately with the movement, not able to get out of dodge. But Carolina have been able to stabilize after that first initial push.
Jay, if he would have won that one, I would have had you hold me. That would have been too much. Back over to A, though, we go. First tick already going to be locked in. 51 seconds to clock here. And Hydra just shutting everything down on this pinch play, or at least watching this pinch pretty nicely. TJ Gwynn, a little bit of production here. Scrap trying to follow up with the damage that already been tallied, and that's enough to clear off the zone, get the third tick. Extra 60 seconds are in to find one more segment.
Oh,
at B,
man.
and Scrap is shooting.
And they're already on the B point. All they need is one segment. They already found the initial 2 kills, making another 2. The other players are coming off the respawn. They are not even going to have a chance to cross over towards B. And LA Thieves are just running them up, running them over.
Literally running him over. Oh my God, did anyone catch the license plate on that bus? Because holy smokes. I mean, it's just from the first break off, instantly to be 2 ticks more of that for progress. If Hydra just finds one elimination there, that's B done. I mean, it's perfect. It's perfect.
16.
Yeah, and realistically, LA don't make that kind of play initially if the first 2 maps don't go the way that they
Okay.
do.
Actually, yes.
They're absolute smoke shows, so LA thinking we can currently do absolutely nothing wrong as long as we do it together. Find all the kills off the break, guarantee 2 segments at that B point, draw the attention from Carolina to steer away from mid-map. And once you capture A, set of kills is all you need, and they were able to close out that round with ease.
Just some pulse, some sign of life here, Carolina. Something. Nope.
Great start.
Oh my gosh. Instant clearance around A, Slasher in trouble, and now all of a sudden LA can just be right up front in your spawn, making you feel like you're just in hell.
Yeah,
oh
this
my
is just
God.
not fun. This is not fun to play right now. If you're Carolina, you're thinking these guys got the super boxes. They might be hacking a little bit of everything because you can literally do nothing correct right now on the map. 20v28. You only found 2 kills. Finally, you find a couple to work out of your spawn, but that's 35 seconds already gone.
Yeah, Scrap gonna get stunned here at mid. Follow-up will be there for Carolina. A chance to get back over to A, but the defense off their respawn is already here. Stop it. Stop it. They're already dead. Stop it. 3 down. 1 more to find. And that's Slasher, and he's gone. 22 plays 16. 40 seconds ticking away, and
I don't know. We're looking for life, Alan. I know. We are looking for life, my friend. But with 30 seconds left, basically the last push here for Carolina. 2 gunfights don't go their way. Last 2 players alive have to take their time now. But this one just might be done. Yep, definitely is now.
God. Holy smokes. Slasher just trying to find some sort of a win for Carolina on the scoreboard. Just on the kill feed. Anything. Nope, not there. Not going to happen there. Pause the clock for a moment. Now this is just done. You can feel this. The capitulation of this map has already unfolded.
This is insane, man, because Carolina are not
Let's go. What is up, y'all?
They're a phenomenal roster. They have
It's
gotten
over.
top 4 in
Done.
every single tournament that we have thrown this year
Huh?
so far. It's just, I don't know, the Thieves are coming in different today. After that series with Miami, where they had a couple really tight maps, they went back, hit the VOD sesh, had a couple conversations with Troy High, Kyle Michaels, and they have yet to get caught slipping again. Only need 1 round to close out this day. I think earlier than yesterday. Like we had 5 matches today, we had 4 yesterday, but today might be quicker.
No, absolutely. I mean, Jay, this is one of those performances where this could break a team. Like this type of a loss could break Carolina. Not only because you feel like you're coming into this tournament as a top seed, but like you feel like you're really close to being able to kind of surmount all of the obstacles that come by the way of the top teams that are out there. But when you get beat up like this could very well break this Carolina roster.
You have a chance to say it on the desk. If you want to be the best, you got to be able to beat the best.
Not
Right
even
now,
coming
they
close.
have not coming close to even contesting them here. With LA back on the attack. A little bit of a better approach here from Carolina as they open up with that initial kill, but right back to the B play we go. First segment done.
Yeah, Gwynn's looking for spawn kills. No one's died, Gwyn. So, I mean, you got to come back to the play here. Finally, they're able to find at least some clearance of the B zone. A couple of decent trades come out, though, and that'll leave Hydra just by himself. Last one alive for the Thieves. And the timing of this may actually work out for him to actually put a little bit more pressure back onto B again.
But his teammates do fall at the wrong time, so that's 3 dead. Carolina can start to take a little bit of space away. Slasher's already trying to aggressive up towards ammo, but he is going to get traded out. Envoy only able to take 1 down. But now LA, even only 1 segment guaranteed. They're going to work this overextension.
Yep. Hydra gets through. Rest of LA is still trying to put something together from the front. Ghosty in a position to help here. Tough gunfight though with TJ. Doesn't matter.
Dead, though.
3 dead. That's now an opportunity to isolate, and there's all 4 gone. Second tick of progress at B is done. Trophy system at the ready for Envoy if he wants it. Hasn't placed it yet, so Scrap will fall. He'll also be naded off the point, but that 3rd tick is really close to being captured.
Yeah, but you pull the focus again for Carolina over towards that B point. Frees up your teammates at A. To earn some free segments. Envoy still contesting from bottom vault, so you're doing both things at the same exact time. Unfortunately for Ghosty, he gets taken out at that A point. Both players drop at B, so Carolina again able to stabilize. They're still up by 2 levels.
And Hydra putting pressure on the extension again. Now he's just trying to hit with his teammates. They know they're going to get the extra 60 seconds in some regard. Hydra committing, even though the nade had already come through, so he's weak. Leaving Envoy by himself, not able to snap up towards Vivid's direction. Over to Ghosty. Back over to the B zone. Nice response over through the middle of the map. But Carolina's got pressure in your spawn here, so Ghost is going to be a hero, and he almost gets the snap on, but not quite. 18 plays 13, and that might be it here for the Thieves on this offensive attempt.
Yeah, final 10 seconds. Last push in towards A. Too many corners to check there for Carolina. They're able to at least show some life in this series. Secure the defensive round. Once you find this kill on the Scrap, thank you very much. And Carolina finally put something on the board.
Yep. How do you follow up and get onto the offensive side and continue this? That's the big question, because that first offensive effort was there and then it wasn't.
It's the break-off. Yeah, it's literally all about the break-off. Whenever we're watching teams instantly get put into that spawn trap, it's because they're losing a majority of their gunfights right off the respawn. You can't do that because then you saw it on display. Like when LA Thieves are dying in your spawn, instantly when you're thinking, okay, that's 3 dead, let's work in towards A, they're already there to contest you because they created that extra layer for defense. But now it's got to be Carolina back-to-back offense if they want to try to extend this series.
Yeah.
See what they can muster. Starts here, though. And they're going to go poolside a long way around. Slasher finds a 1v1 up at the top of the B street. And now DJ in a spot to possibly catch the Thieves rotating back, but no, Scrap still finds 2 somehow. Almost finds a 3rd. Wasn't able to put himself onto 3 in a row, but the play towards B has been shut down, and you've got Hydra in your backline. At least you did for a time. Carolina can put their focus onto A here.
Yeah, it's a big kill onto Hydra.
That is a big kill, big kill.
On that repitch.
Ooh.
Now you have some cat control. Vivid able to find himself on the double. Should guarantee at least this first segment. Envoy with a big one-on-one on the OE. It's going to potentially set up this pinch. Carolina need to stack it.
Yeah, TJ is really dealing with a lot of this Thieves defense here at top cat. Deals with the first shot.
Ooh, nice shot,
But again, the zone has largely been cleared. Gwyn trying to work alongside him in certain regards over the top of the A zone, but the defense is now coming off spawn. TJ, again, creating problems around the backside of this play as Carolina will full flood and get a stack on A.
Yeah, they have a double stack going. Second segment is going to be locked in, but TJ at 47 HP, not able to regen because that stun connects. Hydra's going to take his time on the gunfight, but he waits for his teammates to make himself into the play before he goes for the bait and switch. Third segment still being worked on, and LA Thieves are not going to give it up for free.
Yeah, time is running down, lives are running down. Pressure starts to amount here for Carolina, and that's 3 dead. Slasher, the only one left alive, can only make the play through B Street. Catches 1 through mid. Ghosty waiting to throw shoulders. A couple of tags here and there, but Carolina can actually refocus back over to A, especially with the chase down from Vivid. So 25.5 seconds still on the clock. Carolina's going to get the extra 60 with this 3rd tick. Can they transition to B quickly, though?
Yeah, they have a lot of map control, so just keep this position. Don't take your time. Just try to clutch up on these one-on-ones, but Hydra again on the pinch, able to clutch up with the double. Map control in favor of the Thieves. You take care of Envoy, trying to be the aggressor. Able to stabilize on this OE. But a minute left to go. We got to take some map away.
Essentially dead even to the lives. Gwyn working on a route through mid. Slasher, Vivid, open up space through B. And now here we go. Gwyn can actually get through here. 1 player up top, that's Ghosty. Trying to stay alive behind the chair, wins the fight, and now all of a sudden you've also cleared out one of the Ravens from the front. You've got a pinch developing from Envoy. He'll use that to make sure that B Street stays safe, and now it's a 6 versus 9 with 38 seconds, and this is do or die for Carolina.
That's so difficult right there because Carolina, that was the opportunity you were looking for. I just think the calm comes in from Envoy, working on that deep pinch, spots Gwyn, work through low art, sets up Ghosty for that big one-on-one gunfight. But final 20 seconds, last push here for Carolina.
TJ's got to be the playmaker. Opens up an opportunity for Gwyn to step on to the point. 18 seconds left, and the Hellstorm's going to be called in by Envoy. TJ will drop. Gwynn will be red over towards vault stairs. He will also fall, and there will be nowhere for Carolina to go off spawn. Only player who may be able to test is over towards TJ, but as he drops, it'll be a very swift, very clean, very comfortable 3-0, and Carolina look broken.
Yes, they do.
Either they look broken or LA Thieves just look unstoppable. Maybe both, because the game doesn't get any simpler than that. Like, we're talking about winning every single rotation, winning all our
That's about time.
fights. We basically 60-point club them in map number 1. Yeah. You lose the first blood battle in map number 2. You're getting 2v4 clutches. You're getting 3v4 clutches. You're getting players to pop gunfights when they're realistically not supposed to. You dominate there. And then when you get to the control, being the best control team in the game, the first 2 rounds were an absolute smoke show. Yep. Carolina started to come alive a little bit towards the ending of the game, but Thieves just had too much of a lead there. And they know, even in that final defensive push, when Carolina have a life lead, Envoy takes his sweet time to hit the route. He's the safety net. Goes all the way through poolside, puts himself in position at ammo, stays alive, finds a kill, gives a comm to his teammates, and just makes the game so easy. Yeah. That's got to be tough, man, for everybody else left in this tournament, because if Thieves play like that, you say no chance.
100%. That was absolutely perfect. And again, like we keep mentioning, it's not a bad team. Carolina's squad had really proved themselves after coming in the Major 2 quals, 0-2 start. They start to tackle a really tough schedule, and they do it really nicely. Really building up our confidence that this team could be, again, maybe a definitive top 4, maybe even top 3 squad. But it just feels like no one right now wants to be the 3rd best team in the CDL. That's just so crazy. Like, Vancouver's sitting here like, I guess it might be us. Like, we're doing all the things we have to do because Carolina and Toronto continue to be like this hodgepodge of sometimes good, sometimes not.
Yeah, it's actually insane to me because I feel like Carolina are one of the more consistent teams that we have. They have such a great game plan of how they like to attack these games. It's just versus this team specifically that's now 0-4.
Yeah.
What is that map count? It's like
1-12.
Yeah, it's only been a red card S&D. It's just not been close. Might be a mismatch. Definitely LA Thieves just love to play against those guys.
It's just something about when the Ravens get on stage versus the Thieves, they do their best Falcons cosplay. But we've got plays on stage with Ghosty as our final reactions come through.
Thank you so much, Shift and Study. Texas makes show some love to the Los Angeles Thieves as they come out on top with this victory. A much-needed one, Ghosty. And I got to say, the team that I just saw playing that series, a completely different team than the one I saw yesterday. What's been some of the adjustments y'all been making?
Just making sure that we're playing comfortable, playing confident. Our HP definitely looked out of flow the first day against Boston. So it's just making sure today that we're playing together, playing in flow, and just doing all the simple stuff right.
There you go, and everything's coming together, okay? It showed up there in that score line. And then also, you know, I'm seeing you guys play, you're laughing, you're kikiing, doing all this other stuff. Talk to me about the vibes on the team, and does that contribute to you guys shooting the way that you are right now?
Yeah, I definitely think the vibes are. Like, vibes are very important to contributing to us winning. If you're feeling loose, you're feeling confident, you're going to make good plays, you're going to be decisive, and it's just going to result in a win like that.
There you go. Your teammates are frying, man, okay?
Yeah, no, shout out Paco, shout out Ernie, man. They're insane.
All right, you know, the tournament is not over yet. You guys still got a day to prepare tomorrow. You're going to be playing a loser of Boston and Vancouver. Okay, so I know that's going to be a good match.
Wait, isn't the other side?
Maybe, I don't know. Or
is it the other side? Does it flip?
Boston and Vancouver. Boston and
Vancouver. It flips? Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, it's Atlanta, New York.
Yeah,
I got wrong intel,
yeah, no,
okay?
You're good.
All right. But yeah, we'll get into that matchup. Lastly, as you guys go to prepare for that, okay? Anything you want to say to these fans standing up, taking pictures, the watch party, Nate Shot?
I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all are so damn loud for us. We definitely appreciate that. Shout out Nate Shot, even though you didn't believe after day 1. It's all good. We back.
Believe in the LA Thieves, everybody. Their tournament
Yes,
is
sir.
over
Appreciate
yet.
y'all.
And that's going to do it for me and Ghosty on the stage. Take us away.
The family is safe for now. LA Thieves
Yeah.
get their win that we expected on day 1. This time it's over Carolina on day 2. What does it mean? Carolina now out in our top 8. LA Thieves enters the top 6 chance.
Yeah, I think I've lost faith in Carolina as well, at least in terms of like being a top team or like breaching anywhere past the top 4. 1-12 in map count against this squad, and none of that looked good. I thought the hard point was brutal, and then the S&D got worse. And I don't know how you watch VOD against that and just enjoy Scrap and Hydra laughing their asses off as they beat you down. Like, it's embarrassing. I don't know how you come back from that.
If you disagree with Chance, please exit the venue right now. We'll see how many are left when we come back from this highlight out.
That's so messed up because they're literally funneling out right now. But look at the highlights, like, from the side of LA Thieves, like, this is what we expected, right? Like, this is what we wanted from day 1. This is what we wanted from LA Thieves. So for me, it's like now this is where the run starts, right? Like this is where we see the top team that we wanted to make the run through elimination. It's unfortunate for Carolina Royal Ravens because like I don't necessarily give up on them, but I understand the angle that Chance is taking because they have yet to prove anything versus a top team.
Their ceiling's too low.
Yeah,
that's all it is. They're a very solid fundamental team, but when it comes to playing a superstar lineup, I don't know if they have that same gas. Nameless, if you're looking at LA Thieves, though, you got to make an elimination bracket run. You came in with the #1 seed. What are you feeling after this with Dub?
I mean, I think you're feeling good, right? Because now you know, like, okay, everything that we did on the online stage, like, we can do it on that stage throughout this tournament. Obviously, you know, they get hit in the face in their first match versus Boston, but now beating Carolina, like, you feel good. That's a fundamentally sound team that gives a lot
Yes,
of
it was. It was a good day, good day, good day. What is up?
C9 next. It's going to be a tough match.
How are y'all?
Farewell.
And I do think we got to give some credit to LA Thieves and remind everybody this was their second match on the day.
Yeah.
Chance, they had to start way back at noon as they matched up against Miami Heretics. Let's take a look at the showdown against Rancor.
And hence, like the Carolina shade, because Heretics fought back and played well and brought their A game when it mattered the most. I mean, Real was putting on a masterclass. The dude dropped 48 in map number 1, double digits in the map number 2, and it felt like Heretics did about all they could, simply just outmatched towards the end. But I think Heretics can walk away, maybe not happy with the placement. Obviously, top 12 is like brutal, but at least you can hold your head high with how you played against one of the best teams.
I'm so happy you said that because I feel like coming into this, a lot of people started to question Miami Heretics and started being like, ooh, maybe some changes might be in the works. But like they were kind of put in an unfortunate situation. Obviously, they put themselves in elimination bracket considering their online performances, but they pulled the LA Thieves card, right? And I think they played incredibly well. They still got last. There's still going to be some question marks raised as we go into the Major 3 qualifiers.
Place finish. Yeah.
I think we're being too hard on them personally.
The only reason, like, they're just not good online, so they're just going to be in a world of pain going forward. But we can move gears over to this next match. We have Carolina trying to start their losers run. They go up against Falcons, where, you know, it's a pretty easy match for them. They just kind of run through them. TJ has a great series, but obviously we know what just happened to Carolina after this match.
I'm getting on to Black Ops 6 now.
Yeah, this one was pretty swift as it was Carolina taking
Just waiting for
control.
my drivers to update though.
3-0 Royal Ravens moved on to play against LA Thieves. You just witnessed their exit from the tournament. What does that mean we have left, Chance?